Okay. We're starting. You know, I was thinking whether or not that I wanted to play Final Fantasy VII. And I don't know if I want to play. I don't know. I'm kind of in like a lull moment in that game where it's like, but I really should try to force it, shouldn't I? If I plan on beating it, I got to get through it. Well, the goal is to beat it, so let's just do it. All right. Let's play some games while we wait for a call. Why is it showing that? Don't show that. Let me change that up. Looks like Bob Rose says first. Hello. Hello. Why is it showing the wrong window? There we go. That should do it. All right, let's just play some games while we wait, I guess. Let's get Final Fantasy up and running. Let's go for it. Get my notepad up. Got to make sure I got my times correct. All right, here we go. One of your viewers went on my channel and basically said, why don't you play special ed people play in school? That's messed up, man. It's part of the YouTube game. You get a lot of haters. There's a lot of haters. There's a lot of people that want to, hold on, load state, fresh boot. Yeah, you're just going to experience a lot of haters. It's part of the how it works, I guess, on YouTube. I mean, people are pretty nasty. You just have to roll with the punches. Let's see if I can get here. We've got volume. Is my volume too low? I think. Bump up my server while I'm working. Bump. Slash bumpo. Bump. Okay. We've got Get Some J saying hating on YouTubers. Oh yeah. Really common on YouTube. Let's see. Bobro says, I realize my channel is going to be dedicated to gaming and it's my channel, so I'm going to do what I please on my channel. I agree. You should 100% look at it that way. Think about it this way. You're the one that's putting in the work, you know? Anyway, we are taking calls. I have a particular topic that I wanted to address because it's a very common topic that people like to argue about, whether or not the gender affirming care should be available. I believe it should be available to everybody. And there's a lot of people that just fundamentally disagree with that. And I'm taking any calls, anybody that wants to disagree with that. I would love, I want to let you know, I have figured out some ammo that is, it is unironically a silver bullet. It is the most crushing bullet I can even imagine. And you're going to find out what this bullet is once I get my first caller. It is such, and nobody, zero people, I haven't heard a single person make this argument. JI99A James says, first, did you take a day off yesterday? Yes, I did. I spend most of my time hanging out with friends. I was going to restaurants, just eating, just having a good time. I rode around on my electric scooter. You know what scares the crap out of me? One day, there will be a time where somebody recognizes me on the street. And that's either going to be a really good interaction or it's going to be really bad. Like really bad. Like there's no, I feel like there's no like in between. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if somebody's like, oh, I know you. You're from, you're the debate the woke liberal guy. And I'm going to be like, take 2 steps back. Like, yeah, what do you think? It's either going to go, I love your show, man. I love it. I think you're fighting the good fight. Or it's going to be, fuck you. You insulted Charlie Kirk. I'm going to kill you. And I am terrified of that vibe. I don't know, man. What happens? Let me see. Dude, it didn't load my freaking thumbnail. No wonder. Hold on. And I gotta edit the video and upload the thumbnail. I made a great thumbnail. Where is it? There it is. Save. Jesus. Okay. Bobro says, you live in a red state. It's more than likely going to be a fuck you. I mean, I never know. I mean, I scare off a lot of right-wingers. A lot of right-wingers look at me. They're like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. So, I don't know. I'm too small, though, to really be recognized. I think I got to be a lot bigger to be, like, actually formally recognized. Cowcrapper says, people being mean to Bobro. True. Bobro, like, just start silencing these people, bro. Just be like, just abuse your mod. All right, I gotta figure out where, like, do I go? What do I do? FFVII walk through PS1. Because I am completely out of, I don't know what to do. Let me see here. So we did Temple of the Ancients, City of the Ancients, I think. Wait, did we do City of the Ancients? What is this part? Hold on. Yeah, I have the Lunar Harp. Grab the enemy skill materia the farthest. All right, let me, here, I'll share what I'm. Buds McCool says, honestly, it's because all you talk about is gay stuff. Bobro says, why would I abuse my power? Because it's fun. It's fun. All right, hold on. I'm gonna copy my link and let everybody know that I'm streaming. Here we go. I got the phone number right on the title. They can call right in. Okay, so let me take a look here. Is this the Final Fantasy VII PS1 guide? No, I need a PlayStation 1 guide. That is not the PS1 guide. Where is it? Bruh. Bruh. Okay. All right, here's where we got to be. Medial. I completely forgot where medial is. Let's pull that up, I guess. Medial. All right, let's find medial. Where is it located? Where'd it be? Location, Hot Springs Town, located in the island south of the eastern continent. Okay. All right, we go to medial. Step 1. Go to medial. Step 1. All right. I'm on it. I'm on it, chat. We're going to beat this game. I mean, seriously, does anybody in chat remember this game? Anybody? Anybody at all? Okay, we're going to go this direction. Let's see. Sandwich Monster says Bobro is long, empty something for sure. Jesus. Oh, Sandwich Monster. I read the comment that the very friendly comment you gave. I was like, do I even respond to this? Like, how do I respond to this? Like, in a way where it's like, I don't know, like relevant, I guess. Hold on here. Let's see. We'll pull it up. There's like so much wrong with your comment that I don't even know where to start. I'll show you. All right. So here's Chrome. All right. I'm going to discuss exactly because there's so much stuff to talk about here. All right. When you aren't religious, you have no right to call it discrimination that they don't want to marry you in their religious ceremony. By the way, what is this referring to? This is referring to the short that I created. I'll go ahead and catch everybody up. Let's pull up the short. Where's my volume? Stop. All right. So this is the short. What I'm saying is you have a Christian sect. Stop.
You did say that.
You have a Christian sect. Gay people can get married. They're saying that it's perfectly acceptable in their church.
Yeah.
I don't care if you don't consider them to be Christian. Can they get married?
That's fine. Not with Christianity.
All right. Well, then you're a wants to take away rights from people. You suck.
I mean, if that's how you would have looked at it.
And you want to use, by the way, you want to use because the only way that you can actually get your way, the only way that you can get your way is that you have to use government. You have to use government to discriminate against people simply for the fact of being gay. And I'm in favor of the freedom thing. You're not in favor of the freedom thing. You're in favor of the control thing because it's not really a true Scotsman. And with that, we're going to move on to our next caller. All right. So let's go back to exactly what Sandwich Monster said. Now that you understand the context of what is being talked about. They said, when you aren't religious, you have no right to call it discrimination that they don't want to marry you in their religious ceremony. Okay, stop. Number one, what I was referencing was specifically a church that does accept that. There do exist Christian sects that are willing to marry gay people. That does exist. Okay? So right off the gate, you're already not operating where I'm operating at. Like you're not thinking at all when you're saying this. I never at any point said that you're required to marry gay people. I'm saying there's a sect that specifically marries gay people. All right. The next thing. And then the next thing you're saying, when you aren't religious and I have no right to call it discrimination, That's also incorrect. I probably know more about your religion than you do. Is it possible for there to be a male gynecologist? The answer is yes. If it is possible for a male gynecologist, despite the fact not having a vagina, then certainly a non-religious person can critique religious worldviews. So this sentence right off the gate is immediately stupid. It's like fractally stupid, Sandwich Monster. I do not understand. I don't know how much that I can kind of communicate with you on what exactly we're talking about here. But I already predicated the fact that there are sects that are perfectly accepting of gay people and will gladly marry gay people. So let's see here. Go get a government marriage certificate. Why does it have to be that? Again, there are sects perfectly accepting of gay people. Why can't they get married? It's the difference between a religious process. No, you're just trying to discriminate against gay people from wanting to do whatever ceremony that you think is sacred, which originally was like it was originally just a property rights issue. It, historically speaking, it was always a property rights thing. It was bequeathing property to groups of people and pairing people up based on that. Not religious. You do not need a religious marriage. Again, there are sects that are perfectly accepting of LGBT people that will more than happily marry them under a Christian sect. Right? So again, like, this statement is completely idiotic. You can get married outside of a church. Yeah, go fuck. What about the church that is accepting? Do you not understand? It is not removing your right. Yeah, it's not removing your right to worship whatever fucking bigotry that you want, while at the same time, there are gay churches more than happy to marry. And yes, they are Christian. You could still get married outside of the church. You have such straw man arguments. No, I directly answered the question. I don't understand why people think that everything is a straw man just because you don't get your way. Just like Andrew Wilson doesn't want to subjugate all women, he says Christian wives should be submissive to their husbands, and you call that subjugation. Yeah, that is. They're not equal. They're underneath. Fucking type this shit. What is wrong with you guys? Anyway, I have here today a main discussion that I want to go over, saying gender affirming care should be available to all. And I have a silver bullet that I have discovered that I haven't heard a single person make. And it is hands down, probably one of the best arguments. And I swear to you, I think I was like buzzed when I thought of it. I was like, holy crap. Let's see here. Centrist perspective says it's the difference between a religious process and a government process. Okay, holy crap. I don't know how much clearer I can make it. You guys are actually brain rotted. All right. I'm gonna write it down so you understand. Hell, let's do it in Paint. When's the last time we streamed Paint? All right, here. I'll tell you why this is stupid. Where is Paint? Is Paint underneath Chrome? I think Paint is underneath Chrome, chat. There's Paint. All right. I'm going to break you through the logic. So here's church number 1, right? That here, let me get a rainbow flag. All right, so here's church number 1. They're accepting of gay people. Okay? Where the fuck's my brush? Here we go. All right, church number 1. They're accepting of gay people. Church number 2. They're not accepting of gay people. So we're going to put a red X. Sorry. Where's my red X? Boop, boop. Make it bigger. Okay. I'm saying this church is okay with marrying gay people. This church is not okay with marrying gay people. I am not saying this church must marry gay people. I'm saying, hey, this church over here is perfectly okay with marrying gay people. Okay? So we're going to try it one more time, okay? Centrist perspective says it's the difference between a religious process and a government process. Shut up. I'm not talking about the government. Government's over here, right? We're going to do fucking pillars and the fucking government's over here. We're not talking about government. Okay, I don't care about this. This is not relevant. I'm saying this church here accepts gay people. They marry gay people. Question is, are they allowed to do so? Can they do so? Do you understand? Techlax says, I beat your silver bullet is going to be a medical test procedure you're going to pull out your ass and yet challenged about when requiring for trans people when you're going to cry bigot. Okay, call in. No, I got my silver bullet. It's ready to go. BRB Bathroom says, if you don't like gay marriage, don't get gay married. It's not rocket science. True. Again, I am not saying this church has to marry gay people. I'm not saying that. You can go to your fucking stupid, bigoted, fundamentalist Christian church and it can exist in the United States. USA approved. Right? Sorry, I'm doing this crudely with my mouse. I'm perfectly okay with this. Go ahead. Go do your bigoted shit. I am also saying this over here has a right to exist. This can exist. Okay? And it does exist. Let's see. All right, here. Let's pull it up. I'll pull it up just for fun. Just for you. And what do you know? There are, in fact, gay churches. And they are perfectly okay with marrying gay people. Can this exist in your worldview? Can it exist? Can it exist? Seriously. All right. So, so here we go. So again, bringing this up, saying when you aren't religious, you have no right to call it discrimination. Once again, I am not religious, but I promise you, I know more about your religion than you do. I've actually read the Bible in its entirety and spent years understanding what it means. They don't want to marry you in their religious ceremony. Yeah, okay, go do that. I'm saying, what about churches that do? Go get a government marriage certificate. What does that have anything to do with the religious church that does? There is so much wrong in this statement. I couldn't even spend the time to reply the full thing. There is so much to unpack. Vinny Consolini says, a church that married gay couples exists, but they're not a Christian church. No, shut the fuck up. That's what's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. You're just saying they're not a real Scotsman. Only real Scotsmen wear kilts, but not all Scotsmen wear kilts. Not all Christian people are as fundamentalist as you. Why is it that hard to grasp? They're still a Christian, despite your desire to not call them a Christian. I think in order to be a Christian, you need to believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins and that Jesus is God. If you fill those two criteria, you're good to go. You're a Christian. As far as I'm concerned, that's a Christian. So if there exists a sect of Christianity that is more than happy to accept gay people for who they are, and they're willing to marry gay people, they're still a Christian because they believe that Jesus Christ died for their sins. I understand that you want to go for a no true Scotsman fallacy, but that's not really an answer to my argument. You guys are unironically fucking idiots, dude. Holy shit. We've got Alpha Eagle saying, the church that marries gay couples is not a real Christian church. Midnight Shadow saying that those are heretics. All of this, by the way, complete no true Scotsman fallacies. You have no argument. Total no true Scotsman. Vinny Consolini says a church exists is not a Christian church. Atheists, Muslims, Buddhists, etc. all get married. Okay, but there are Christian churches that accept LGBT people. So again, you're not addressing what I'm saying. Exca says, because you can't cherry pick what rules to follow in the Bible. Exca, you cherry pick rules. In fact, if anything, Jesus had said that he fulfilled the law, which would mean that you don't follow the ceremonial laws of the past. Midnight Shadow says, if you're not abiding by the laws of the Bible, then you are not a Christian. No, well, then nobody is a Christian by your metric. Nobody is a Christian, because I guarantee you, I wonder how many of these people have a picture of a fish somewhere, or maybe they got that like Mr. Bass thing that sings and dances, because thou shalt not have an idol of anything that exists above in the heavens above or in the waters below. So if you have a fish, or if you have a cherub, or if you have a picture of Jesus Christ, you're already not a Christian, according to Midnight Shadow. And yes, that is a no true Scotsman. I'm going to give it to you right now. I'll show you. By the way, we are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. If you are new here, consider a subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, and I'm growing. So I would love to have you back. And the way that you can confirm that you'll see me debunking Christian nonsense, arguing things from a woke progressive lens. If you like me pushing back against right-wingers, consider a subscribe. I'm very small. I really appreciate it. All right. When a universal all or every claim is refuted, rather than conceding the point meaningfully revising the claim is altered by going from the universal to specific and failing to give any objective criteria for the specificity. Let me see if I can give like an exact, yes. So here we go. John, members of the Uba Tuba White Men's Club are upstanding citizens of the community. Then why are there so many of the members in jail? There were never true Uba Tuba White Men's Club members. What is a true Uba Tuba White Clubsman? Those who don't go to jail. The explanation: this is a very common form of this fallacy that has many variations. Every time one group member denounces another group member, for doing or saying something that they do not approve of. Usually the phrase is he is not really a true insert membership here. This fallacy is committed. The universal claim here is that no Ubatuba white men's club member will ever go to jail. Marvin points out how clearly this is counterfactual, as many Ubatuba white men's club members are in fact in jail. Instead of conceding or meaningfully revising the claim, the implication that no Ubatuba white men's club members is changed to no true Ubatuba white men's club members, which is not a meaningful because John's definition of a true Ubatuba white men's club member apparently can only be demonstrated in the negative if an Ubatuba white men's club member goes to jail. This result is a questionable clause fallacy and is also an unfalsifiable claim, and of course commits the no true Scotsman fallacy. So yes, you are committing a no true Scotsman fallacy. You don't know what you're talking about. And there are Christian churches that are more than happy, just because you disagree with them doesn't mean they're not a Christian. They are still a Christian. BRB Bathroom says, I'm just here for the video game. I'm so sorry. Midnight Shadow says, let me ask you this, Amender. Are there gay mosques in Islam in America? Yes, there are. Vinny Consolini, I'll give you that. It's rare. I don't like Islam either. I don't know why people think that I would like curtail to Islam. Islam is also guilty of all sorts of horrible things. I am waiting for my first caller, because I have a silver bullet that's going to hit so freaking hard. It is going to hit so freaking hard. None of y'all have heard this argument. Not a single one of you have heard this argument. It is an amazing, maybe I'm building it up too much, but I thought of it. I swear I was drunk. And I just thought of it and I was like, why has nobody mentioned this? And I'm waiting for my first call because I got it. I got it loaded. It is ready to go. Excadriller says, I like how I said I am not a Christian and first didn't even read my comment. I do what I can. I try to read what I can. BRB Bathroom says, there is a gay mosque in Washington, D.C. named the Light of Reform Mosque. You could also look at instances such as the Baha'i faith, which is like another, like a reformed religion that is definitely accepting of gay people. And some may say that that has predicates in Islam. It does. Pepper, are you feeling better? You've been vomiting lately. My poor baby. My cat's been vomiting lately. I think she just got some kind of stomach bug. She just got a... Pepper, no bite. No bite, no, ow, ow. Pepper, psst, no, no. Oh my God, my cat. Pepper, psst, nope. Haha. Looks like that we have finally shut up the detractors. They realize that they are in fact committing a no true Scotsman fallacy. I'm waiting for them to come back. Let's see. Guacamole Kid says, no public money should be spent on gender affirming care. Usually it's only affirming for the virtue signaling parent. So the question on how public money needs to be spent, I believe that there should be like a single payer healthcare system. And currently right now in the United States, we don't have that. But if there was, in fact, gender affirming care, including for children, I'd be perfectly okay with that. But here's the thing, right? I want you to call in. I want you to give me a call and tell me why you disagree with me, because it's astonishing to me just how little people actually know about this topic. Number one, and number two, a lot of this stuff is actually it's projection, and I can explain how when I get a call in. But you have to call in. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in if you disagree that gender affirming care should not be available to all. I believe that it should be available to all. Let's see. Aaron Clark says there is a fatwa against LGBT supporting mosques at the moment. The LGBT supporting mosques, even if there is a fatwa, this is just another no true Scotsman fallacy. And then number two, there are also other sects that may not even call themselves Islam, but are definitely inspired from Islam, such as the Baha'i faith. Hoy, ain't you a beaut? This here's Medeal, quite little town. For now, we're just going to play some Final Fantasy 7. This is the original. Ooh, I also got a in other news. I'll show you my room for a second. I got a new CRT monitor. Here, I'll show you. It's over here. Isn't it pretty? Hold on. It plays the PlayStation 2. I have my PlayStation 2. Look, do you see the PlayStation 2 down there? Hold on. Where is it? PlayStation 2. Do you see it? It plays PS2. I'm excited. I was playing a little bit of Rez. I don't know if any of you know what that game is. Wait, that's not a real waterfall? It is not a real waterfall. All right. Anyway. Holy shit, he just moved the waterfall with his bare hands. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. You want to have a discussion? We can. Surprised we haven't gotten a call yet. I guess people are just afraid of this silver bullet, I bet. I have this silver bullet, bro. As soon as they hit this trap, they're cooked. They're so cooked, chat. I hear that this ain't so peaceful on the outside, but here's nice and quiet. All right, so now I'm here. I'm in Medeal. Hey, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
That was good, Amender.
Hey, what's up, chaoswhy? So do you believe that kids or everybody should be able to have gender affirming care availability?
At an appropriate age.
So kids should not be allowed gender affirming care?
What age are we looking at? Because I wouldn't say
I believe all ages should be able to have access to gender affirming care.
So we're talking about 1 or 2 year olds as well?
Sure.
Disagree?
In fact, we already do have that.
Break it down for me.
Yeah, what if you have a child that has an intersex condition that results in having an abnormal or non-functioning gonads, which means that they have to have a surgery on their gonads in order to make it more normal?
Sure, for the minority cases of intersex individuals.
So then you're perfectly okay with having gender affirming care for minors up even to newborns?
I'm thinking of, is that Mexican music? Sorry, I'm thinking fucking cars around my house. I was thinking more of broader towards the spectrum of every single person as opposed to just the minority of cases. So for minority of cases,
I mean, the point is that can happen to somebody. I mean, obviously they're never going to do a procedure that is not necessary or medically efficacious.
Right.
So, but you have to acknowledge that having a law that says, oh, you're not allowed to have gender affirming care because they're not old enough is completely idiotic. And you seem to be agreeing in the sense that where somebody actually needs it, they can get it.
Yeah. If somebody genuinely needs it because they need it, young age, intersex, this, that, and the third. Yes, for sure. If you're at a point, if we're arguing every single kid that is, let's say, trans needs to start gender affirming care at this specific age, that's when we can start getting into the minutia of it. But I do want to specify something just real quickly, and then we'll hop back into this. for the church argument. I did come in like 15 minutes late, so when I did say that, I was confused on what you were saying. But yeah, no, if a specific, if a gay affirming church is down to marry somebody, I give no flying fucks, because at the end of the day, that's the church, right? If a church specifically doesn't want to, that's on them. If a church
Well,
wants to, that's on them.
at least
That's
you're
all that
answering.
matters.
At least you're trying to answer the question instead of answering it with a no true Scotsman.
Yeah, because at first I was curious on like where I was going, because I did see the video yesterday that you did post about gays and church, and then I was.
Wait, you're a member of my channel? Or no, you saw the short. I'm sorry, never mind.
Yeah. I saw the short.
There's a Matt Walsh video that's out, and you can only watch it if you're a member, but it's out on it's out for everybody on Monday.
Copy. Yeah, because I ended up waking up from like a nap, and I see that, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'm like, damn it, I wish I could have. Like, I didn't know if you were streaming yesterday, and this was the topic yesterday.
No, it wasn't yesterday. I think it was Thursday that happened.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But for me, at the end of the day, as long as the people themselves that are doing this, that everyone's comfortable with it, that's all that matters. I just don't want nobody to be forced. All right, now back to the actual thing. So, yeah, for the overall perspective of people, I wouldn't put an age on if someone is, let's say, trans, as a trans youth. Okay, you now need to. You got to now start transitioning at this age. I feel like maybe we should hold off.
I think people should get their transition when they need to. That's it.
So if
it's early, if it's precocious puberty, or if it's they're going through something where they feel that they're turning into a body that it shouldn't be. I think that should be up to doctors, that should be up to the endocrinologist, that should be up to the parents and the child to make that decision for themselves. It should not be up to government to make that decision. But that is an argument that gender affirming care should be available to all, right? Because the question is whether or not you restrict or do not allow gender affirming care. But there are medically efficacious reasons to apply gender affirming care, including to minors.
Yeah, I would say that if the government focused on what I guess the scientists are saying currently about it, then we can actually have more connectivity in terms of a bridge position. Because if everyone starts following, let's say, what the scientists are saying, right? Scientists are saying, listen, this may be not good at this age, or this may be good at this age, or science is always ever evolving. I feel like we can get somewhere more, because then we can have at least a what's the word I'm looking for? We can at least have a baseline of when we should transition somebody, case by case basis for this and everything in between.
So then you agree with gender affirming care for all?
For the most part, depending. For me, it's a case by case basis. Like, I want to ask you a question.
That would mean it's available to all.
Sure. Yes. But I want to ask you a question specifically. So I believe a few days ago, the Republicans and the Democrats were doing a vote in-house, right? And it went to 216 to 210 in terms of getting rid of transitioning and getting rid of basically transitioning and gender affirming.
It's horrendous.
Healthcare.
It's just more GOP nonsense, right? It's more MAGA ridiculousness, which, by the way, the medical establishment does not agree with that position.
Yeah. A big problem that I have with this, and the votes did go to 216 over 210 because certain Democrats did vote for this as well, and now it's going up in the chain. But a big problem I actually had with this was the length of time. So let's say this goes through and you're found guilty of doing this. The length of time you get sent to prison for this is insane. 15 years?
Yeah, it's horrendous.
That's the same amount if you murdered somebody. So people understand that. That's insane.
It's just stupid.
So, that's not exactly some, that's, But at the end of the day, yeah, if a doctor, if you yourself as an individual pull up to a doctor, let's say psychologist, and then you go to your endocrinologist, you pull up to all the doctors that you need to make sure, listen, this is the best option. You're going to have to transition for this, that, and the third at this age, so that'll be the best for you growing up, respectable. But please go for it from a doctor perspective. as opposed to just listening to what people are saying online. I guess I'll leave it with that.
Yeah, 100%. We have, anyway, it sounds like you agree that gender affirming care should be available to all then.
Yeah.
All right. Good talk.
Heck yeah. Have a great morning, brother.
Bye-bye. That was chaoswhy, but I'm hoping to get somebody that disagrees. It sounded like that he was in the air about it, but once explained, he realized, oh, it's actually quite efficacious. But if you disagree, consider calling in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. My controller stopped working because I hit the PlayStation button. Oh, there it goes. I think I got it. Got it. All right, cool. Thank goodness. Let's see here. Travis Alaric says 15 years is not long enough. Yeah, I mean, call in. If you disagree, call in. I'd love to hear your position. And I think I have a very strong position as to why it should be allowed for all. Let's see here. Midnight Shadow says a man born decides to transform into a woman at the age of 16 by having hormones in their blood or whatever. So it's a case by case basis. It's not specifically that. A lot of it, for most kids, it's actually just a social transition. Travis Alaric says trans people have just been brainwashed by porn. That's wrong. That's empirically false. We can exhibit that there are neurological differences for trans individuals than there were people on their cisgendered counterparts. I've exhibited these, showed these studies for others to observe. There's a lot more to this than you think, but feel free to call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Travis Alaric, once again, saying some nonsense, saying the average age child is exposed to porn is age 12. Yeah, again, you can't really like change a person's, like, for example, the shape of their brain or specific portions of the brain by watching porn. The physical morphologies is something that would exhibit itself as early as an embryonic stage. And it says, Void says LMAO, trans people existed before porn did. FFS, that is 100% correct. Trans people have existed for thousands of years. Though I would venture to say that porn is very, very old. Once again, it has more to do with a hormonal cause, which is likely a genetic feature. Midnight Shadow says, what do you mean by social? It just means wearing dresses, makeup, whatever. If you're MTF or if you're FTM, probably binding of some kind, trying to look more manly. Travis Alert says, okay, so if the internet didn't exist, would there be as many trans people as there are today? Probably not. Less information around, but people would observe a phenomenon that wouldn't necessarily be able to fully understand, I think. Tell me you see you can hear me. Let's see. BRB Bathroom says porn is turning people trans. Is that about as factual as video games turning people violent? I completely agree with that. Also, if that were the case, then the Bible Belt would just be riddled with trans people. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, calling in to have a chat.
Can I get your name?
With the amender.
What's your name?
Kenny.
Kenny. All right, Kenny. So I believe that gender affirming care should be available to all. Do you disagree with that?
Yes. Mostly on the age. I'm assuming his claim is that I believe there's an age factor that should be considered.
All right. So what would be like a cutoff here for gender affirming care?
I think gender affirming care itself needs to be specified. I think anything social transitioning, talk therapy is fine. I think there should be no limit to that. But I think
so then you're okay with gender affirming care for all.
Medical intervention.
So gender affirming care also counts for going for psychological appointments and realizing that a social transition is enough. In fact, that's roughly about 90% of cases where you have a minor that feels that they should transition. Social transition is more than enough. But however, that is a part of gender affirming care, in which case, if you're okay with having gender affirming care to minors, then you don't have any problem with gender affirming care. But you're not ruling out
puberty. That's fine, but you're not ruling out puberty blockers. And
that's just a part of gender affirming care.
Facial feminization, but under your POV is you are fine with that at any age.
I'm not fine. So there are specific criteria where it's medically efficacious. As soon as somebody is going through puberty and they feel that their body is turning into something that they do not want it to be, that's when they apply gender affirming care, specifically regarding hormone blockers. However, it's not necessary to apply hormone blockers if there's no, hormones to block. So that would still include, you don't need a restriction for that. It's just what's medically efficacious.
The part that needs to be
Why are you against gender affirming? Why are you against having hormone blockers provided to minors?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I think the part that's not considered enough is the dynamic of I'm in the wrong gender, the wrong body. I think there's a real percentage of young gay boys and young gay girls that may have feelings of gender fluidity, like it, does it make sense to them of, hey, I'm kind of feminine, I'm attracted to the same sex. That could lead one to the conclusion that they may just be a girl, and that's what's
hold on.
with them.
You're moving on. Like, why are you against hormone blockers?
Yeah, well, this is my point, is because for one to want to pursue hormone blockers to begin with, well, the core of why I'm against hormone blockers for young kids
you should be.
Anything
are you aware that current wpath standards would argue that you would have a social transition? This is roughly for 90% of children that exhibit having gender dysphoria, but if they don't have gender dysphoria, there's actually no need to apply hormone blockers. Those that do have gender dysphoria, they apply hormone blockers. But again, this is what is medically efficacious, right? So it doesn't sound like what I'm asking is like, would you want a law that specifically restricts the use of hormone blockers for children?
Yeah, I think that probably should not be on the table, because the root of why one would pursue hormone blockers to begin with, right?
Yeah, so a lot of the times people pursue hormone blockers. Yeah, people pursue that, but again, they have to go through a psychological appointment to determine that whether or not that they even need it.
Yeah, there you go.
So again, what are you talking about? That's not a restriction. That's looking at what is medically efficacious. And you say that the government should be the arbiters to decide what is medically efficacious or what care to apply, despite the fact that it is medically efficacious. Why?
Why? Answer this question. Why is it that
you got to answer my question.
Why is it that a minor can't purchase alcohol till they're 18? Why can't they vote?
Because of the negative externalities that are caused by consumption of alcohol.
And why?
Are you saying that there's a negative? Are you saying that
why can't they drive a
having
car?
hormone? Are you saying having hormone blockers is going to cause harm to the child? Are you concerned with that?
Why can't they vote?
Are you concerned with that?
Concerned about what?
Are you concerned about what will happen to a child, that it causes harm to the child, huh?
Yes,
Let me ask you this. Are you a Christian?
Concerned to some extent that it could cause harm to the child. It's a
Let me ask you this, right? Would you refer to, say, for example, it would be like a form of chemical castration, right? To have access to hormone blockers, right?
I mean, I wouldn't even go that far. It's when you're making real permanent changes, potentially permanent changes. Yeah. When you start blocking the puberty, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you could have permanent changes on someone's life.
Let me ask you this. Are you a Christian?
I'm pointing out, but hold on. Let's have a dialogue.
Are you a Christian?
No.
You're not a Christian? Okay.
Okay.
What are you?
So I'm not particularly religious. I was raised Catholic.
You're not religious?
But I'm not particularly religious. No.
Okay.
The
How do you feel about circumcision?
Here's my main point, man.
No. How do you feel about circumcision?
I'm not worried about circumcision.
I'm just curious, right? Because you're worried.
Why are you curious?
You're worried about that permanent damage, right? But are you okay with circumcision?
That doesn't affect anyone's life one way or the other.
That doesn't affect anybody's life?
If you're
you're permanently damaging somebody's penile gland.
In the weeds, brother.
I'm just pointing out. No. You don't understand. You're not understanding at all. See, you were concerned about the quote unquote. You were concerned about the quote unquote damage, the permanent damage, but it's actually not hormone blockers that would be anywhere close to the level of damage of, say, a circumcision. So why don't you explain that?
Yeah, easily. Listen, man.
By the way, I just want to point out that I'm not against circumcision in and of itself. I'm aware that there's some medical benefits, and then also I'm okay with gender affirming care. I'm saying in order for you to maintain consistency, you either should be.
Who cares about circumcision?
In favor of circumcision. No, but it's the same thing, because you're worried about the damage, the permanent lasting damage upon a child.
But if I could just give you some advice, if you're going to have a call-in show, you have to let there's no dialogue happening.
Gotta love it. Right-wingers, they always go into the meta. They can't address. Dude, I love this chat, by the way, is the silver bullet, right?
You're talking
every single
about
one of these Christians will come in,
brother. That's not
every single one of these Christians will come in and say how it's genital mutilation, how it's chemical castration, while at the same time be okay with circumcision. Don't you find that insane?
Who are you arguing with?
Isn't that insane?
Who are you arguing with? Buddy, who are you arguing with? I didn't mention circumcision. I'm not a Christian.
No, I used as an argument. I use it. You're concerned about the permanent, everlasting damage, potential damage of hormone blockers.
I didn't bring up circumcision, and I didn't.
Yeah, I know you didn't bring up circumcision. So I said, okay, since you're concerned about the permanent, everlasting damage, what do you think about circumcision, which is permanent, everlasting damage? And you're saying, well, I'm okay with that. Why are you okay with circumcision, but you're not okay with hormone blockers?
Is that you really feel like that's a gotcha?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a pretty nasty gotcha.
Whether you're circumcised or not has no real effect on your life.
What?
I hate to break it to you. Yes.
There's all sorts of numerous problems that exist with circumcision, which are often more dramatic, which are often more dramatic than having hormone blockers. So why are you okay with circumcision, but you're not okay with hormone blockers?
Because there's no societal impact to whether you're circumcised or not. No one knows whether you're circumcised or not.
Right? Of course there's societal impact. What do you mean?
In high school, in your high school, guy, how many kids in your high school were circumcised?
I didn't ask.
You had no idea, right?
But
if any of them were taking puberty blockers, but I'll tell you this,
the situation,
but if any of the kids in your high school were transitioning and they were taking puberty blockers,
I don't even think I'd notice. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'd even notice. You would know. I don't even think
That's my point about societal impact. Yeah. You would know if kids in your school are transitioning.
So basically, like the way that the reason why so it's self-affirming. Your argument is self-affirming because your argument is, well, people are going to notice and they're going to make fun of somebody transitioning, and so therefore people shouldn't be transitioning because of this because of the bigotry that it currently exists. What a great argument!
I just said societal impact.
Yeah.
You're presenting
why is circumcision okay in your mind, but hormone blockers are not?
Why are you hung up on circumcision? All right, man. I thought this would be a little more entertaining. Like you're.
Well, I mean, you're not addressing at all my question.
You're not good at this.
You're not addressing my question.
Why are we talking about
No, I'm just pointing out why you absolutely have no idea what you're talking about, how you just completely got cooked in this conversation. You can't answer this simple question. It's obvious to me. Come on, answer the question. Why are you okay with circumcision, but you're not okay with hormone blockers?
I just explained it.
No, you didn't. You said because of the societal impact, which is what? Like people making fun of somebody for transition? So basically because there's a bunch of hateful people that want to make fun of the poor trans kid that's just trying to live their life, that all of a sudden that's justification to not provide hormone blockers? What is that argument?
Buddy, the core, listen to me. The core of it, I'm not against transition people.
Okay,
like,
so you're not against hormone blockers.
I know people in my life that are, and I'm
okay. So then, are you okay with a doctor being able to prescribe hormone blockers?
But
if you have no problem with trans people, if you have no problem with trans people, can if it is medically efficacious, can people get hormone blockers? Can children get hormone blockers?
My concern is,
if it is medically efficacious.
Listen to me. My concern is if young kids that are gay.
That was a yes or no question.
Kids, I can't even finish a sentence.
That's correct because you're not answering the question. It's a yes or no question.
Can I finish my sentence? My concern
Answer the question and then explain why it's a yes or a no.
What is your question?
Holy shit. Chat. This guy's cooked.
Go ahead. What's your question?
You're not listening to anything I'm saying. All right.
Something about circumcision? I think we would have
I didn't say anything regarding circumcision. We're going to try one more time. One more time the question, okay?
Go ahead. Hit me.
If it is medically efficacious to have hormone blockers for children, is there anything wrong with that? If a doctor decides, hey, this child should be on hormone blockers, is there anything wrong with that in your mind?
Potentially, yes.
Okay,
and
why?
And now I'll explain why I say that, okay?
Yeah.
I think the reason why I brought up drinking age, voting age, is we have to realize we're dealing with a population, young age, that are not necessarily equipped and prepared and have an understanding of the world, nor of themselves, of all the nuances of life, particularly gender, right? So I just think people should leave room for the fact that there may be, I think there's a greater percentage of gay boys and girls than trans boys and girls, or gender dysphoria boys and girls.
So that's why you have
agree with that sentence?
Well, that's why you have no, I don't agree with that.
You think there's more transgender people than homosexual people?
No,
Is that your claim?
No, what I'm
That's
saying
what I asked
is
you. Yes or no? That's what I asked you. Yes
what
or no?
I'm saying is specifically that trans people
it's a yes or no question.
Have a right, and I answered it. What I'm saying is specifically.
Well, hold on. What was it? I missed it.
I said no. So once again,
you think there's more transgender people than homosexual?
No, there are definitely more homosexuals than trans people.
Right.
Okay,
so
what's your?
I'm honestly trying to have a good faith.
What does that have anything to do with what I'm trying to tell you?
Okay, let me.
So once again, let's try one more time.
Let me finish my sentence, buddy.
So you had a question that it is efficacious. Okay, hey,
since there's more,
buddy. Hey,
let me just finish my sentence.
Holy crap! You ask a question, and I'm sitting here and explaining things, and you're like, "Let me finice my sentence of the question that I just finished asking."
Honestly,
like, what?
Yes. Listen.
All right, go ahead and finish.
Yes. My point is, since there are more likely homosexual, let's just use boys. Let's use MTF, right? If there's more gay boys than gender dysphoria boys, but most likely, I think with that young age, since there's a potential case of kids pursuing transgender care when they're potentially just a gay young boy, and there can be regrettable effects. So to have that kind of change on your life, on your body, on your biology at 10, 12 years old, because couldn't you agree that a 10 to 12-year-old could make a pretty convincing case to a therapist that they have gender dysphoria?
Yes.
How long do you think it would take that psychiatrist to determine that? Maybe 3 months? Maybe 6 months?
No, like literally a couple of hours.
A couple of hours.
Yep.
So that's my point. So if there's a kid at a young age who may not have a firm grasp of their relationship with gender, and couldn't you see the case of like a young gay boy convincing a therapist because in that month he felt strongly about it?
No.
you don't think that could
No,
happen?
I think you need to abide by strong DSM-5 standards, and if they don't meet that criteria, that a social transition is more than enough. But that's a part of gender-affirming care. And once again,
I'm with you there.
If somebody has
social
gender
transitioning.
dysphoria, that's when it is medically efficacious. As soon as that they're hitting puberty, that you apply hormone blockers. That's regarding trans youth. But we already have things like hormone blockers that are also afforded to people who have precocious puberty, which are unrelated to trans kids. The point being is that gender affirming care, if you agree with those standards, then you're perfectly okay with gender affirming care being available to all.
Yeah, with the exception of, medications and surgical interventions, I think there should be like a cutoff. Like 16.
What about if you have gynocomastia? Do you know what gynocomastia is?
Not exactly, no.
It's when a boy grows breasts instead of natural chest.
Right.
So you're okay with surgery in that aspect.
Well, at that point, it's like having cosmetic
kids.
surgery. That's like having a nose job.
The question is whether or not that you have the question is whether or not that should be allowed. Should that be allowed?
That's not gender affirming care.
That's literally what gender affirming care is.
That's cosmetic surgery. That's like
a cosmetic surgery can be involved in gender affirming care. If a boy is growing breasts and they don't want those breasts to be there, then what they do is they do a surgery to get rid of the breasts.
Yeah, sounds like a very cut and dry procedure.
Okay, so it should be available to kids.
But who would prescribe that to be done is a doctor, not a psychologist. You know what I mean?
Doctors. Hold on. So first of all, regarding any gender affirming care involving drugs, it's not a psychologist; it's a psychiatrist, right? They're providing drugs, not therapy. Do you understand the difference? Like one of them, those are doctors. Just FYI.
Yep, great point. That's a great point about gynomastia, whatever.
Gynocomastia.
It's irrelevant. Yeah, but okay. The point stands. I don't think there should be gender affirming care in a transitional nature to a different gender. Probably below like 16 or something. I think when it comes to
all right, but what if you're going through puberty at 12?
Do you think there's any merit to that point?
What if you're going through puberty at 12? We should just have this arbitrary age of 16?
What do you mean?
So if a person has, say, gender dysphoria, they feel like that they are a boy trapped in a girl's body or a girl trapped in a boy's body, and they exhibit signs of genuine gender dysphoria, that now that they are having... if they are having a puberty, their body is turning into something that they don't want it to be. And so your argument is you're not allowed to intervene medically in that situation, in an unfortunate situation like that, until they're the arbitrary age of 16. Why?
I'd probably, if 16 is arbitrary, then 18, whatever the adult age is that doesn't require parental consent.
That's also
but I would say
arbitrary.
If someone is feeling
by then it would be too late. If they're 18, that's too late. They're going through puberty now. You're aware that the amount of medical intervention that is required for somebody who has gender dysphoria forced to go through puberty will then have to involve themselves into very invasive surgeries in order to reverse what the puberty had performed, rather than just providing them hormone blockers, giving them a couple of years to realize whether or not that they want to go through with that. And then by the time that they turn 16 or so, that they get hormone replacement therapy, provided that they still exhibit signs of gender dysphoria.
So it would cut both ways then. You know what I mean? Of like,
I'm saying that's the wpath standards.
You said they would give them, because you could either give them hormone blockers for a couple of years to see if they continue to exhibit those signs.
Yeah, that's what hormone blockers do. They prevent
but
you
if they
from
do
going
that,
through puberty.
and then they find, but if you delay puberty to that extent, does that have a negative effect on if they wanted to continue in
There's
the same
side
gender
effects
they're
for
Yeah.
any procedure, for any
Right.
drug. There's side effects for aspirin. I think that that's a discussion that needs to happen
Well,
between the doctor,
yeah.
the child, the parent, and not a politician or your arbitrary number
Yeah.
of 16 or 18 or whatever.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, great chat.
Do you think that gender affirming care should be available to all, knowing that information?
No, I don't think you said anything that like meaningfully made me look at it differently as far as medical or surgical intervention. I think it should definitely cool with gender affirming care, talk therapy, things of that nature. But yeah, I feel like it's a slippery slope, and
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think people transition after, like a little later in their teens, and they can still successfully transition.
Again, it requires more invasive surgery for them to go through puberty than it is to just block it, and then they can make a decision later on.
Yeah, that's something to chew on. But all right, man, I got to get back to it. Appreciate the conversation.
Have a good day.
Bye.
So the silver bullet, chat. The silver bullet. The silver bullet is how many of these people argue that trans affirming care should not be allowed. All this genital mutilation stuff, it should not be allowed. Meanwhile, in the same exact breath, defend circumcision. Why has nobody pointed this out? All across the US, a majority of people are perfectly okay with circumcision. And honestly, if you wanted to discuss genital mutilation, that would be a literal example of that. They're perfectly okay with circumcision as a newborn, by the way. And at the same time, in the same breath, say they're against gender affirming care. Why? Hold them accountable says circumcision does not castrate you. That isn't always true. That is not always true. There are 100% situations where circumcision does not work as intended, which 100% does castrate that person. So, no, you're wrong. I just want to, there is no argument. I thought, I was like, dude, what are you going to do? Texlax says, cool, circumcision has medical benefits. Cutting your cock off to make a fake vagina does not. Actually, it does. Circumcision also has minimal medical benefit. Minimal. So I need to understand. I just don't understand. All these Christians, they're walking around circumcising their penises, and they're like, guys, don't do any genital mutilation. Chat, the Christians are cooked. They're cooked. You can't say that you are against genital mutilation, but then also defend circumcision. I'm sorry, you cannot. It is not possible. The levels of projection is just insane. It is just insane. Every accusation is projection. Okay, we will gather all the huge material, ram it into the meteor. Okay, hold on. We're playing some Final Fantasy VII. We are 10 calls. Midnight Shadow says, Amender, if would you want to debate with an Islamic scholar, Daniel Hakikachu, since you debated? Hell yeah! Are you kidding? I'd love to. I'd love to. I hate that guy, by the way. That guy's awful. He argues what the child marriage, brother. What's that, brother? Oh my God. Yeah, but no, I would for sure want to rip that dude apart. That will cause a huge explosion, reducing meteor literally to bits. By the way, if you are not subscribed, if you're watching this channel and you're not subscribed, what are you doing? Hook a brother up. Subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount, it really does count. It counts a lot. It does. Cowcrapper says, yeah, that Islamic scholar is nasty. 100%. He has said some of the most wild things. Techlax says, see how Firsty ran away from my question? What are you talking about? I answered it. Okay, no. Answer the question. What's cutting your cock off to make a fake vag? What is the medical benefit? Gender affirming care. It affirms a person's gender identity even further. It is, to be honest though, most people don't even get that procedure done because it's very invasive. A lot of people are just perfectly okay with just having the same genitals. And then they just stick to that. Jimmy John Sub says, is porn bad for children? Yes. Children should not be watching porn. Let's see here. Midnight says, did you interact with him? Twitter for the record? No, I have not. Okay. So I think all right. More importantly, we got to collect huge materia from each area. We've already collected materia from Nibelheim, Corel, and Fort Condor. Okay. I've already dispatched troops to Corel. Yeah, haha. Jimmy John Sub says, okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't think kids should be watching porn. It's probably not good for you. Techlax says, cool. So how are they trans then outside of saying that they are then if they are too chicken shit to get their balls cut off? Jesus Christ, the rhetoric. Holy crap. Just like the vitriol that's coming out of your comments, but I'll try to answer it as best as I can here. So cool. So how are they trans then outside of saying that they are? So, a person's gender identity comes down to an internal feeling of your sex. That's really what it is. Gender is that. All predicates of gender come from that internal feeling. You would have to take their word for it in that instance. Too chicken shit to get their balls cut off. No, it's just very invasive. And I just think that that's a very personal question to ask an individual. And really it's none of your fucking business for starters. Rubik says, first amender, Harold Ramis, John Joan case is a very infamous example of genital mutilation following circumcision. But you get my point, right? It is a silver bullet. It really is. Cause they're like no genital mutilation. Meanwhile, at the same time, all kids should get circumcised. Doesn't make any sense. Hold them accountable says there's no medical benefit in having gender affirming care too. Wrong. That's incorrect. Every single major medical association in the United States disagrees with you. All you do is reduce psychological distress. Wait, you're literally arguing, like you're showing the thing that provides medical benefit. And then in the very same sentence saying that it doesn't provide medical benefit. Like, what a fucking idiot. What a dumb thing to say. Guys, there's no medical benefit to having gender affirming care. All you do is reduce the psychological distress, and there's no risk of further medical complications for not going through with therapy or operation. Wait, hold on. There is risk. No one is arguing that there isn't risk. I just think that should be a discussion between your doctor and the healthcare provider and the person, the patient. I'm even perfectly okay with involving the parent, but it's like, it's people arguing that it should be restricted. And I just think that gender affirming care should be available to all. Let's see. Techlax says, so cool. Self-ID argument. Got it. Yeah, I mean, the predicate of gender is an internal sense of sex. Juan Gomez says, so we are running government based on feelings now? What? That is already what government is. Bobro says, let's see. Oh, no. Juan Gomez says, it's our business if government is footing the bill. So the government is not actually footing the bill for your healthcare. If anything, it's overall a privatized industry, which costs insurmountable amounts of money. I mean, with that being said, I believe that we should have a single payer healthcare system like most other developed nations, but that's a separate argument. It's a Rubik says, it's also funny how male circumcision is fine, but female is not in the U.S. Calcrapper says, MAGA conservatives are largely a group of people who personify this idea of hypocrisy, and they rarely care about if they are being hypocritical. Often they are perfectly fine with it. True. I couldn't agree with you more, Calcrapper. Let's see. Techlax says, cool, I reject your self-ID. Now what? It's okay, sweetie. Anyway. Let's see. Hold them accountable says, do you think that a Jew not following religious rituals doesn't have psychological distress because of that? Why does one standard hold for one, but not for the other? Aha! Now you're understanding. I'm actually perfectly okay with a person getting circumcision. I'm okay with having gender affirming care. The problem is that you are not okay with gender affirming care, but you are okay with circumcision, which is why it is your problem, not mine. It's a Rubik says, circumcision should not be done for any infant. So I have looked at the medical journals on this. Strictly secular journals, there is some benefit. Some. Minimal, but some. Medical benefit, right? It actually does reduce STDs later on in life. It has, minor benefits, tiny benefits. So there's an argument. So I'm okay with circumcision. I think it's up to the parents to decide whether or not they want to circumcise their kids. I'm just saying that Christians are perfectly okay with circumcision, but they're not okay with gender affirming care. Let's see. Techlex says, haha, that's your argument. Says, okay, sweetie, calm down, princess. You might start your cycle early. No, I'm just pointing out that, like, if what I'm doing is if I refer to you as a male, right, and not a woman, I'm affirming your gender. It's an internal sense of your sex. You have it as well. It's just you've never had it challenged. So it's likely not important to you. Juan Gomez says, gender affirming care for all would not be privatized, though. Am I right? That is correct. I believe that all medical care should, there should be a single payer healthcare system. Bobro, talking to Texlax. Excadriller says, what do you mean? If you don't have sex, there's no need for circumcision? What if you don't have sex? What? Oh, like, I mean, you get STDs. You can get STDs without having sex. That does happen. That's a real thing. Anyway, let's keep playing this game here. Let's see. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you are new here, if you have not, if you've just recently seen my show, consider subscribe. You know, if you like what I'm arguing, you like to see more progressive politics. I argue all sorts of nonsense right-wing opinions. If you like that sort of thing, consider subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber. I mean, really, very, very tiny. We're on the road to 1,000 subs. It's solid, and I'm currently on the lines of getting huge materia, I think. You mean huge materia? Okay. When our small materia nears the larger one, something should happen. I'm certain of it. That's why we're using the power of materia in our fight. I can't let Shinra get a hold of the huge materia. Besides, when Cloud gets back, I want to show him this huge materia. He's going to be shocked. So what are you saying, Barrett? Even if you're always knocking him, do you really want Cloud to return? I ain't saying nothing about nothing. You just shut your face. Every group's got to have a leader. And that's me. Or at least I want to be. But I ain't cut out to be no leader. I never knew that till lately. And that's what it is. Ooh, phone call.
Yeah, First
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what up, First Amender?
Is this
How you
fatassdogs?
Yep, nice to hear from you again.
So do you believe that gender affirming care should be available to all?
To all?
Yeah.
I think gender affirming care should be available to people over the age of 18.
Okay, so gender affirming care should not be available to minors then.
Yes.
Okay, what about if they have gynocomastia?
Gynocomastia. Can you explain what gynocomastia is?
It is a condition where a boy, when they go through puberty.
I'm sorry, I wasn't gonna come up here and debate this with you, but I'm happy to have the conversation with you. But okay, yeah.
It is a condition where a boy ends up growing breasts through puberty.
Ends up growing breasts through puberty.
Yeah.
Yes, they can have surgery to you know.
Okay, so you are okay with gender affirming care for minors.
Yeah, but you know what breast reduction surgery is, right?
Yeah, a form of gender affirming care.
That's not gender affirming care.
That is gender affirming care. That's literally what that is. You are affirming that child's gender by removing their breasts because their body is turning into something that they don't want it to be.
Yeah, I know, but breast implants were created even before the idea of Germany.
We're not talking about breast implants. We're talking about breast removal.
Yeah, but that has something to do with it. You're talking about breast reduction, okay?
Yeah.
And that's how. Yeah,
that's typically what is performed.
Yeah, that's how they invented, what's it called? Breast implants. That's how they were invented. But anyway, I came up here to ask your.
I'm just saying, like you're okay with gender affirming care for minors, if that's the case.
No.
That is what it is. Like I don't know what to tell you. It is that.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you either, man. But anyway, I came up here to ask you, what do you think of Andrew Tate getting knocked out yesterday, getting his ass whooped?
I did not watch it.
Oh, okay. Well, he got his ass whooped by a younger guy. But anyway, I came up here to talk about.
So I'm going to provide this real quick, just so you can see it for yourself. This is a gender affirming breast reduction and removal. Getting gender affirming top surgery is an emotionally fraught decision. But you can see right here under gender affirming care, it is in fact breast removal. And you have the Google AI overview saying, yes, breast reduction surgery is a key part of gender affirming care. So it is gender affirming care. You're okay with gender affirming care for minors. If you think that you can remove the breasts of a boy if they are going through gynecomastia.
Yeah, but that's a choice though.
Again, that means you're okay with it.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, because
what are you saying? No, it's not to.
You're pretty much debating about breast reduction.
I'm showing you the error in your logic. You're saying that breast reduction surgery is not a part of gender affirming care. It is a part of gender affirming care. You have to acknowledge that to be in like fact world, right?
I do not I do not have to acknowledge it because I do not.
Okay, then you're not in reality.
Okay. But I did not even come up here to debate you about gender affirming care.
What do you think this call-in show is?
Jeez. Oh, that's the only. Okay, so that's the main topic today: gender affirming care.
Yep, I called it that. I said gender affirming care should be available to all.
Okay. Gender affirming care should be available to all. I think it should be available to those who can afford it.
So do you find that our medical system, is it adequate? The fact that people are like going bankrupt when they have a cardiac arrest, for instance?
It can be, but let's
No, I'm
not,
saying, is it adequate? Do you think it's adequate? No, saying it can be isn't an answer. I want you to say, is it adequate?
Let's not switch the goalpost here.
I'm not.
Okay?
I'm staying on your topic. You're saying that, well, you think that it should be only available to people that can afford it. I disagree. So I'm asking, do you think that the medical system right now in the United States is adequate? Is it working?
It's broken.
Okay, it's not working.
Anyway.
Okay, cool.
So
I believe that there should be a single payer healthcare system that you're put on at birth, and it goes through a government system, and then there could be insurance companies per state in the United States where every single person in that state joins that insurance company, and the government pays for it directly to the insurance company to then provide care to anybody that needs it.
Hey, I got a question for you. If I want a bunch of tattoos all over my body, can I have Uncle Sam pay for it?
Do you disagree with my policy? Do you think that that's a bad policy? It's effectively the Canada policy.
I see a lot of flaws in it, but it sounds good on paper, but we would need to reform. We would need to reform
All right.
it.
So under that basis, right, if that would be the case, if it worked, which we know it does work, it has been performed in multiple states, could be done in the United States. We just have to make the policy to make it happen. If that was possible to do, then that would mean gender affirming care would be covered under that. Because gender affirming care has medical efficacy, in which case that would be available to all. And so your question regarding that it should only be available to people who could afford it is incorrect. It would be available to all.
I disagree because, let's say let's say I want to get a sleep tattoo. Will the government pay for it?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not medical care.
Okay. Okay, but it's a choice to get that surgery. It's just like it's a choice to get.
Well, we're not talking about necessarily surgeries, right? We're not just talking about cosmetic surgery. We're talking about hormone blockers. We're talking about hormone replacement therapy. We're talking about psychological assessments determining if somebody has gender dysphoria. What is considered to be medically efficacious?
Well, here's the problem, First Amender. I don't think you understand this. I don't consider transgender based healthcare. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't consider
virtually
it
every single medical association in the United States disagrees with you.
Well, here's the thing. I consider cancer or
I'm just saying, like, do you think that you likely know
polio
more than every medical major association in the United States, or do you think that you may have fallen for the grift?
You don't have. Well, here's the problem. You don't have to agree with them. Okay.
I understand that you don't have to agree with them, but I would probably venture to say maybe know something about the topic if you plan on critiquing it, instead of like talking as if that you had followed a podcast or you listened to a YouTube video and now all of a sudden you know more about gender affirming care than the entire Endocrinological Association or the entire of the American Psychiatric Association. Don't you think that that's really important?
I never said I know anything about it. What I'm saying is
you're saying to go against the medical care. You're saying you don't believe it is medical care. But every major medical association disagrees with you.
All right. But but they're the same medical.
So what's the chances? Do you think that they're wrong or maybe you're wrong?
They're wrong on a lot. You even
I'm saying,
yourself, our healthcare
what's the
system is
chances
broken.
that you're right and they're wrong?
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm agreeing with you.
Do you think it's a high probability that you could be wrong here?
No, wait. Dude, let me finish.
Or a low probability, just try to address.
Hold on. This is the reason I agreed with you earlier that our medical association is broken, okay? Because
it's broken because of the way that insurance companies work. The way that that money is allocated is completely out of whack. It's a huge cash cow for a lot of investors and shareholders, as well as insurance companies and the doctors. And there's a lot of people making a lot of money in the healthcare industry. And all we got to do is reform it and get it closer to that of European models or Canada models, and it's just a matter of getting a policy like that passed. But that's beside the point.
But you're
having
forgetting
gender
about all the
affirming care
fraud.
is a part of care. You're saying you don't believe it's care, but it is.
You're forgetting about all the fraud that happens in the medical world too.
I don't disagree that there isn't fraud, but the question is whether or not that gender affirming care is efficacious. It is.
Yes, and I consider it fraud too.
Okay, but you're wrong. Virtually every single medical association disagrees with you.
Okay, well, I disagree with that because based on the fact that
Here, I'll give you an example why you're wrong. I'll give you an example because you said why. I don't have to just say, oh, it's every major medical association disagrees with you. What is the treatment for gender dysphoria?
The treatment for gender dysphoria. Okay, well, they find out through therapists, right? You would agree with that, right?
To determine whether or not that they have gender dysphoria. So they already have gender dysphoria. So the question is, what is the treatment? How do you treat gender dysphoria? Yeah.
How do you treat gender dysphoria? Just like you treat any other mental illness. You help them overcome it.
You help them overcome it. How do you do that?
Yeah. How do you do that? By getting them into reality, telling them
by denying them and then causing them to. You realize that there have been experiments. You realize that there have been experiments done that done exactly this. Do you know what it resulted in?
Yeah, they did it on rats.
The patients. No, they did it on humans. Do you know what happened?
What happened?
The patients killed themselves. That's what happened. So that didn't work. So why don't we try again? How do you take care of gender dysphoria? What is the treatment for gender dysphoria?
Again, you help them overcome it. I'm not a doctor.
Again, we have tried that. It results in the patients killing themselves. So that's not effective, is it? So what is effective?
Like I don't know.
Gender affirming care. So yes, it is medically efficacious.
I would say the same thing for people who are drug addicts.
So when somebody, it's really common. That's actually a great analogy. There are, for example, heroin addicts that you can't just go cold turkey on them. It's a slow weaning off process, and they do legitimately, like as a part of care, provide them clean versions of heroin so they can eventually wean themselves off of it. However, it's not analogous in the sense that you're like weaning somebody off of hormones. It's just when someone has gender dysphoria, the solution is providing gender affirming care. You said that it is not medically efficacious, but the current treatment, medically efficacious treatment to gender dysphoria is in fact gender affirming care, as well as numerous endocrinological conditions to be exhibited in roughly 1% of the population.
Yes. Yeah, man.
So it is efficacious. So where are you against gender affirming care being available for all exactly?
Where am I against gender affirming care? Well, me personally, I take the libertarian position on it, and I personally don't care what people do with their lives as long as you're an adult. But it doesn't mean
as long as they're an adult.
Yes, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with what they are.
All right. Well,
right.
You were perfectly okay. I know you're like kind of going back into it saying as long as they're an adult, but you already are contradicting yourself. Early in, you were saying early in, you seemed to say, okay, I'm only in favor of an adult, but then I gave you an example of gynocomastia, which you're perfectly okay. What about precocious puberty? Do you know what that is?
Sure. Why don't you explain?
It's when you have puberty too early. It's roughly 8 or 9 years old. You start to grow into a fully grown adult, 8 or 9 years old. This results in some pretty negative endocrinological disorders. And so the solution is to provide hormone blockers to the 8, 9-year-old until they're about 12 or 13 to where they can have a normal puberty.
Yeah, but that's not transitioning into another gender, though.
No, but that is gender affirming care.
Okay, but
and
what
that is
you're
also
calling
providing hormone blockers for minors.
What you're calling gender affirming care has been medical research that has been done through years before gender affirming care was even a thing. All right.
So we've called it different
pills
names, but we've had
effects.
gender affirming care for a very long time, ever since we've known what hormones are in humans and how to cure these things. Hell, I would even venture to say, I would go as far as say providing testosterone to men that are trying to get yoked up in the gym and look bigger and stronger is a form of gender affirming care.
Okay. All right, but here's my position on it, okay? Just so you're not confused, there's no confusion whatsoever.
No.
I don't care what grown adults do with their lives, okay? I don't, okay? I'm not going to be like the creeper that's going to peek through your windows and be like, "Oh, you can't do this, that, and the other," okay? But that doesn't mean I have to acknowledge that what they claim they say to be, okay? That doesn't mean I have to acknowledge these ridiculous, all this ridiculous nonsense that they believe in, like this, like for example, these I'm trying to get the words out, like pronouns, for example. Okay, like for example, like people.
I mean, we can talk about pronouns and how much you disagree with it, but I don't think it's really relevant. The question is whether or not the gender affirming care should be available for all. You seem to be kind of have contradicted yourself mostly, but it doesn't sound like you seem to still be stuck on the idea that gender affirming care should not be available to minors, even though there's multiple instances where it is medically efficacious to provide gender affirming care to minors. So why don't you help me out?
But I don't think that's gender affirming care. I think that's fraud.
So hold on. If somebody has, say, gynocomastia, it is fraud to remove the breasts?
No, it's fraud in the sense that you're calling it gender affirming care.
Well, I pulled up multiple sources, including an AI overview that said it is gender affirming care. So
yeah, I know.
You can go ahead and do your no true Scotsman, but the reality is that it is.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. You have a great rest of your day. God bless you.
Peace. All right. So we have a $10 USD being sent saying you cannot change your gender with hormones and surgery. Yes, you can change your gender with hormones and surgery. Hold on. 142.20. I think what you mean by this is you cannot change your sex. That's correct. Sex never changes, but the hormones, the gender can be changed. You're only affirming a delusion. It's not a delusion. I can exhibit studies that show that there's a biological basis behind being trans and not getting them to accept reality. So there's specific conditions here. I will show you an example. The doctor that started this is John Money, was a child abusing sicko. There's more studies beyond just John Money. A lot of people like to kind of just poison the well by bringing up John Money, because Matt Walsh brought up John Money once. And so they're just kind of parroting the same thing. But here I'll pull up some relevant material, which I've brought up before, I think is really helpful. Give me one quick second. I'm going to provide that. Hang tight. So glad I have this book in PDF now. Let me see if I can find it. Just give me a sec. Yes, right here. All right. Differentiation of the gonads into testes versus ovaries results in markedly different hormone environments during development. Fetuses of both sexes are exposed to both androgens and estrogens from their gonads, as well as other sources, such as the adrenal gland, the placenta, and the maternal system. However, there are dramatic differences in the amounts of various hormones produced by the testes versus ovaries, and these differences direct in most subsequent events in sexual differentiation. Once the gonads have differentiated as testes, they begin to produce hormones, notably testosterone and other androgens. Testosterone levels are higher in human male than female fetuses, beginning as early as week 8 of gestation and peaking around week 16. By about week 24, testosterone levels have declined in developing males, and there's no longer a large sex difference. However, shortly after birth, the testes produce a second surge of testosterone, measurable blood samples until about the 3rd or 6th month postnatal life. In contrast, in female fetuses, the ovaries appear to produce relatively small amounts of hormones, particularly in comparison to the production of estrogen and progesterone in the placenta. As a result, there is no applicable sex differences in circulating levels of estrogen and progesterone neonatally, though that there appears to be a surge in ovarian estrogen in females shortly after birth and for roughly the first 6 months of postnatal life. So if you observe right here, this is the increases of testosterone. So get this. These sudden surges of testosterone, or the lack thereof, it is entirely possible to get one of these surges, but not the other, which results in the gonadal development being towards male, but then effectively their brain developing in the female sense. So new, sadly, it is not a delusion. This can be empirically verified. And this is confirmed in the book Brain Gender by Melissa Hines, which is both a neurobiologist as well as a psychologist in her field. Let's see. Fupa Boy says, you need to stop relying on ChatGPT because if you do any actual work, you can see it's just a theory. Man, holy crap. Number one, you'll notice that I opened up a book, not ChatGPT. It was a book. Number two, he says it's mostly environmental or societal. Was what I just said environmental or societal? Because it's not. It's biological. Techlax says, cool, none of that makes them trans. They are only trans if they are trans according to you. No, once again, there are predeterminate conditions that cause somebody to become trans. Let's take a look here. Anyway, let's continue this game. Let's see if we can get further along. Cowcrapper says, whenever someone brings up biology and shit arguing against trans, they ask them if they believe in evolution. Auto win. That's a good point. Do you believe in evolution? Do most of them not believe in evolution? You have been chosen to be the new leader. Pain in the ass. Forget it. But for us to fight, we got to have Highwind and you. We needed to save the planet. And who's running the ship? You. Okay. That's why you're a new leader. And no one else can. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you disagree with what I have to say, then give me a call. This ship's going to save the planet. Ain't that going to be a little tough? Cowcrapper says, most of them do not believe in evolution. Yeah, conservatives widely in general. That is, honestly, I'm going to ask them that question. Do you believe in evolution? When they say that the science says that there's only man and woman, even though the science doesn't even say that. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just filling up my drink. I'm right here, though. All right, back to it. Back to it. Calcrabber says, yeah, because like when these anti-trans people just start their nonsense, but they don't believe the very basic fundamental building block of biology, evolution. Very true. That's, I should probably bring that up next time. Hold them accountable brought up. Just looked up suicide attempt rates. In the U.S., 36% in 2016, 66% in 2019. Other countries go between 26 and 50%. Such an increase in a short time span cannot be because of genetics. That's correct. It's actually the intense amount of bigotry that has been pushed upon trans people. I don't think like a lot of people really realize just how bad it is when somebody comes out as trans. They end up losing friends. They lose their family. They lose their jobs. They can lose literally everything. And when a situation like that happens, then their suicide ideation goes way up. That's true. And there has been studies to show what is the cause of this. And yes, it is in fact environmental factors like this. And it's honestly, it's sad that like it has to get to that level, because the reality is like you could just accept them for who they are and treat them as human beings. And then all of a sudden suicide rates go down the tubes. Let me see. I'm a man too. Okay, I'll do it. Everybody follow me. All right. Now here's the first job. Operating rooms waiting for you. Okay. Yeah. TechLack says, how can they lose jobs? That's literally illegal in Title VII. Yeah, so what happens is that they don't have to actually cite that you're trans. All you have to do is just say that, oh, it's poor work performance, and then just be done with it. That's it. They don't have to actually cite any reason, considering most states are in fact at-will states. So if their reasoning is that, well, they became trans and now we're uncomfortable, it's very, very common that trans people end up losing their jobs as soon as they come out, or shortly after they come out. See, thank you for a job well done. What is it? What am I doing? Oh my. Could use Barrett. Red? Really? Kate Sith. Ugh. Rather do red instead of Kate Sith. What do I do? Was I supposed to be in the operating room? Midnight Shadow says, then trans people can file a lawsuit with the company then. But, like, what are they going to do? Like, against this big old company that's got a bunch of money as opposed to, like, having no money? Like, why would they... Hold them accountable says, if the problem was bigotry, then why the increase of people suffering from gender dysphoria, mainly present in younger generations? Then why the increase in people suffering from gender... Is it increase in people suffering from gender? Where are you getting that? Let me pull that up. We're going to use Okay. Here we go. I decided to use a consensus.app for this. I really highly recommend consensus.app because it is pulling actual studies as opposed to like ChatGPT, which just like makes stuff up. This one is actually just pulling from studies itself. So why is the increase in people suffering from gender dysphoria mainly present in younger generations? The rise is clear in clinic and population data, but there's no single proven cause. Multiple social and clinical factors likely contribute. Strong evidence, rising presentations in youth. Referrals and recorded diagnosis of gender dysphoria incongruence in children and adolescents have increased sharply in many Western countries since about 2010. In England, incidence of 0 to 18-year-olds rose from 0.14 to 4.42 per 10,000 years between 2011 to 2021. Similar sharp increases in adolescent clinic referrals, often several hundred to several thousand%, are reported across Europe, North America, and Australasia. The sex ratio is flipped. Many birth assigned males to majority birth assigned females in adolescence. Plausible drivers of higher youth rates. Hypothesis, not proofs. Greater visibility and acceptance, more media coverage, LGBT rights, and support groups, and many help youth recognize and disclose feelings rather earlier and seek care more readily. Better recognition by professionals, expanded specialization of services, new guidelines and diagnosed concepts such as gender incongruence in the ICD-11, increased detection and recording. Developmental timing. Puberty intensifies the distress about sex characteristics. Adolescence is when incongruence often becomes unbearable and leads to help seeking. Minority and stress and mental health. High rates of bullying, stigma and anxiety, depression and self-harm in gender dysphoric youth may both exacerbate distress and prompt contact with services. Social media influences. Reviews note hypotheses about peer and online influences, including rapid onset gender dysphoria, but emphasize that direct empirical evidence is limited and contested. So what remains unclear? Population prevalence, not just clinic referrals, is still uncertain, especially over time. Whether newer adolescent onset presentations have different causes, courses, or treatment responses than earlier childhood onset cases is an active research in question. And then the conclusion is research consistently finds a marked rise in adolescents presenting with gender dysphoria, especially birth-assigned females, but it appears to be driven mainly by greater visibility, acceptance, service availability, and developmental timing around puberty, not by a single identified new cause. Evidence for social contagion remains limited and debated. Okay, there you go. I learned something today. That is still a hotly contested question. I like that. That's good stuff. All right. What do I do? We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-988-5218. Call in. Would love to hear what you have to say. What do I do? He said to go to the operation panel? But wasn't I already at the operation panel? JI99A James says, Amender is talking about gender-affirming care. That's correct. I believe that gender-affirming care should be available to all. If you disagree with what I have to say, consider calling in. I'd be more than happy to hear you out. And if you are new to this channel, consider a subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount is really good. We've already had 3 callers in. We've had chaoswhy, Kenny, and fatassdogs so far. JI99A James says all have conceded. It's true. They have. Or either that, at bare minimum, have been contradicting themselves. Anybody contentious? Yes. The first caller was the second caller was contentious. That was Kenny. Gender affirming care, should it be allowed? He says no. It starts at 48.47. Pilot training. Level 6. Yeah, shall we take off? Yes. GI99E James says, I think Amender made a claim that if you support circumcision, that is a form of gender affirming care. No, circumcision is not a form of gender affirming care. I'm simply saying that any of these Christians sitting there arguing that this is child genital mutilation, but then be perfectly okay with circumcision is super hypocritical. It's super hypocritical. All right. So I think, all right, let's check the, all right. So I think I did that portion where it's, wait, hold on. So every shopkeeper in town, all right, head into the weapon shop, stairs, blue inside. You can upgrade your equipment. Oh, hold on. So it says, real little chocobo chasing around a woman. Talk to it, feed it mimic greens, tickle it behind, see if it contain materia. Well, contains powerful single target spells, and its ultimate spell is flare. Sweet, get leveling that one right away. Should I go back to Mediel and do that? All right, let's do that real quick. Let's knock that out, I guess. I'm going to make that like this, I guess. Because, I don't know. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. All right. Let's go back to Mediel and do that. Why is that hypocritical? Well, yeah, because they're against what? Genital mutilation? But yet they're okay with circumcision. Which, wouldn't that be genital mutilation? Where is the chocobo? Head into the weapon shop. You can upgrade your weapon, your equipment, sure. But the real draw is that little chocobo chasing around the woman. Oh. It's inside the weapon shop? Okay, so the little chocobo, talk to it and feed it a mimic green. Okay. I gotta feed it a mimic green. Oh, you know what? I think I gotta... Yeah, let's... Mind you, I'm not even against circumcision. Like, if you want to get circumcised, go ahead and do it. I'm just saying that you can't sit there and logically say, oh, I don't want female genital mutilation, or I'm sorry, I don't want you to chemically castrate kids while at the same time being okay with circumcision. So if you support treatment for gynocomastia, that's gender affirming care. That's correct. So I think I got to talk to a guy that sells me chocobo stuff. I think this guy would do that. So I got to buy mimic greens from this guy. No, not that guy. I think this guy? JI999A James says, first is right, though, about circumcision. It's a total silver bullet. Total silver bullet, bro. I could have sworn there was like a person that I can talk to buy greens. Who do I talk to? Who do I talk to? We gotta go back to the town. It's gotta be in the town. I could have sworn that you could have bought chocobo greens. Now, I know for sure a place to buy chocobo greens, though. Should be like a little mountain area right here. Does this circle around? Let me try. Let me see. We're going to go down here, and then hopefully we end up at the top. Come on. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. So we can land in here and buy some chocobo stuff. Oh. Sorry. Here. He's only been taking calls on the subject. That's correct. Well, now there's a slight difference between circumcision and chemically castrating. Well, there actually kind of isn't. Because it is indeed the case that there is a huge side effect regarding male circumcision, that it 100% can castrate you. AWOL says, damn, it's going to be a show based on only the things that he wants to discuss, staying safe in his wheelhouse. Wait, hold on. I sit there and argue all sorts of different topics, and I just decide to try something slightly different, and that's it. Sell me something? Okay. I think I just got to buy some Medial. Where do I buy Medial greens? There's no Medial greens. Maybe we got to go back to... Let's go back to that old town, I guess. Nope. Oops. Get in. Okay. Let me see. That is not the Chocobo town. Where's the starter town? I think it's over here. Yeah, there's like a Chocobo town. This is not the Chocobo town. Is this the Chocobo town? This is the Chocobo town. Chat already going wild. Chat is going wild. Nope. Not that guy. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If I don't get any calls, then no problem. I'll just play some more Final Fantasy. All right. Medial greens. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Or mimic greens. Ah, there they are. Mimic greens. Let's buy one of those, I guess. All right, I think we're good. Let's head back to Medial. We're complaining because the show normally doesn't stick on one single subject. I just decided to try something different. Why can't I do different things? It's still called Debate a Woke Liberal. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? We'll have a discussion. I believe that gender affirming care should be available to all. If you disagree with that, call in. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount of subscriptions is huge, and a subscribe is free. It costs you nothing to subscribe to my channel. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, this is keepgunsfree.
Hey, Keith. Is it, you say keep guns free?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, keep guns. So do you disagree that gender-affirming care should not be available? I'm sorry, do you agree that gender-affirming care should be available to all, or do you disagree with that?
No, I would disagree because usually you're equating circumcision being the drawback from it and saying that one is a hypocrite if they don't believe in gender-affirming care but believe in circumcision. But that's generally the parent's choice and not the choice of a child.
So I believe in the gender-affirming care standards by the wpath, which say that that this involves the parent, the psychologist, or I'm sorry, the doctor, the parent, and the child, all of which have to be in agreement. So under that basis, would you be in favor of gender-affirming care?
No, I still wouldn't because, I mean, even a child
Okay, so
can
it had
change
nothing
their
to
mind
do with
later on
the
in life.
whole consent thing. So what is also children don't consent to having having their penis cut.
I mean, one day they could be a teddy bear, and the next day they could be like a stuffed animal or a dog. And I mean, they change their mind, and their identity is constantly evolving. So I don't think that it's something that they should make a permanent life choice on that could, you can never come back from. I mean, with circumcision, it's not going to stunt your ability to...
You think you can come back? You think you can come back from circumcision?
No, but it doesn't stunt your ability to,
Okay,
grow
so the
into
ability of
puberty
coming back is just not there, is it?
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
So the whole it not being able to reverse it, which by the way, hormone blockers are perfectly reversible, and so is a social transition. That is, of course, all of that is part of gender affirming care, and I'm saying gender affirming care should be available to all. Are you against like a social transition?
A social transition? What do you mean? Like being able to be
like when a person feels like that
identifying
they are the opposite sex, or the opposite gender, then what they just do is they'll dress accordingly. That's a social transition.
Well, I mean, my Christian beliefs would conflict with that. I'm actually an emotional father to somebody who identifies as being a woman. And why is it if it's, all about gender that the first thing they go to is, altering sex?
No, gender affirming care is not referring to altering the sex. It is impossible to alter sex. Sex never changes. The gender does change. Transgender just simply means that your gender is different from your sex.
Right. I feel like it's kind of synonymous, but I mean, there are people who would disagree in that regard.
So
I think it's a permanent life choice.
So sex is referring to XXXY chromosomes resulting in large or small gametes, depending if it's XX or XY, which then results in secondary phenotypic characteristics such as fat placement, muscle growth. That's what sex is. Gender is an internal sense of sex.
I think that's where we get into a slippery slope, and everybody says that there's more than two genders, and then we start changing all of the normal definitions we had just to have a conversation.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about more than two genders. I'm just simply arguing that a person's internal sense of sex can be differentiated from their genitals.
So you said it should be available for anyone. So outside
Correct.
of a parent consent, should an 8-year-old be able to go in and decide to change their sex and then maybe regret it later on in life?
Hold on. Once again, we're not changing the sex. The sex never changes. We're talking about the gender.
Altering
the gender
it to make
changes.
it appear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the gender changes. You're talking about the gender there, not the sex. So they're trying to make their external body appear in such a way that it is vindicative of being the opposite sex, but this is just referring to gender. So okay, so you're saying I believe that by wpath standards, is you provide gender affirming care where a person has, say, gender dysphoria. They can take hormone blockers when they start going through puberty. Hormone blockers are not prescribed prior to puberty because there's no reason to. There's no hormones to block until they go through puberty, in which case they have roughly a couple of years to decide whether or not that they actually want to go with hormone replacement therapy. Would you be in agreement with that?
Yeah, that is a fact that's possible, of course.
I'm saying, would you be okay with that?
No, because, I mean, you're still stunting puberty at that point if you continue with the hormone blockers and that sort of thing. And then, you know, when you're not even a full adult, how can you make that decision?
So again, I've already brought up that multiple adults are involved in this decision-making process. And for roughly 90% of children in gender-affirming care cases, a social transition is sufficient. However, for the minority that has genuine gender dysphoria and they are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, they provide hormone blockers to allow them more time to decide whether or not that they actually want to transition.
But puberty is a finite time, so if you do that during puberty, you're basically stunting growth, and that's not reversible.
So puberty is enabled by having a specific amount of fat in your body, and if you do not have the presence of that fat, then puberty doesn't happen. We exhibit this to be the case in Olympic athletes, where they have effectively zero body fat. Performative, even among females who do not go through puberty, even past 18 years old. And it's only when they decide to stop competing competitively that they suddenly go through puberty. As soon as you take off hormone blockers, they go through puberty like normal.
Well, I would have to say that someone who got a circumcision early on in life versus someone who may have gone through hormone blockers, there's a lot more people who have regretted doing the aforementioned as opposed to the former.
Gender affirming care and hormone blockers and hormone replacement therapy has a historically very, very low regret rates. I could show you studies that show
what would you say? Would you say it's lower from someone who got a circumcision?
It's literally less than 1%. It's very tiny.
But compared to somebody who got a circumcision, I would think that would be
more
a lower
people that
regret
circumcision than. But beside the circumcision thing, it's a low regret rate. Again, this has to be a discussion between the doctor and the patient and the parent, not some politician 100 to 1,000 miles away. And so. Under that basis, right, gender affirming care should be available to all, but for whatever reason, you still seem to be against it, even though I've addressed all of your concerns.
Well, except that you said it should be available to all, so I mean that would include kids without a parent, right? Because they are an individual still.
Yeah, so then that would be a discussion to the psychologist and whoever their guardian is.
And so the psychologist should be able to make a decision without the parent's consent?
No.
Well, then how is that available to everybody?
It would be available to everybody because people can go through those steps. All of that is part of gender affirming care.
Okay. I feel like you're kind of double talking in that regard. You're saying that it should be available to all, but not kids without a parent there. And
or a psychiatrist, being able to see a psychiatrist to determine whether or not that you have gender dysphoria is part of gender affirming care.
And what about those who grow up later and decide that they don't necessarily want to go through all of that? And
then they just undo the therapy.
Pardon?
They could just undo it.
Right. And so, I don't know. I don't think it should be available for everybody because, like I said, people will change their minds. And once you make a permanent choice,
it has a very low regret rate.
Okay. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who regret it still.
So evidence suggests here, let me see if I can find the exact journal here. All right. So this is Here's the regret rate after gender affirmation surgery, a systematic review of meta-analysis and prevalence. The results show a total of 27 studies pooling 7,928 transgender patients who underwent any type of GAS were included. Their pooled prevalence of regret after GAS was 1%. So 1% of people regret it. That's one of the lowest regret rates.
Percentage for 7,000 people versus the
that
amount
is
of
one
people.
of the that is one of the lowest regret rates regarding any medical case. So you were saying, well, a lot of people regret it. You were saying a lot of people regret it, but it's 1%. That's the regret rate. So
from a pool of 7,000, but let's take into account how many people are on Earth. It's going to be a much higher number, right?
Yeah, but it's 1%. It's a very low regret rate.
I'll agree. It is a low regret rate for 7,000 people.
Okay, so you were concerned about this really high regret rate, but it's really low. In fact, in terms of medical care. So then let me ask you this. If the regret rate was higher for other medical surgeries, would you be against those?
I mean, it depends on what the medical surgeries in question are.
So hold on, and it has nothing to do with regret rate, because if I bring up a regret rate of, say, tonsillectomies, regret rate for tonsillectomy is much higher than bottom surgery here. So if the regret rate
is it a higher pool of people, or is it from 7,000?
I mean, I'm saying the percentage of people regretting tonsillectomies is much higher than getting gender affirming care. Gender affirming care has much lower regret rates, since you think that we should get rid of gender affirming care for minors because the regret rate could be so high. Knowing that the gender affirming care is at 1%, then therefore you should also be against tonsillectomies because the regret rate is higher.
I've had my tonsils removed. I didn't regret it. But look at the pool of numbers of people who have had their tonsils removed versus those who have had gender-affirming care surgery performed.
Do you understand how percentages work?
I do. They're not always a constant. I mean, especially when the pool of
that's what a
people
percentage is for. It's to understand the total desistance, or how much that somebody would likely not want to do a thing, and that's the percentage. We're not looking at it as from a sheer numbers level. We're looking at it from a per capita level, right? So if it's 1%, if it were 1% regret rate for people that are going through trans surgeries, if the regret rate is 1% for them, but let's say that tonsillectomy was 5%, then you should be against tonsillectomies.
Well, I mean, if they were comparable numbers, you took 7,000 people that had their tonsils removed versus the 7,000 that had surgeries performed, I think that the percentage would vastly be lower, because the number of people who have had their tonsils removed are higher, and so that regret rate would also be higher. I mean, do you understand how percentages work versus the pool of people that are involved?
I don't think you understand. Okay, listen, it doesn't matter if the number is 1,000 people, 7,000 people, 10,000 people, right? The number, if the regret rate is higher and there's more people getting that care, I would venture to say there's more people getting tonsillectomies than there are people getting transgender surgeries. And if the regret rate was higher under tonsillectomy, more people would be affected negatively by tonsillectomies.
Right. So if we had more than 7,000 that were tested for gender affirming care, don't you feel that the larger number might skew the results a bit? I mean, it seems a little contrived that you're trying to draw a pool of 7,000 people versus tens of thousands of people who have had their tonsils removed. That's a very large number, by the way, out of transgender patients. That's a very large number. That's a huge sample set. There's not that many trans people, as it turns out. I don't know. Who are we to say? Because there's people who are still fearful to even make it known. You know, I know the person that I know didn't.
Right. The gender affirming care has a very low regret rate. We know that now. Okay. We don't need to question whether or not that's a thing. That is the reality. So
let's compare how many people
understanding that it has a very low desistance rate. Would you be okay with gender affirming care available to minors?
No, I still wouldn't, because
Why?
look how infancy and tonsillectomies have been around for who knows freaking how long. I don't have the ability to search it right now, but I'm
replacement
pretty sure
therapies have been around for decades. It's only until
Well, there you
recently
go.
that it has come into that it has come into vogue. But whether or not that how old something is not really a predicate to whether or not that something is true.
No, but you need to have that testing time to be able to make a
And we
true
have done
comparison.
testing. We know there's an entire field about it. It's called endocrinology. Are you aware what endocrinology is?
Not off the top of my head. No, I know.
Okay, yeah, it's the study of
I've heard the
hormones
word
and the
before.
hormonal system in your body. It's how hormones work. Anyway, understanding that it is, in fact, a verified field of study, would you be okay with gender affirming care should be available?
I mean, my religious foundations would keep me from agreeing to that, because I feel like it is also mutilation, and mutilation that goes beyond what's just a parent's choice.
All right.
You know, because you're saying if the parent
and, I'm going to say
and it's the
that
counselor,
you call it mutilation, but circumcision is not mutilation, just to be clear.
not with the parents' consent, because then they're making an educated decision. You're saying that
is it an
it's
educated
okay
decision,
for a kid
really?
to go to a counselor,
or is
and
it like my book says that
can...
I have to enter into a covenant with Christ or with God or whatever nonsense? I mean, you're talking about genital mutilation, but Christians often do the genital mutilation themselves.
Well, I mean, I don't see that as mutilation by removing some skin.
Yeah, because the 2,000-year-old book says that even though the fact that Jesus Christ already fulfilled the law, so you don't actually have to do any of those things, but yet Christians still decide that they should have circumcision, and then they point at other people saying that they argue genital mutilation. I just, it's complete hypocrisy.
I think it says honor thy father and thy mother. Yes. So if a kid goes to a counselor and decides to get surgery done, or, have gender affirming care through medication without the parents' consent, that's going to be a little bit different.
We already agreed that parents should be involved in this decision-making process. So I don't know what you think that is.
They should be, but they aren't always.
Also,
right?
the Bible argues all sorts of nonsense. Like, I don't even like to use the Bible as like a good argument, because there's so many passages in the Bible that Christians just openly avoid even considering, and they just say, well, it fulfilled the law, and then they like to ad hoc reason more Old Testament verses in order to justify their transphobia. But beside the point, I'm pulling up things that show that there is medical efficacy towards gender affirming care. So let me give you an example. Are you in favor? What about if a child has gynocomastia? What do you do in a situation like that? Do you know what gynocomastia is?
What is the specific condition? Is that where that's not, no. What is gynocomastia? Where it's too big, right? Where breasts are too big or something? Yeah,
it's where a boy starts to grow breasts instead of pecs when they go through puberty.
I don't know, maybe depending on how old they are, they might work out or do something to run and try and reduce the fat in their body.
So the problem is it's actually not a weight issue. We're not talking about a kid that's just fat. We're talking about that there is a literal hormone imbalance in the body that causes them to grow breasts.
So running and things like that are going to increase testosterone. Working out is going to increase testosterone, lowering the amount of estrogen.
But I'm telling you, if I showed you what this looked like, I would be flashing you breasts, men with breasts. So the question is what do you do in a situation like that? There are medical ways to take care of this. It's hormone blockers. And then taking hormone replacement therapy and increasing testosterone and suppressing estrogen. That's what they do. They provide medication to fix this. And you're not just going to reduce estrogen levels or their genetics by just simply working out. You need drugs to fix this.
Well, unlike gender dysphoria, it was never recognized for that to be a mental condition. So I think we're comparing apples to oranges in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, we are, and that's fine. But I'm saying, what do you do in a situation of gynecomastia, right? Because under your worldview, since you believe in the Bible, what they should do is just do what is natural to them and they just get these big, beautiful, gorgeous breasts as a man, because that's the way God designed them.
Right. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with allowing that to happen if it's not harming the body?
Yeah. You don't think going through middle school with fully formed breasts as a boy is going to be harming you in any way?
I think you're going to get picked on regardless for whatever.
I think you've got a big giant problem on your hand. I think you got a big problem. Also, I mean, just for fun, I mean, just as well, like speaking of God's gorgeous design, one of my favorite designs that I've seen God do is wisdom teeth. What the fuck was God thinking when he made wisdom teeth?
Wisdom teeth. It was our decision to remove them. Why was it so bad? I mean, I've had mine removed as well.
Yeah. Why do you think we removed them?
Well, because we feel that one is more prone to become sick with them in.
So what it does is that it impacts against your back molars, causing all sorts of problems, right? But we don't adhere to God's design. We physically remove it because adhering to God's design would make things worse for you. Just like adhering to God's design for gynocomastia would result in horrible conditions. And so what we do is we go against, quote unquote, God's design. If a baby has a congenital heart condition that just stops the heart, we say, fuck you to God's design. And then we get a medical doctor to fix that.
Right. Well, it doesn't mean we're making the right decisions. We're just meddling.
We should just let a baby, hold on. So if a baby has like a congenital heart condition, we should just let it die and not go to not get medical care because God designed it that way?
I haven't dealt with the situation to be able to make that decision.
I'm asking you, like, would you say it's in God's decision to provide this child with a congenital heart condition that causes their heart to stop? They shouldn't do anything about that. They should just let the child die because that's God's design.
As a father, I wouldn't do that myself, but
Fabulous.
I mean, it's a case by case.
I couldn't agree with you more. So again, are we against gender affirming care for all?
Because it can permanently alter the course of life, their ability to go back. I mean, if you have surgery done,
I've already explained you can go back. Surgery isn't, by the way, just FYI, bottom surgery is not applied. Just so you're aware, bottom surgery is not applied on anybody under 18. That's number one. Number two, bottom surgery is very, very rare. That's, I think, about 2% of transgender people even go through with bottom surgery because of how invasive it really is. Most transgender, even as adults, do not get bottom surgery. There's also the fact that it's extremely expensive. Most people are not going to go that far. And so under that basis, most of these procedures are perfectly reversible. If you want to have male hormones and look more like a male again, you would just stop taking estrogen.
How is it reversible if you can't get that time back that was spent blocking hormone blockers and that sort of thing? How is that reversible if you can't get that time back?
You just stop taking the estrogen and stop taking your testosterone suppressants.
You can't reverse it. It's not like you go back in time and say, I don't want to do this after all.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd love to see that. I
just explained how. You just stop taking the medication that you're given.
That's stunting. That's not going back from when you first started.
It is.
I think we'll disagree on that point.
Listen, if you wanted to transition from male to female, the way that that's done is you take a hormone blocker for your testosterone. And then the second thing that you're taking is you're likely going to be taking an estrogen. And in some cases, you take a progesterone. What happens in that situation is that your body starts receiving the chemicals necessary that feminize your face. It feminizes where fat is placed, and it also affects you mentally as well. You start to pick up on emotions a lot more than than males. If you wanted to undo it, then it is as simple as to stop taking the drugs that you are given, in which case you will start to have the same testosterone as before and the same estrogen levels as before, which allow you to slowly transition back into a man. That's even after several years.
Though.
What?
Unlike a tonsillectomy, though, this is still in its infancy. We don't know what kind of implications it has, tens of years from now. Decades
so we
from now.
we actually already have a good idea of how this works. We've actually been doing this type of performance since the 1970s. We understand how hormones work. And like I said, we already have an entire field on it. It's called endocrinology. So it's not, it's only recently that it has come into vogue, but studies regarding this subject are decades old. We already have the information. We know what
and how
it
long
does.
have tonsillectomies been around? I'd say before 1970s.
What does that matter? Does that mean that all studies that are created around the 1970s, if there's no study on it earlier, then it's invalid?
Well, not everybody's the same. Not everybody's composed the same way.
Is DNA invalid?
No.
Okay, but then that's newer than tonsillectomies.
DNA is?
Yeah, like the discovery of DNA. Yeah. Studies regarding DNA. I think that was roughly around, we only started doing like criminology, DNA, using it as evidence since in the 90s. So what's your argument there?
Let me see here, because I feel like we started fingerprinting sometime before that. 1850s.
Yeah, do you understand what DNA is? Is not a fingerprinting, right?
Well, it is. Look at it. Your DNA is going to have a different fingerprint than somebody else's. I mean, it's got a link to that.
A fingerprint is not DNA. I'm talking about DNA.
Your DNA dictates what kind of fingerprint you would have. I mean, I feel like we're splitting hairs.
Okay, but we're not talking about fingerprints. I'm saying the discovery of DNA is that is a newer discovery than tonsillectomies. You said, well, it's not as old as tonsillectomies, so therefore it must be invalid. Okay, so then under that basis, then DNA should be invalid to you too.
Okay, 1869 is when DNA was discovered. So,
and when were tonsillectomies performed?
I don't know. I'd have to Google it. I'm actually Googling these because I don't have all the answers readily available. Let me see.
30 AD. Okay.
39. Okay.
So you have to have something older than 30 AD in order for it to be valid?
No.
All right. So, okay. Correct. I agree. That's silly, right? I agree. So just because that there's been newer discoveries regarding endocrinology doesn't mean it's invalid.
Okay.
Okay, so why should gender affirming care not be provided? That's silly,
well,
right?
First off, you've referenced several times like the 1990s is when DNA was discovered, and that was not the case. I think that
no, I didn't say. I said it was used in criminology. I said it actually being used in a criminal case. In fact, one of the first instances where they used DNA as evidence was the case with why am I blanking on his name? White Ford Bronco. Oh God, what was his name?
Oh, O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Guess I'm not following.
I'm just pointing out that just because it's newer doesn't mean it's invalid. But I think we both agree with that. So why should gender affirming care not be available to all? Exactly. I've dismantled every single point you've provided.
I don't agree that you have. I feel like
what have I not dismantled?
Some circles there.
What have I not addressed?
The permanent decision to do, like, I don't know, medicinal addressing of gender affirming care or so-called gender affirming care.
I have no idea what that sentence even was just now.
All right. Well,
it just sounded like it literally just sounded like you're just like like some wishy-washy statement that didn't even say anything. What specifically did I not address?
What specifically did you not address?
Yeah, what did I not address?
That if a parent doesn't consent, that they go to the counselor and they can get gender affirming care.
Wait, I agree with you. If the parent doesn't consent, they don't have to. They have to have a parent consent. I agree with you.
Okay. Well, you had earlier.
But that doesn't mean whether or not the gender affirming care shouldn't be available to all. That just means that they show up and the parent has a say in whether or not that they get gender affirming care. That's actually the case with just about any with just about any medical condition. Like, take for example braces. You can't give them braces unless the parent consents, right? So it's the same thing with gender affirming care.
Except you said if there's not a consent through the parent, that they should go to the counselor there, circumventing the parental choice. So, I mean, how is that addressed?
Seeing a counselor circumventing the parental choice is beyond whether or not that they provide gender affirming care. That still means that they're still available to receive gender affirming care, right? It still means that gender affirming care is available for people. And I believe that it should be available to all. Whether or not that a parent consents to it, that's independent to whether or not it's available.
Okay.
So why don't you explain why should gender affirming care be available to all?
Because I don't think it's fully been tested. I think that the numbers
already
are
addressed
going
this.
up
Yes, it has.
From their infancy.
There's an entire field about it. Endocrinology. We've already discussed this.
Yeah, and you keep cutting me off. So, I mean, it's hard for me to get my point in. If you say you've shut everything down, but that's only when you're not allowing me to speak. Okay. Well, we'll disagree in that regard then.
Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
You have a great day.
You too.
Chat, that guy got cooked. Holy crap. Boy's getting cooked over here. Cooked. Absolutely cooked. Oh, it's wild. It's wild. You can't make this stuff up. We are taking calls, though. Phone number is 202-998-5218. What do I do in this part of the game? Oh, my God. What is this? I got to tickle a friggin' chocobo's feet, stomach. Ugh, Jesus. All right, hold on. Let me pull up that walkthrough. Let me see. Tickle it behind the ear to receive contained materia. Okay. Okay. Materia. Okay. What kind of materia we got? With gravity, we got heal, we got sense, MP turbo, fire, ice, counterattack, destruct, morph. Morph sucks. All right, we'll equip that contain magic. Powerful single target spells. Ultimate spell is flare. Sweet. Let's get to leveling that right away. In the weapon shop, examine the door at the back. It's locked, so leave the weapon shop. Go across the bridge. On the left, you hear a guy in blue. You hear clank noise when you hear the right space. Beat up useless old key, which looks promising. Take it back to the weapon shop and try it out. It breaks. Tifa panics. Tell the truth. You'll find out it's not actually a door. It's just a picture of one to make people think it's a door. Okay. So in the weapon shop, examine the door in the back. It's locked. Okay. Okay. Someone must have locked it. Alex99 says, I am the product of Jewish ideology. No, I'm the product of my brain and using my brain and reading intelligent things, or people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. I wonder what you're a product of, though. Let's check out your channel. Let's see what you got. Oh boy. He has looks to have some sort of a let's take a look here. My boy Alex in here with what appears to be some sort of military attire. Search with Google Lens. All right. I can't find this picture. Who is this person? We at least know how old they are. 99. Means they're born in 1999. Which means they're 26. You might want to look into who funds the ideas you believe in. Okay, Nazi. Will do. I don't believe in like the nonsense Jewish conspiracy theory crap. I think, I mean, I don't know how powerful you think the Jews really are, but like if all of science just disagrees with you, I'm sorry. It's not a Jewish conspiracy theory. You're just stupid. All right, so let's take a look here. We have here in the weapon shop, examine the door. It's locked. So leave the weapon shop, go across the bridge to the left. Go across the bridge to the left. Check around near the guy in blue. Beat up useless old key. Take it back to the weapon shop and try it out. Sh50 says couple minutes behind, but he did get cooked. Londoners Immortal says, bruh, you're just effing stupid and currently trying to dox someone. I'm not doxing anybody. I am not releasing any personal information that is not already verifiable publicly. I am not doxing anybody. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Awolthoughts says, you were asking who might have chance definitions medically. I was implying probably someone who uses pronouns a lot when they talk. Busted it. Can't get the damn thing out. Something wrong? Oh. No. Damn, this is bad. What the hell? Lie. Just apologize and get it over with. All right, hold on. What the hell lie, I guess. That was a close one. Feel bad about that one. Huh. Keys broke. Can't get into it. I don't know a thing about it. Wait. It breaks. Tell the truth and you'll find out it's not actually a door. Oh shit, I was supposed to tell the truth. Shit. Oh geez. I think but this is not required. Buddy, do you even know who the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are? I do know who the Rothschilds are, and I do know about the Rockefellers. I don't believe that there's a giant conspiracy theory regarding gender-affirming care being available to all. I think that there is the scientific consensus, and the scientific consensus disagrees with you on providing, if you disagree with providing gender-affirming care to all. I'd love to hear you talk about it though. I mean, if you want to call in, phone number is 202-998-5218. I'll hear you out. We are taking calls live. If I don't get any calls, I'm just going to be playing some more Final Fantasy VII. By the way, if you are not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount really, really does count. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. I think we should reach it. I don't know, probably sometimes next year. Midnight Shadow says, very stupidly, must scientific sources. Yeah, I mean, you have to have a falsification condition. The scientific studies disagree with you. And you could just sit there and like an idiot say, duh, must science. That's not really a response. That's not really an argument at all. In fact, all you're doing is just being an idiot, just arguing, actually not even arguing at all. You're not providing anything of substance. You're just saying, most studies, because the studies prove you wrong. Keep Gun says, while we don't agree the basics on the topic, I appreciate the time to throw things on the table of discussion. Yeah, I agree. Alec99 says, the first transgender clinic was opened in Germany in 1919 by a Jewish man. That is true. And then the Nazis went in and killed him. Can't even tell the truth in a video game, LOL. Well, I was just, I didn't fucking know or care. It's fine. Let's see here. And implying that I lie, I don't. I go out of my way to not lie. That's very, honestly, very frustrating to hear that you think that I'm lying to you. Okay, so let's take a look here. All right, so in the weapons shop, examine the door in the back, cursing. Okay, now head to the main street of town. Tifa will identify a dog. Hey, what's next to the heroin thing? And over here, the conversation talking about a pokey-haired, huge sword-wielding guy, but it's nothing mentioned. Blue eyes, Tifa realizes that they're talking about. But I think we already did this, right? Like, I think... Ooh, potion. Got a feeling something bad's going to happen. Is it going to be okay? I'm all right. I've lived long, had a full life, but I'm worried my son and his family living far out of town. Wait a minute. Did you take something just now? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, I took it, old man. Hey, it's mine now. I'll make good use of it. Believe you and me. Yeah, what an oddball. We'll let him use it. You rarely lie. You're just disingenuous as hell. How? Where? What am I doing? I'm telling you what I believe. Alex99 says in Germany, during its most degenerate time period, the Weimar Republic in the 1920s, they were performing transgender operations and promoting homosexuality in schools, and there were child brothels too. Jesus. I mean, you just sound like a Nazi, dude. I'm just going to be honest with you. You sound like a Nazi. Stop being a Nazi. Alpha Eagle says, scientific consensus once said the earth was flat. No, it didn't. Scientific consensus means nothing. Yet, scientific consensus never said the earth was flat. That was, in fact, religious institutions that said that. They believe that that the earth was built on a firmament and therefore had a dome around it. That would actually be... Yeah, it was religious people that believed that the earth was flat. In fact, philosophers at the time who basically argued naturalistic theory, well, they were basically just arguing basic naturalism and just science, were able to deduce using the Eratosthenes experiment to confirm that that the earth was round. And not only did they confirm that the earth was round, they knew the exact circumference of the earth. So no, it would actually be religious people that believed that the earth was flat. What books were Germans were burning? Tell me. During the 1930s, all those books were written by Jewish people, by the way. And it's a fact that you all know it. Yeah, can you just like stop being a Nazi? Like, I'm just going to stop talking to you. Like, stop being a Nazi. Like, ew, gross. Gross Nazi. Everybody laugh at the gross Nazi. F in chat against the Nazi. Fuck Nazis. See here. Okay, so looks like it's Cloud. Tifa stays behind, and everyone else retreats to the high wind and thinks of a new plan. Keith Sith lets us eavesdrops. Kia haha. What they're planning. Apparently, they want a huge material from each region to launch it at Meteor. To be fair, it's not a terrible plan, but we just have to steal the glory ourselves. Head to the operation room and create your party. Now talk to pilot level 6 and head off. Then immediately return to Medial and enter the house the dog was near earlier with 2 men inside. Grab the elixir, make whatever excuse you like. Now leave for Medial to fly to North Corel. Leave Medial. Fly to North Corel. Midnight Shadow says, oh my God, Nazi, no rebuttal whatsoever. Yeah, Nazis argue for the suffering of an invariable, huge amount of people. And the only way that they can live their perfect society is by creating a ridiculous amount of suffering to other people. I want there to be less suffering, not more. So no, Nazis are horrible. That's why. There you go. Are you ready? That's why Nazis are ridiculous. No rebuttal whatsoever. That's my rebuttal. My rebuttal is Nazis are a fucking joke. What makes him a Nazi for that statement? Dude, he's literally arguing in favor of this stuff. Like, what? Keep Gun says, First Amendment, why I don't feel that you are a Nazi. They did burn books that they disagreed with, and you said that we shouldn't go to a book over 2,000 years old and seems to align with similar values. But I wouldn't argue burning the Bible. I'm not arguing burning the Bible. And they were burning Jewish books because they were against Jewish people. That doesn't mean the Jewish people weren't already providing sources. Like, again, like historically speaking, when you need to burn books in order to justify your position, you're on the wrong side of history. I just want to let you know that. We got to go to North Corral. North Corral. Which one's North Corral? Let me look that up. I don't remember. All right, North Corral. Wait, what the fuck? I think it's, yeah, this direction. Alpha Eagle says, well, another example, scientific consensus says Pluto was a planet. Now scientific consensus says it's not. Point is scientific consensus changes. That's correct. On the basis of new evidence. That is a feature, not a bug. That is a good thing that that scientific consensus will reconsider its position based on new evidence. Because the Germans went crazy about a specific group of people for no reason, right? Well, they went after that specific group of people because they felt that the problems were executed because of the Jewish people, even though empirically that's not the case. It was actually, and I read Mein Kampf, Hitler's justification, unironically, in Mein Kampf was to look around you, and that was it. He didn't actually have any statistical analysis or any real scientific backing behind it, and it was considered to be highly unscientific. His scientific racism, it just didn't work out. They're going to bring it here by Coltrane from the Corel reactor. Okay, so I think I got to go to the Corel reactor. So I'm going to go in that direction, I guess. DOS Artist says, science's broadest terms of study is testing the theories of experimentation. In reality, science, there is no quote-unquote fact. No, there are facts. Theories is a representation of hundreds, if not thousands of facts that lead to a culminated source. Try to get him to check Discord? Wait, someone is asking, is Emperor Hadrian a Nazi to you then? I don't know who Emperor Hadrian is. Let's talk about Democrats cooking the books for crime statistics. Well, the current topic is gender affirming care should be available to all. If you disagree that gender affirming care should not be available to all, call in. I've been more than happy to hear you out. Let's talk about how useless the release of the Epstein files have been so far. It has been totally worthless. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? We can have a discussion. More than happy to hear you out. Hold on. Is this the way to the... Yes. Does artist wanted to know if you debate on Discord? I do. I'm in streamer mode, so you kind of have to let me know that, hey, I want to debate you in Discord. I'm assuming this is the person, a guy named Maddie. Is it Maddie? Let's put Germans aside. Do you know who created communism? The communist revolution in Russia in the 19th, the Bolsheviks, and many of them were mainly Jewish. 417 of the Bolshevik government were Jews. So Jewish people are often, during the time, were highly educated, which resulted in them coming up with all sorts of different theories, which would also include them. But again, it's like a matter of like education as opposed to like them inherently being Jews. And can you like just stop with the anti-Jewish shit? Like, can you like have a personality? Okay. Yeah. So it says DOS artist says, yep, that's me. I will message you beforehand if I have a moment to give a call. Okay. Just call in. Bird kick. It doesn't seem like AWOL likes my idea of sticking to one topic at a time. I just decided that I was going to give it a shot and see how it worked with like the analytics. Midnight Shadow says Jews can go to their own nations instead and not live in Gentile societies. I disagree with that completely. I am perfectly okay with amalgamation of all people, which would include Jewish people. I also do not like the current state of Israel, where they have established their own ethno-state at the subjugation of groups of people. And the reason why is because they are subjugating huge groups of people. That's what I have a problem with. All right. I think we can... Alpha Eagle says, so scientific consensus can be wrong. That's correct. It can be. Which means your views on gender-affirming care is a good chance to be wrong as well. No. The problem is that I'm pretty confident in this, mostly because I don't even see the science moving against gender-affirming care. If anything, it's moving in favor of what has been discovered about it, even further, in that it's going in the opposite direction of what people think it is. And so, I mean, it's just showing his confirmation. It's only a matter of time before everybody is able to catch on. All right, I think we got to go fight these people. Midnight Shadow says Israel is a state dedicated to them, so they should all go there. No, I disagree with that. I think that, once again, I want there to be rights for all people, which would include people's right to exist in other countries. And I don't believe that countries are associated with a particular ethnicity or should be associated with an ethnicity. I believe that it would result in a huge quality of life decrease to force people outside of that. Take everything. Guess we're safe for now. Okay, so we should be able to go in here and find the big... What is that? Big train. Looks like they're taking off with the huge materia in that train. No, you damn boneheads. Did the Shinra beat us? Hey, do you know who I am? I'm Sid. That's who the hell I am. Now just let me handle it. Why are we going inside as opposed to going to the train? Hey, hey, hey. Is that us in the train? Alex99 says, bruh, this guy, LMAO, you sticking up for Jewish people? Have you ever read their Talmud? I've read the Bible. I've not read the Talmud, at least not yet. I don't like any religious books, though, so I'm not. Also, like, being Jewish is an ethnicity. It doesn't even have to necessarily be their religion in particular. There's non-Jewish people that do believe in Judaism, and there are Jewish people that do not believe in Judaism. I mean, like, there's a ton of horrible things that are argued in all religious books. Yeah, I don't think you can associate an ethnicity to like horrible things that people believe. Midnight says, so you're saying multicultural, multi-ethnic societies have it better than homogenous nations where there's only one group of people? Yes, correct. That's correct. In order to have your perfect society, you invariably have to cause the suffering of a huge group of people, which is exactly what happens every single time. It's not different for any other nation. You have to force people away from one another, and it's honestly it's a huge humanitarian disaster. It makes society much worse. Left lever, directional button up. What am I doing? All right, we're going to jump. Boop. AWOL says pacifist was, oh my God, AWOL says pacifist wuss, say they can both be the same thing if you're a pacifist because of being a coward is not noble. Jesus, that guy dealt a lot of damage. Where's my health? Sid can't do that. Do we have any health here? D-blow. What's D-blow? Magic. Cure 2. Cure. Is there only one guy that has cure? That's terrible. When do you fix that? Okay, he's dead. None of the modern Jewish people are Jewish. Most are Eastern European. They're fake Jews. Why don't you think that they banned DNA tests in Israel? None of the modern Jewish people are Jewish. Most are Eastern European. They're fake Jews. Again, there's like, you're just talking about like some cultural thing and trying to tie it to like an allele frequency, which is also, that's scientifically incorrect. What is your fascination with Jews? Alpha Eagle says, if you don't like Israel as an ethno-state, then what should we do about that? We should force them to not be an ethno-state. Also, what should we do about Muslim nations? Should there be theocracies? No, I don't think there should be theocracies. I think if you want a better society, you need to not be a theocracy. With that being said, though, I can't really control those nations. I mean, they just are that way. But I think I make a strong argument why it's better to have secular societies. And you could see the highest quality of living societies are, in fact, secular societies, multi-ethnic secular societies. That's true. Look at the countries with the highest HDI. It's all Nordic countries, every single one of them. And if you look at Nordic countries, how they have a great deal of success, a lot of people, they'll say, well, those are majority white population. Check again. There's a lot of brown people in those societies as well. It's actually, in fact, multi-ethnic. A lot of people don't like to admit that when they're racist douchebags. The facts are just against you here. They really are. Let me see if I can get some materia in these guys. All All right, he's got cure materia, so I think we can just restore all. Okay, let's see. Contain, destruct, counterattack, ice. Let's see. MP turbo, sense, heal, gravity. All right, let's do restore all. Okay. And then we have red, who needs a restore. Do I have an all here? Do I have a restore? I don't even have a restore. But that's not too bad considering that there's... Alright. Let's get some magic in. Magic. Cure. Alright, we're good. Midnight Shadow says, Palestinian do not want a multicultural state. So by your own logic, there shouldn't even be a Palestinian state. I mean, I can have a Palestinian state, but I think that Jewish people should be allowed to live there. And I think that that would result in a better society overall. I believe that. I do. I really do believe that. I gotta hurry up, dude. I only got 6 minutes. We gotta rush. Just keep hitting it. Ah, dude. Oh my god. Nope. Limit. Slug Fang. Magic. Cure 2. Cure everybody. Magic. Cure 2. Cure everybody. Alex99 says, in the very recent years, because of forced migration, European to Union, Lamau, Scandinavia's multi-ethnic state. Bruh, I'm European and I'm laughing at this. I mean, yeah, I mean, you could say it's like, oh, just recently, but I mean, it's true. They have the highest quality of living standards in the world, and they're multi-ethnic. I mean, you can get mad as much as you want on it, but that's the reality. Get mad. I mean, it's just, you're wrong. Your ideology is fucked, and the only way that you can have your working society is by the subjugation of a huge amount of people. And I think you make society worse by doing that. I believe that. Boost jump. Can we kill this thing in time? Like, holy crap, he's got a lot of health. Boom. Damn, bro. Maybe I gotta start busting out the summons. Let's bust out summons. Magic. Summon. Ramu. Yeah, we got Ramu. Ramu. Cure. Read. Attack. Alright. This will kill him. Damn, bro. Alex99 says, the Nordic are wealthy thanks to its homogenous society and culture and mentality. Immigrants contribute to nothing. In fact, you may want to check crime statistics has increased 600% after migration. I agree. Crime does in fact increase when you have an amalgamation of people all of a sudden. That's true. And that's because socioeconomic conditions are often poorer for people who just join in. And so that's what happens. The Nordic are wealthy thanks to its homogenous society. No, the Nordic are wealthy mostly because of the East India Company in plundering the Far East as well as Africa in order to get what they have. But honestly, in today's day and age, they are wealthy because they have strong social safety nets and a good capitalist system that enable them to be successful. Alex says, Sweden is the second most dangerous country in Europe right now, with the highest bomb attacks and gang violence per capita, thanks to mass migration of third worlders and Arabs and Africans. That is also untrue. The United States actually has more bomb attacks and gang violence than in Sweden. Midnight Shadow says, most socioeconomic status. Yeah, not an argument. It just makes people's lives better. The countries have the best quality of life, might be multi-ethnic, but not by much. They're still majority white. So it is true that white people have subjugated huge amounts of brown people across the third world. And so it's not a surprise to me that white people appear to have a great level of success, but in reality, it is due to the mercantilism of the past. So to attribute success due to colonialism is absolutely horrendous. Bro, how many of these? Holy crap, we gotta get moving. We only got 3 minutes. How much health does he have? Single wing fire. Cure 2. Attack. Wing fire. I'm talking about Europe excluding America. Okay, whatever. Norway never had colonies and were never colonizers. Are you mad? Lamau, none of the Nordic countries ever got out of the Nordic area. I mean, again, the East India Company impacted that region pretty substantially. That's true. They did. Maybe we could do Bolt. Does Bolt deal extra damage? I think Bolt does. Bolt 3. All right, Bolt 3. Let's see what it does. Bam! Oh, shit! 4,000 damage is so much. Bolt 3 again. We gotta get moving, bro. We got 2 minutes. White people has always had success way before colonialism, bro. White people literally shared their technologies and innovations and inventions throughout colonialism in exchange for resources. Yeah, Google where algebra comes from. You ain't getting any fucking technology without Arabs. Because it was through the Arab golden age where they came up with their decimal system, which we use to this day. And I mean, a lot of the times, again, white culture, what they do is that they steal good ideas from all over the world and they colonize them. And then they claim that they're the creators of it. Okay, good. It's dead. We gotta move. We don't have much time. Can I like, am I able to like go into the menu and pause? What the? You guys. All right, just hand over the huge materia. Shh. Whoa. Why are Africans still living in huts, throwing spears at each other and eating fried rats over the fire? Because we destabilized their regions, caused brain drain. I mean, historically, that did happen. Yeah, that's true. Like, honestly, like, be honest with yourself. Can you build a solar panel? You're white. Can you build a solar panel? I don't think you can. I think you have no idea how any of this shit works, and you attribute the success of other people to like yourself because you have no accomplishments of yourself. You're a fucking brain dead troll. And honestly, I'm done talking with you. Hey Bobro, can you just ban Alex99? I do not want to talk with him anymore. I'm done with the whole fucking white supremacy bullshit. He can fuck right off. Report his account. I'm not going to talk to the racist anymore. I'm done. Let me see. Actually, get rid of him. I'll get rid of him. Leave. I'm reporting you for, let's see here. Hide user on my channel. And we're just going to remove them. 24-hour timeout. I'm going to do the whole thing. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, you dirty piece of garbage racist. I don't want you here. Don't be here. Seriously. Like, no racism. I'm not going to do it. I've dealt with so many of you dumb motherfuckers that, I mean, I've had these discussions so many times over, and they don't have any rebuttal. They just say the same stupid racist fucking dog whistle garbage. And honestly, you're a fucking piece of garbage, and go fuck yourself. There you go. There's you got your crash out for the day. Go fuck yourself, garbage human being. Fucking white supremacists. Go eat shit. Like, unironically, go eat a sandal, you fucking knuckle dragging troglodyte. All right, guts coming after me. I'll never forget you. We got it going. But what about the brakes? Brake? I know already. Just shut up and keep quiet. Right to the core. Okay, go. Go, 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 go. See if we can use the accelerate. Move the levers. Okay. Hey, it's not working. We're gaining speed. The other way? Just watch this time. Up, down, directional. X. Oh my God, no. No, we're going faster. Shit. Are we going to die? Wait, are we going to die? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Jordan XFN says, LOL triggered. You libs are great for a laugh. Yeah, you want to go be a fucking racist piece of garbage. Like, go fuck yourself. You suck. Like, these people want to unironically take away the rights of fucking half the population and be like, oh, I'm a white society, bro. Oh, bro, if I don't have my white society, things would be so much better for white. As if that white people wouldn't unironically rip each other apart over fucking religion. If you think that they wouldn't, they 100% would. And it's like, if you have your ethnic homogenous society, well, then guess what? You have to reduce the quality of living of pretty much everybody else around you. And you're a garbage human being, and you're treating people as if that they're like not human beings. Go fuck yourself. Unironically. And if you agree with a fucking racist fuck, literally leave my channel. Stop talking to me. Don't be around. I want you to go fuck yourself. All right, in come the trolls. I'm gonna go on a fucking band train. I'm about to fucking fully ass crash out. If you want to call in, have a discussion, I'm more than happy to. It's gender affirming care, should be available to all. But if you bring up fucking race realism in my chat, I'm just gonna get rid of you. Okay. My guy helped the suicidal empathy of people you don't care about you at all. He didn't say anything racist though. Ban us, LOL. Okay, I'll ban you. Done. No problem. Done. You're banned. Let's see here. I'll just put you in timeout. Go fuck yourself. Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, cool. Moving on. Huge. Okay, so I got the huge materia. Okay, I think I'm done there. Mount Corel is done. Cool. Ingvar. Okay, yeah, so we're going to get rid of that as well. Saying, do you think black people give a damn about you? Go fuck yourself, racist piece of garbage. Gonna just put you in timeout 24 hours. I don't want, seriously, I'm just going to start curtailing racists. Like, I'm not going to do the just open and blatant racism. Go fuck yourself. Go be a garbage human being elsewhere. It's not here. I am taking calls though. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in if you want to have a discussion. The topic is gender affirming care should be available to all. If you disagree with that, I'm more than happy to have that discussion with you. Might be full of junk, but this is the only home we got. Barrett. Gets our hearts burn right like red coal. To hell with meteor. We're coal miners, ain't we? We're going to dig a tunnel and hide from the meteor. That's it. Wow, kid. How about giving some of these guys fighting the Shinra? Okay. I got it out of the well. Isn't that an amazing rock? Receive the Ultima Materia. Okay. Must have been a horrific battle. You have scars all over your body. I already talked to the inn's owner. Today you can rest for free. Okay. Sick. That's good. Okay, so I think I'm good here. And then I think there was Mount Corel and then one other place that I have to go to get the big materia, right? Here, I'm going to save. Saving. Okay, looks good. I think I got to talk to somebody. I'm going to talk to somebody in there. Let's see here. What's next? Shall we go to Fort Condor? Okay, I think we got to go to Fort Condor. All right. Fort Condor. I have an Ultima Materia. I should probably equip that. Barrett should have the Ultimate Materia. Equips Ultima magic. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. Huge materia in the morning. Head down the slope to the left. Talk to the black bear. Ultimate limit break. Catastrophe. Oh. Enter the house down from the... Oh my god, I missed something. This chat is quiet now. That is nice. Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know, man. I just... Listen. Nothing enrages me more than listening to just, I don't know, just like these genuine fucking basement dwelling, just racists that want to argue their racism. Like they unironically make me sick to my stomach. I can argue until I am blue in the face and I have all of the rebuttals, but all they do is just repeat the same already just completely debunked nonsense. And they can all day long just be convinced. I don't know what causes somebody to be this way, but they are this way. And it's like, I can't do it. I can't keep trying to combat this. It's too much. I'm just going to move on. Like, I don't owe these racists my time. I really don't. I understand this is a debate show, but even I have limits. All right, so let's go back into Corel because I believe there's an ultimate weapon that I receive called the Catastrophe. There's a black woman? Where's a black woman? Oh, is that woman right there? Oop. Awolthoughts says everyone got bored. Hey, dude, whatever, dude. I mean, if it's boring, if it's like, okay, it's boring when there's no racists and it's fun when there's racists, then dude, my channel is not for you. If you think that whatever, it's boring just because I get rid of the racists, I'm sorry. 50 says, I fell a couple of minutes behind again, but screw these racists. I agree. And you could smell them right away, right? They immediately go off to talking about the Jews. It's all about race. It's always that sort of thing. It's terrible. Whenever I look at this guy, a meteor in the face. In the morning, enter the house, down the slope from the inn. Down the slope. Is this a house? Is this a black woman? Hell yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. All right, equip. Barrett. Wait, isn't it for Barrett? What was it called? It's called Catastrophe? Where's Catastrophe? In the morning, enter the inn, talk to the woman, and receive Barrett's ultimate limit break. Catastrophe. Which is apparently the last... How bad was their marriage? It's funny. Is it not a weapon? Receive Barrett's ultimate limit break. Catastrophe. All right. Well, now leave North Corral and fly to Fort Condor. Fort Condor. Let's go. Okay, here we go. So, circle. Okay, Condor. I think Fort Condor is over here, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Alpha Eagle says, frankly, that's what you wanted, First Amender. You're a debate channel. What's the point of banning people who just disagree with? You're not going to have an echo chamber. So, okay, again, more than happy to have a debate. I'm more than happy. And I was even willing to engage with them, but the problem is it's nonstop. And I'm just going to be honest with you, racists and and I'm not talking to like regular people who just have like bigoted views. I'll gladly have them on my channel. I'm talking about people where it's like they unironically, they have the Jewish conspiracy theory. They want to physically remove people from their society to create an ethnic homogenous society. It's a Nazi. I have debunked these ideas time and time again. Every single question that he had brought, I was able to answer perfectly fine. The problem is it's just nonstop. And it just gets more and more hateful. And then it gets to the point it's like, okay, I'm just like platforming this racist and I'm just getting really annoyed. I'm not interested. I don't want to talk to these people. Seriously. That's my position on it anyway. And if you think that I'm an echo chamber, yet you're still here talking, Alpha Eagle, we disagree on literally everything. And with AWOL, I disagree with AWOL on all sorts of stuff. It's not an echo chamber. I'm just letting you know that I have a cutoff point. And when you are talking about like a Nazi racist, I don't want anything to do with you. You're a horrible human being. Go fuck yourself. I don't owe you a lick of my time. I really don't. All right, so I'm in Mount Fort. I think this is it. I don't want to do the, hold on. Come in a good time. Let's see here. don't know what Midnight said because he just said and then with a star. I'm assuming, did YouTube block whatever you had to say? All right. Situations change like this. Counterattack. If we lose, it's over. Our lives are in your hands. We're counting on you. Hold on. Wait. Jesus. I think I have to like lay down some troops. So I'm going to save. And then I suppose if it's a bad situation, we'll try again, I guess. I don't know. YouTube blocked it. LOL. I do have it set to a high filter though. And the reason why is because there were people that were just posting Nazi stuff and I got warned as a result. Like they were like, you need to like moderate your chats. Have you read the Cass report before? No, I have not. What is that about? Here, we'll see here. Cass report. Cass report, final report, independent review of the gender identity service for children and young people. Dr. Hilary Cass and commissioned by NHS England, published in April 2024, which found a weak evidence for medical transition in youth, recommending a shift from affirmative model to a holistic psychosocial care with focus on therapy, mental health, neurodiversity, and restricting hormonal treatments to research settings due to shaky foundations and lack of long-term outcome data, leading to significant changes how gender diverse youth are supported in the UK. Yes, I remember this. Yes. And I personally think that, I mean, they're operating from a, like, oh, we must have this very, very strict criteria of evidence. Otherwise we can't go forward with it, which fair enough. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. But just so you're aware, studies are already being published showing more and more the efficacy of gender affirming care, including the towards the affirmative model, which is why a majority of health institutions in the United States support it. So you should be aware of that. All right, so now we're going to, okay. Let's see, I think we're supposed to go this direction. Right, talk to this guy. The situation looks like, okay. Our lives are in your hands. We're counting on you. Yes. Okay, ready. The enemy numbers are more than ever before. Okay. What just happened? Set units. Okay. All right. Oh, boy. How do I set my units? Let me look this up. It's got to be the best way to set units. Fort Condor. Climb to the top of Fort Condor. Accept the battle. If you want to win the strategy, go for it. I just place one soldier and let the enemy approach. One soldier? Head out, fight CMD. Grant Horn. It's hardly a boss. Okay. All right, so you just place one soldier. If you can't want to win the strategy game, then go for it. Okay. Set units. Oh boy. All right. Attacker 1. Defender 1. Arrows. Bro. How to win this mini game? How do I Fort Condor? How to win Fort Condor mini game? Fort Condor mini game. Woo! I caught up to the live. Come on, callers. 50 says. 50 says he's lost most of his callers because he's focusing only on one subject. What is wrong with the one subject? Gender affirming care should be available to all. Why not? Do you disagree with that? Call in. If not, we're just going to be playing some Final Fantasy. But let me see here. When you first get there, you get introduced to the minigame. Completing it, the summon doesn't come until much later when you're required to go back to this story. It appears when the egg hatches. Find a good walkthrough. If anything, I'll tell you to grind Gil, AP, XP. Fort Condor fights only gets more expensive. Summon is only available on disc 2 after the train mission when it is more acquirable. It is immiscible. You got to do at least fight for get the great weapon for red. You do the first battle, but you need Gil to hire soldiers. More battles must happen. Go run the woods near Junon and for a while and build up some Gil. You don't get the summon till late in the game when you go back to Fort Condor, so don't worry about it. Just carry on with the story. Effectively does not matter until the game actual quest is quite some time. Deploy a single fighter far down on the map as you can. It's the fastest unit. A single fighter? Okay. Oh no, wait. Single fighter as far down as you can. No, hold on. How do I get rid of this? No. Hold on, how do I... How do I... Can I move him? No. I want him over here. Okay, whatever. Start the game. I don't care. Who cares? Speed. High. I guess. High speed? It's just high. Ah, bro. Which one's high speed? Is this the high speed? Okay, that's high speed, I think. Whatever. 50 says, I love the topic. Only losers think it shouldn't be available. I agree. But first has decided to stream. He's only talking about trans issues. It's very annoying. Why is that annoying? Buds McCool says, gender affirming care for all adults. No, including children. I'm perfectly okay with children. JJM says, which topic? Is he talking about JFK's moving van leftists from castrating children? Actually, it's Christians that castrate children. They argue in favor of circumcision, which sometimes does castrate children. I'm telling you, dude. You cannot possibly be against gender affirming care and maintain that circumcision's okay. I'm sorry. Bud says, I already told him he should just start wearing dresses. I asked people if how they would feel if I wore makeup. Would they lose their mind? And the answer was yes. I mean, is this going to be over? Like, I would like attack. GGM says, is this R slur confusing Jews with Christians? No, I am not. Christians also argue that they should circumcise children. He's got 60 health. Is he dead? Is he going to die? He died. All right. So then can we just... Doesn't matter what the other thinks, bro. You're an adult. GGM says you should start your transition into being a cross-dresser. Amender will give you feedback on what dresses look best for you. Okay. Barbarian. Bunch of barbarians. So can we just like fight? Can we... Enemy invasion. Let's fight. Can we just fight? Like regular? My God, they're attacking. We're counting on you. Okay. Let's do it. Come on, first. That's not what I said. I said it's boring because you decide to focus only on one subject, not because you're debating a racist. Get it straight. Okay, so... Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how's it going, Amender?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, bro. I was serious about what I told you.
Let me ask you this.
What's up, homie?
Should gender affirming care be available to all?
I mean, yeah, adults over the age of 18.
So not kids?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
What if a child has
what's the gender
gynocomastia?
affirming-
What do you do in a situation like that?
Well, that's not gender affirming care, bro.
That is gender
That's
affirming
just
care.
like, no.
It is. We
if
actually
they-
went over this already. That is a
Right,
part
like
of
if a
having
kid-
having
if a kid
access
is
to having access to breast removal because you have gynecomastia would in fact be gender affirming care. I did pull up credible sources to show that it is gender affirming care. In a previous debate, you have to take my word for it that it is gender affirming care.
No.
If you're okay with
Well,
gynecomastia, that would with treating gynecomastia, then you'd be okay with gender affirming care for minors. Would you agree with gender affirming care for minors?
It's because we're just trying to pick here, right? I'm okay with, like, if a kid is born with a disorder in which his breasts grow overtly larger than what they're supposed to.
Okay, so if a
I'm
child
okay
has gender dysphoria, do you think that we should apply gender affirming care?
Is gender a subjective thing? Is it something that is...
Gender is an internal sense
biologically
of male or female, so it would be
So internal
subjective in that
is
sense.
Feeling, correct? So
It's
internal sense being a feeling, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that if you're asking me whether it should be okay for a child that is like a male, right, that is born with like large breasts because of a condition that he has, I'm okay with that condition being rectified in the same way that if
Okay, so you're okay with
was
gender affirming care for minors.
Wait, hold on. Let me just finish, right? In the same way that if a kid was born with a third arm, I would be okay with him getting that third arm removed.
Okay, so
If
yeah,
the
so
kid
you're okay
was-
with gender affirming care for
Right.
minors.
Well, I'm okay with certain procedures being done just because you call the procedure part of something.
I
doesn't
mean, I'm
mean
saying like if
gender
it's medically efficacious, it should be available. That would mean it's available to all.
Well, the problem is that, like, there's a difference between, like, removing a penis, right, to removing fatty tissue off the breast.
Well, first of all, bottom surgery is not provided to minors.
Okay,
ever.
then we're not, then we're on the same page with, like, right?
Okay, so then you're
we're
perfectly
expecting-
okay with gender affirming care.
And it depends on what it is. It depends on what it is.
I mean, again, the question is whether or not the gender affirming care should be available for all. You said it should not be for minors, and then you're saying, well, it depends what it is. So that means you're okay with gender affirming care for minors.
Well, it's because look, hold on. I just want to make it very clear, right? The reason my answer changed is because now you're trying to you're trying to describe a procedure as something that conforms to what your definition of gender affirming care is, which if I could easily dismiss as not being gender affirming care, could just be one of those like things that are done based on the fact that, like, it's a condition that is not usual. It's not good for him to have that condition. You see what I'm saying? Whereas,
well, yeah, I mean, if a person has gender dysphoria, it's a very negative condition. So I mean, what is the treatment for gender dysphoria then? How do you treat gender dysphoria?
Like a lot of therapy.
Which is?
Like psychiatry,
so
things like that.
Gender affirming care then.
I mean, if that's
a part of gender affirming care.
But I mean, I guess, bro, but gender affirming care does not mean
that's a
okay. Like if
then you're not against minors having gender affirming care then.
The psychiatry does not necessarily need to equal conforming to the gender or whatever.
So you're saying that we should deny their gender?
We should tell them, hey, you know, if you want to cut your tits off or you want to cut your dick off, you should not do that. That there are other things, and they're like, oh, I don't know, man, I'm not a professional, but if like my kid was like, if my son, right, came up to me and was like, Dad, I want to cut my dick off, I'm gonna be like, hey, man, that's not good. And then he's like, well, I feel like a woman. Well, I'm gonna be like, well, first I'm gonna be like, well, okay, we gotta go try to start an investigation on see if somebody possibly molested my son. And secondly, I'm gonna be like, okay, well then now if we can figure that out and that's not the case, then we start, you know, treating him in a way that he feels comfortable enough to not kill himself. That doesn't mean I have to allow him to wear dresses. You know, most of the time when people are trans, from your admission, the reason that they have the negative feelings for being of a different gender is because of society.
Have you observed any?
Allow him to have a backbone to not let society affect his emotions in a way for him to kill himself. Then I mean,
so
I'm good.
Are you aware that what you are effectively arguing regarding gender affirming care, its opposite would be to deny or change a person's gender identity?
I mean, do you think that a kid
or refute it?
Is? Well, hold up, right? Like, do you?
I'm
think
saying,
a kid
is that no? Don't
understanding
answer
of
my
their
question
gender?
with another question. Answer the question directly.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, go ahead. Repeat the question.
All right. So, do you think that the opposite of gender affirming care would be to deny or attempt to change somebody's gender identity? Do you think that trying to change someone's gender identity, do you think that that's effective?
It can be.
What if I told you that there have been studies on that have shown not only it to be completely ineffective, but they've actually found it to be actively harmful, that led to severe negative mental health outcomes like increased risk of depression, anxiety, and self-harm and suicide?
Yeah, I think that the reality is that our understanding on how to treat this thing is very limited. I mean, obviously,
I'm just letting you know. Right? I'm letting you know that your argument on conversion, what you're arguing at this point, is called conversion therapy. We know conversion therapy does not work.
Right. Conversion therapy is an antiquated form of treatment for this issue. You understand that, right? Like,
I'm saying, but you are arguing that we should deny them their gender identity, and
because you know, bro, I don't really have a strong position on this issue, bro. Like, the reality is that the only reason I called was to tell you that you shouldn't be afraid to be to present in a feminine way, bro. You already have a foot in the door. You know, I really don't have a dog in this fight, bro. I am a Republican. I think you can respect that. Like, I wouldn't want you to come to my kids and tell them how to feel. I don't think that you want that, right? Like, you just want parents to not tell their kids to kill themselves, which I can understand, right? That's rational. But you shouldn't. But you're an adult.
So again, like, the question is whether or not that gender affirming care should be available to minors. And your solution was to provide what is already known to be an actively harmful solution. We already know it doesn't work.
What's my solution?
Your solution was to deny them their gender identity and force them to be something that they're not.
Never said that.
Okay, so then what's your argument? Why are you against gender affirming care for all?
My solution would essentially be like just postponement.
So hold on. So a part of gender affirming care is literally postponing
of any type of treatment.
Hold on, so just don't treat them at all?
Postponement. So there's ways to do that, right? There's like when it comes, and we're only specifically speaking about children, right? Like if a 10-year-old tells you, hey, I want to get my dick cut off, I feel like a female, what do you say to that?
FYI, bottom surgery is not provided to anybody under 18. That's not going to happen. That's never, okay, I'm just letting you know, if a kid wants to do that, they're not getting that, number one. Number two,
why?
What they do is that they talk to a psychologist.
Why is it not ethical to do that?
What? Because they haven't come to a full rational decision on it.
Correct.
Okay. So the standards of care and treatment for the standards of care of treatment for gender dysphoria is to provide hormone blockers, allowing them a couple of years to decide whether or not that they actually want to go with hormone replacement therapy. That's the part of that is the delay that you were referring to. You're saying to delay. So yeah, hormone blockers is literally that.
Hormone blockers is literally intrusive. It's preventing the natural biological nature.
Yeah, we do lots of things to prevent. Yeah, this is called a naturalistic fallacy. That's you're just appealing to nature here.
The problem is that like you would be correct if I couldn't find scores of examples of people that believed that they had a different gender because they were children and were naive, that later on ended up regretting even the hormone blockers, right? The problem is that you're insinuating that a child's feelings equal facts, which in reality, right? Like
I didn't say a child's feelings is facts. That's never what I said. I never implied that. I never argued that. I'm saying if a child has gender dysphoria, clinical diagnosed gender dysphoria, you need to provide hormone blockers as what is considered to be medically efficacious by every single U.S. medical body. That's true. And the argument that gets presented by Republicans is that it should not be provided because they feel that children can't make adequate decision making. But the reality is that it's parents and it's the doctors that can make rational decision making processes on behalf of the child if the child really wants it. So the rational decision making process is already happening. By the way, there are procedures that are even more risky than gender affirming care. For example, instances of cancer treatment, 100% have a much higher mortality risk with the care, that the care itself actually causes harm. That is a discussion, I believe, that needs to happen between the parent and the doctor and the child, not a random politician or a or a Supreme Court representative 100 to 1,000 miles away. Your argument that we should not have it is completely ridiculous. You don't have an argument here.
My position. I do. I've made it very clear.
All right. Can you provide me an argument outside of your appeal to nature? Because that's just a fallacious argument.
Well, that wasn't an appeal to nature. I think what I said was fact, right? Like
no, you said that it's natural. It goes against their natural body structure. No, that is an appeal to nature. So you can see here, you argued something because something is natural, therefore valid, justifiable, inevitable, good, or ideal. Many natural things are considered good. Hey, buddy, why aren't you listening when I'm talking to you?
Well, because you're saying I said something that I didn't. You know, I'm correcting you.
You said that it's natural.
What is natural? What did I say was natural?
You said that going through puberty is natural.
Is it not natural to go through puberty?
It is natural, but that's not an argument.
Okay, then
many natural things are also considered good, and that can bias our thinking. Naturalness itself doesn't mean making it good or bad. For instance, murder is seen as very natural, but that doesn't mean it is good or justifiable.
Why do you do this, Amanda? Why do you have to try to make an argument about something that I did? I'm not arguing. Did you even listen to what I said?
I did listen to what you had to say. You made a naturalistic fallacy,
with all due respect,
and I'm pointing out how it's a naturalistic fallacy.
So what?
Don't argue that it's natural to go through
Amanda,
puberty. Sometimes you delay puberty, right?
Repeat what I said.
Sometimes you
Without
delay
being a
puberty,
strawman,
right?
bro, what did I say?
Would you delay puberty sometimes? I'm not repeating what you said. That's not happening.
What? Excuse me. Oh, okay. You're asking me now whether I would delay puberty.
I'm saying is that is delaying puberty. Like, let's say, for example, if a child has precocious puberty, do you think we should delay that?
I mean, it depends, right? Like, there's if it's a life or death type thing, right? Like, if they don't get the surgery, they will die not from their own hands, right? But like from a response from their own body, then obviously, right? But if not, I mean, I don't know. It's up to the parents, you know, I guess. I don't see I'm not a doctor. I don't see what the issues medically what type of medical issues could possibly arise from a child hitting puberty at like 7 or 8. I'm not, maybe you are more medically educated on what type of medical issues would arise from a 8-year-old having a period. But unless there's again, issues that are not self-inflicting, then I don't see any real reason to prevent puberty, unless you could tell me a good reason.
So, there are numerous negative effects that happen because of having precocious puberty. I mean, if you want, we can go over what are the negative effects. But you could just rest assured that it is negative.
Well, I mean, it depends on what it is, right? If the negative is that they bleed, well, my thing would be, well, okay, does everybody that goes through a period bleed, right? And if the answer is yes, then I'm gonna then ask, well, is it normal for them to bleed? And if the answer is yes, then I'm gonna be like, well, if it's normal for them to bleed and it's natural for them to go through a period, and can you name me any actual things that would be negatively impactful to the child that aren't correlative with just a normal period? Then I would agree, then you have a case, right? So can you tell me anything?
So precocious
puberty.
Tell me
anything that would be detrimental to an 8-year-old that wouldn't otherwise happen to a 14-year-old that went through?
So precocious puberty is found leading where it would be 8 years before 8 years old in girls, 9 in boys, which results in developing physical signs of sexual maturity sooner, leading to a mismatch with their emotional maturity, potential social struggles like teasing or feeling different, and physical effects such as temporary growth spurt, but often shorter adult height, plus increased risks for conditions like obesity, type 2 diabetes, and certain cancers. So if nothing is done, they have increases conditions of obesity, type 2 diabetes, certain cancers, also including there being more social struggles. The solution that is currently provided is to provide hormone blockers. Since you seem to be okay with your naturalistic fallacy, it's quite natural that these children end up receiving sexual maturity sooner. So would you be okay with them undergoing precocious puberty and the medical association doing absolutely nothing about it?
Well, no, I would say that it is right, because like if
so
that
they
condition
should
is
apply hormone blockers
doctor,
to children then.
Will say, well, hold on, right? If the doctor were to tell the parent, hey, your kid is gonna go through, okay, let me make it even more personal so you don't have to strawman me, right? If my daughter was told, hey, or the pediatrician told me my daughter's gonna go through a situation like that, I would ask them the same thing I asked you. What are the negatives and what are the positives? Is there any negatives to hormone blockers?
Yes. But that's a question.
Okay, then what are those negatives?
That's a question regarding,
right?
Hold on. If you're concerned about the side, oh my God, dude, let me talk. If there's a question regarding the side effects, that means you're perfectly okay with gender affirming care for minors. Because now you're having a discussion between the doctor, the parent, the child, and now it is being considered. right? But what a lot of people do is that they don't want gender affirming care.
Affirming.
That is gender affirming care,
But that's not
Extremo.
gender
That's
affirming
literally
care,
what that
fuck.
is.
Puberty blockers for a kid.
Puberty blockers for children is a part of gender affirming
are-
care. That's correct.
Dude, puberty blockers does not equal gender affirming care.
It does.
That's not how it works. That is a treatment for for a variety of conditions. All right, you're not affirming the gender of a female child if the doctor recommends them going through that thing because they can see issues that could be prevented that are medically or that are naturalistically induced. What your argument is, and I'm not strawmanning you, this is literally your argument. Your argument is that if the child says that they are of a different sex than they belong to, then we should treat them with gender or with puberty blockers, because if they don't, they might kill themselves, which is that's the only thing that could negatively happen to the child that can cause harm.
I mean, death is a pretty negative. Listed. That's pretty negative,
right.
Don't you think? Don't you think we should do something about that?
But the problem is, right, that if a child is given emotional resources, then that completely goes off the table, right? Okay. There is literally no reason
we should
to
only
go through
provide
the hormone blockers, right?
So then we should
because
only provide
the resources that prevent them from killing themselves.
Oh my God! So we should only provide medical care where it's necessary, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the treatment for gender dysphoria?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, bro, like, I think that the best treatment would be to try to prevent them from killing themselves.
Which is?
Maybe talking to them, having a relationship with them,
Oh, no gender affirming care, none of that? No need to do that?
No.
So that way when they go through puberty, they don't have any problems?
People that I think that there's plenty of trans people.
It sounds like you're arguing. It sounds like you have this very obvious glaring solution, but for whatever reason, you're just openly trying to avoid it for some reason. I don't really understand your position at all.
No, I told you. You asked me, and I told you what it was.
Yeah,
you asked me, and I told you what it was.
And
Therapy.
You can have that as well as the treatment. What's wrong with having the treatment? Well, if somebody decides, hey, I should be able to have gender affirming care for my child, would you be okay with that?
Would I be okay? I mean, if it's your child, then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, so then that means you're in favor of gender affirming care. You don't want to restrict gender affirming care for people.
I am not. Why is it so hard for you fucking leftists to believe that I can personally live under my own values, but also think that you can live under yours, bro? Why does it have to be I'm right and you're wrong?
Then you don't disagree with having gender affirming care.
No, I do. I personally
all I'm saying is gender affirming care. All the claim is gender affirming care should be available to all. Right now in the United States, it's being actively. Hold on. Listen. Right now, it is being actively restricted. I'm pushing back against that. I don't agree with that. I think it should be available to all. If you personally do not believe in gender affirming care for your child, that's up to you and your child to make that decision. Okay? But that doesn't mean, therefore, it's not available. It is still available. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, and that makes sense.
So you're not against availability.
You're right. No, I'm not in a how would I say? Yeah, obviously, right? I'm not in the sense that, like, if fucking Florida wanted to legalize it, bro, I would not vote against that because I couldn't, right? But in principle, you understand my position, right? Which is that I don't think that it's fine to do a lot of things to children. You know, like there's plenty. Like, I don't think that it would be fine to impose the idea to a child that they should have to make a decision on how they want to represent themselves sexually at that age. I don't think that is a. I don't think that that is
being
a wise
trans
thing to do.
isn't inherently just it's not a sexual thing.
It literally is a sexual thing, bro. It literally. There's no separating gender from sex, bro. They are so tied that you cannot separate.
And when you're saying sex, right? We're not talking about like sex in terms of XXXY. We're talking about the act of having sex, right?
No, I'm talking about like sexual organs and biological facts, bro.
Okay, so
you cannot
sure.
separate.
I thought you were talking about the act of sex. I just want to be clear that we're not referring to that.
Yeah, intercourse is different, bro. I'm talking about the actual biological makeup of an individual is specifically tied to their quote unquote to the construct that is gender, because you could not be a transgender man if you are already a man. If you are already a male, for example, you cannot do that. You have to be of the different sex for you to be under that umbrella of gender. You see what I'm saying? So it's intrinsic, right? You cannot separate these two things, right? Logically, right? You can agree with that, right? Like just like not even making an argument about anything. I'm just stating a fact here, right? So
I mean, you're talking about something else at this point, and it's like, you haven't really given me a rebuttal to why gender affirming care should not be available to all. And in fact, you seem to have alluded to the fact that you're perfectly okay with people, who have their kids to get gender affirming care if they so choose. And which would mean you're perfectly okay with having gender affirming care for all. Like, you don't have to do it. But it's available is the point.
Yeah. Yeah, but you understand that I also believe that to a certain extent that it can be harmful, and it is harmful, right? To some, right? There are many instances of children that went through quote unquote gender affirming care that reversed themselves at when they became
very low desistance, very low desistance. We found out that the actual numbers is about the numbers. Just FYI, is about 1%. It's an extremely low amount of people that regret getting their gender affirming care. Very, very low.
Well, the point is that unless you're gonna say that, well, those people don't matter, unless you're gonna tell me that,
I didn't say those people don't matter. Right? I'm saying it's a very low desistance. Like there's much higher. Oh my God, Extremo. There's much higher desistance in other procedures, right? Like I know, for example, having treatment in certain cancers, regret rate is a lot higher in those. But you wouldn't agree in stopping, wanting to stop treatments for cancer, right? You'd probably argue that it's perfectly okay to have a... Oh my God, did I just die in this game? Holy shit. Sorry.
Bro, I have a serious issue with this conversation, bro. And one, because like last time you made this fucking joke, you said like, oh, all I talk about is gay shit. Nigga, that's all you talk about. Literally, that's all you talk about. That is. I mean,
I'm talking about gender affirming care, not gay shit.
Well, I know, but if I'm talking to you, I'm talking about gay shit because that's all you talk about, motherfucker. And second, that's not the reason why I called, bro. I called to ask.
Well, the show is gender affirming care should be available to all, or at least that's the prompt.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But I guess the reason I called in part is due to the topic, but it's still the same question, right? Why haven't you done it?
Why haven't I transitioned? I'm in Florida, bro. It ain't happening.
Yeah, but like this is where we left off last time, bro. Like I don't think you should be afraid of anything, bro. You're gonna be fine. Like you will be fine, bro. I guarantee you, bro, that unless after you transition, I'm using the word transition in the classical sense, the way you use it, right? But unless you transition and then start annoying people like more, nobody's gonna give a fuck about you, bro. Nobody's gonna say, "Oh, fuck you, you fucking trans this and that." Nobody's gonna do that to you, bro. Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, unless you actively go out of your way to fuck with people more, nobody's gonna care, bro. Unless they want to fuck you, because some people like. You did make this claim last time, and I agree with you. Like, there are a lot of fucking Republicans out there that are closeted homosexuals. So, I mean, they might just want to fuck you. But other than that, bro, like, there's no reason why you should be afraid, homie. Really, real talk, bro. Because they had really opened my eyes to that was I read up on a case where a politician was like fucking around in a restroom or something with a gay guy. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, it's like really prevalent that they're like super into like trans porn, and they're also super into gay porn among the Bible Belt.
I mean, there's a
confirmed
lot of
through Pornhub. I think it was like. Well, I'm telling you, man, they think it's like forbidden fruit.
Well, I don't know how much I don't know how much I trust, information from a porn website, but I'm not disagreeing.
I mean, they're just providing statistics.
On that, bro. I'm not denying that. It's
Pornhub.
Well, yeah,
they have a lot of stats on this, on what countries or what countries and states like the most stuff, what counties even. They can break it down by county.
No, and I'm sure, and I never. The problem is that I never denied what you said was true, bro. I agreed with you even. Well, what I'm saying is that what is the issue with you transitioning?
I've already explained it. I feel like, and also that's a choice that I make, not a choice that you make or force me to make.
I understand that, bro, but I don't think you're being your true self, and it hurts my feelings, bro, because remember a long time ago when I met you, bro? A long time ago, I told you, motherfucker, just come out as gay, bro. Nobody cares. As soon as you do, nobody's going to be surprised, and people will respect you more. And guess what? When you did it, more people respected you more, and I was right. That's why, I'm just calling it like I see it because I don't have a dog in the fight,
Yeah.
You should just do it, bro. What's the worst thing that can happen, bro?
All right, I'll think about it.
Worst thing that happens, you stop wearing makeup, and that's it, bro. What are they going to say? You're gay?
I'll think about it.
Don't think about it too long, bro. These are your prime years, bro. You don't want to be the trans person that we fucking end up being in front of, bro. Because every time I see a trans person, bro, they're never the sexy ones, bro. They're never the good-looking ones. They're always the ones that are fucking too old, wrinkly. They got fucking things and that. And it's so distracting, right? Because you're trying to be nice to them. You're trying to be like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, whatever. But then they just look like an ugly man wearing a dress. You don't want to be that person, bro.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
That's bad for your health, doggo. Hey, man, listen. Salam alaikum, bro. Take it easy.
All right. Peace. Let's see. All right, hold on a second. All right. Back to it. We are taking calls still. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Wait. Did we win? That was it? We won? No Gil gained. Damn, you gotta be kidding. It's gonna be bad. The mainstream is kicking up. Something way bigger than that last one is on its way. No good. Get out of here. But what about Tifa and Cloud? God damn it. Don't you have time to worry about anyone other than yourself? You don't know when that stream will blow. Whoa. There's no time. Hurry. Tifa, Cloud, get out of here. This is bad. The tremors are getting worse. Wait a minute, Cloud. Shouldn't we move him? Might be safer to take refuge in a wide open space. Don't you worry about a thing, Cloud. I'll see to it you get somewhere safe. No, the structure can't take it. Hurry. Yes. So Cloud is now just like in a wheelchair? Because he can't like walk or talk? Help, Cloud. Oh my god. Glad we moved. Holy cannoli. This is not, I was not expecting this as a part of the game. Bro, wait. What? Dude. What's happening? Bruh. All right. What is happening? What is happening? Okay. Where's Cloud? Cloud, where are you? Can I move? Nope. Cinematic. Huh? What? Who? Who is it? I can't hear. Let's see here. AWOL says, I didn't say that fear was a valid reason, but what I said is that you promote that same ideology. It's kind of hypocritical to tell other people to not be afraid. Do you see my point? Oh no, I'm terrified of doing that. Just considering like how it would affect like my job, how it would affect my friends, how it would affect my family. It's thankfully I don't have gender dysphoria, so it's not a big deal to not transition. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Kelly Wayland says, you look like Bison from Street Fighter. All I want to do is create the perfect transgender child, not for power, not for evil, but for good. What? It's strange. Wait a minute. I don't know anything about that. Okay. No, it's not me. I'd never do anything like that. No, stop it. Stay back. Somebody help, please. Kelly Wayland says, you got to watch the movie. All right. By the way, if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing to my channel. It's free for you. It means a lot to me. It's really, if you like hearing these kinds of, progressive kind of debates or arguing from a progressivist lens, consider subscribe. I'm a really small YouTuber, so any amount really does count a lot. Cloud? What is it, Cloud? What is this? Yeah, true. What is this? Is this inside of your dreams or is it your subconsciousness? You're searching, aren't you, Cloud? Searching for yourself. I can help too. We'll work together to try to get you back. But where do we start? Sealed up, secret wish, tender feelings that no one can ever know. That starry night at the wall, the promise we made that night. What if that memory was all a lie? The gates of Nibelheim 5 years ago. Sephiroth passed through these gates, and that's how it all started. It connects to Nibelheim? That's right. It'll probably be best to start from there. Let's go have a look, Cloud. I know it's not easy, but I'll be right with you. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, the classic, he was chewing scenery so perfectly. AWOL says, talking to Bobro. That's Gramps in too. The only truck in town. It's been here since we were little kids, right? This is the Nibelheim you remember, right? It's the same as my Nibelheim. That's the place, our Nibelheim. Bud says, first is just scared, but I agree. He should just be himself or herself. Yeah, I'm fine with how I currently am right now. But I won't lie to you. It's definitely been on my mind. It's just, I have deeper considerations as well. This whole culture battle stuff has got to stop. It's too much. I want to know because I don't have a hometown. How about your parents? So this is the great Sephiroth. My mother is Genova. She died right after she gave birth to me. My father. But to tell you the truth, I thought he was very cold. What does it matter? All right, let's go. I remember that I felt foreboding about him. Something terrible might happen. But I'm not going to hide it anymore. You weren't here. Cloud did not come to Nibelheim 5 years ago. I watched, but Cloud never came. Do you mean that a member of Soldier who came with Sephiroth wasn't Cloud? There's nothing I can say. You must find the answer yourself. If you can't, then you... Take your time, Cloud. Slowly, little by little. Okay. This is a wild moment, bro. Starry night and a promise of the night. What if the memory was just a lie? Don't hurry, Cloud. Don't answer too quickly. Just keep checking all of those small emotions and it'll come back slowly, little by little. Right like at the sky at night. The heavens were filled with stars. Tifa, from the beginning, okay? So you were so small then. Sephiroth once said, Cloud made up his memories by listening to my stories. Did you imagine this sky? No, you remembered it. That night, the stars were gorgeous. It was just Cloud and I. We talked at the well. That's why I continued to believe that you were the real Cloud. I still believe you're the Cloud from Nibelheim. But you don't believe in yourself. These memories aren't enough. It's an interesting... Cloud, what about your other memories? No, not memories. The memory is something that has to be consciously recalled, right? That's why sometimes it can be mistaken in a different thing. But the difference from a memory locked deep within your heart. That's why it must be fake if he could recall up that memory. That's it. What about some memory that has to do with me? I say something and you don't remember it. But you say something and I remember it too. Then we'll know it's our memory. Talk to me about anything. Some important memory to you. Now that you mention it, why did you want to join Soldier in the first place? I always thought that it was a sudden decision you made. I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed. I got stronger once I get someone to notice. Someone to notice you? Who? Who? You know who. You, that's who. Tifa, did you forget about those days? Look. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? Sorry. Apologies. No, it's all right. You were having a hard time back then. You were so busy with your own things. It's only natural you don't remember me back then. And sealed up secret wish. I don't understand this. Fine, I'll go. I mean, it's cool, I guess, but I also have no idea what the fuck is going on. We're just like in Cloud's memories and trying to sort out everything, I guess. My room? It was my first time there. Was it? I only used to look up at it from outside. Hey, look. Cloud's coming. You think he wants to come in? That was the first day you came into my room? That's right. We live next to each other. But I really didn't know you that well. I've known you since we were children and always thought that we were close. Let me take a look here. Now that you mention it, I don't recall you ever being in my room. Okay. Tifa always used to be there with this threesome. Oh boy. I do not like that phraseology there. That's right. I used to think that they were all, I'm assuming threesome as in 3 people. You were all child laughing at every stupid little thing. But we were children back then. Give me a quick second. Just got to use the bathroom. BRB. Give me a quick moment. I'll put on some music. Where's the edge? Hold on. Where's the... Here, I'm going to get the music. Where the heck is it? Hold on. View your channel. Playlists. And this is the YouTube No Flags channel. There we go. That'll do it. Just hang tight. I'll be right back. right. All right. I'm back. We're still playing some Final Fantasy VII. We are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Looks like that the things have died down a little bit, which is fine. I'm just going to play some games, I guess, until we get a call. I'm having an enjoyable time, I would say. I really wanted to play with everyone, but it's never allowed into the group. Then later, I began to thinking I was different. I was different from those immature kids. That's then maybe. Just maybe they would invite me in. Thought that it might happen, so I hung around. I was so prejudiced and weak. Yeah, Bobro says, First Amender, please do not do single topic streams again. None of the chat really enjoyed it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, listen, I just tried it. I just decided to try it, okay, to see what happens. You know? I mean, it's still debate a woke liberal. I just wanted to do a single topic to see how we did. You know, just see how it goes. That's it. Tifa would never come. That she hated me. Yeah, it was so sudden. I was a bit surprised. But is it true that we weren't that close? But after you left town, I really thought about you a lot. All right, next time I'll just do the debate of woke liberal stuff. Relax. Okay? Yeah, I get it, but no one enjoyed it. Let me try new things. It's just for one stream. My goodness. I started reading newspapers thinking that there might be an article about you. Thanks, Tifa. Tell him what you told me later so he'll be so happy. Okay. Huh? Bro, this is such a confusing... What happened on this day? Was it a special day? This was the day... Tifa's mother died. The day Mom died. Oh, jeez. That sucks. I want to see Mom. AWOL says, so bro, it's just me and you here, my own channel. It's going to be a debate based, but also about a comic book issue, such as the whole worst replacement character, who's the worst legacy character. Okay, yeah. Boro says, I was actively defending you trying new things. It's only AWOL that told me to tell you because I do not like imposing. I'm fine with imposing, but I didn't really care. It's his channel. I wonder if there's anything beyond that mountain. Okay. Mount Nibel is scary. Many people have died there. No one crosses that mountain alive. How about those that died? Did Mama pass through the mountains? I'm going. Laura, are you two talking behind my back? What? No. Not at all. I'd let you know. Go, Cloud. Catch Tiffers. 50 goes, ooh. I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the... That's right. You remember. You have that... That's pretty good. I really wish it would show that up for restream. I got to figure out how to do that. How do the other people do that? Dude, this is such a weird... How long is this cinematic? Oh my god. Do I move? Okay. I don't remember the path I walked. Tifa missed her step. I ran to her, and she didn't make it in time. Both of us fell off the cliff. Back then, I only scarred my knees, but... Who is talking? Is it Tifa talking? I think Tifa's talking. Cloud, why'd you bring Tifa to a place like this? What the hell's the matter with you? What if she dies? We are still taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion? We can. And AWOL, if you want to talk about something else, you can call in. If it'll make you feel better. I just thought I'd give this a shot. Clearly you didn't like it. I was so angry at myself for all my weakness. Ever since then, I felt Tifa blamed me. I got out of control. I get into fights, not even caring. Look, Pepper's here. Say hello to the duties. Everybody, say hello to duties. Say hello. Hi, Bebbers. Hello. Hello. Lolo. Oh, she loves butt pats. She loves it. She's been a little sick lately. She's been vomiting for the past, I think it was yesterday she was vomiting a lot. I think she's downing some of her food now, so I think whatever stomach bug she had, it's now gone. I changed out her water, changed out her food. So hopefully whatever it is now gone. Isn't that right, diddle duties, diddle duties? Have you taken her to the vet? Not yet. I took her to the vet a bit back, not too long ago, maybe a month or two ago, for a similar issue. But no, she's fine. She's fine. She was just minorly dehydrated and so they gave her like this like bubble of water in the back of her neck. Very weird, but they were like, "Oh, this will help her hydration." But she's fine. Isn't that right about diddle duties? Bo Rose says, I don't care. I care about my animals too much. I'd rather go into debt for my animals. I see. Yeah, she's a little lady. She's a little lady. Look at the little lady. Oh, pretty. You good? All right. I love you, lady. All right. Back to it. We are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. You want to have a discussion? We can do so. 50 says, Pepper, so cute. Yeah, she's adorable. I love her. That was the first time I heard about Sephiroth. If I got strong like Sephiroth, then everyone might... ... Bobro says, if my doggies need to go to vet appointment, I'm going to get them to the vet. I don't care if I have to speed. Dang. Thank you for the Pepper content. If I could get stronger, then Tifa would have to notice me. So that was it. Sorry, Cloud. If I only remembered more clearly what happened, I could have done something sooner. It's not your fault, Tifa. But I remember back when we were 8. That was it. Now I know. You weren't created 5 years ago. My childhood memories weren't all made up. Hang in there, Cloud, just a little longer. You've almost found the real you. Let's get back to Nibelheim again. Oh, shiz. AWOL says, first, I think of several things you could try to do to draw more attention. Have you ever thought of reviewing TikToks? You've already do shorts anyway. You can release a short from your debates. My TikTok is fucking pathetic, dude. Let me show you. I'll show you what I got. It's horrendous. It's complete. I have no idea what is wrong with my TikTok. I don't know what to do. Watch. Look. I swear I have all but given up on it. Check it out. I already upload all my shorts. See? I upload my shorts on TikTok. I get no views. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Nothing, dude. It's my shorts. And then it's like people tell me, oh, if I want to like get big on TikTok, I got to like watch people's lives.
Oh, $7,000.
And
these people coming up in here, they don't have all that.
Freaking
Just
annoying,
like none of us
dude.
have it here either. You know, I mean,
like they're so annoying. Like anytime I open up any of these TikToks,
some cases it does.
50 says talking about trans issues, you will get suppressed. Of course, classic. Like this, I can't with this. I can't. It's too Zoomer. I can't. Like anytime I pull up stuff, like it's always just, I don't know, it's just terrible.
It doesn't entitle you to land or something. That's not.
And then I gotta like use my phone and shit. It's like, oh my God, I hate this app. Bobro says you have to follow TOS of TikTok, which means you will get views, which means no trans topics. What the then why would I use TikTok? Yeah, I don't know, man. Lots of people on TikTok, but man, it's just not for Zoomers are the best generation. I don't know, man. All right. Anyway, back to it. Where are we going? Okay. The reactor? Huh. To the reactor. The Mako reactor of 5 years ago. And we're going to talk to what? Sephiroth? We're going to talk to Sephiroth? I agree. I'm a loyal to YouTube and Kick. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. True. True. We're strictly no AI, no TikTok challenge. No AI, no TikTok. I don't know. I post my content, but I get no views. Just nothing. Just literally zero. I didn't know that they're like anti-trans topics. Like they just don't allow any trans topics? Like what? Why? That's right. It was Zach who came to Nibelheim with Sephiroth. Then where were you, Cloud? Raw. Cloud, did you see it all? I saw everything. Holy crap. Holy crapola. Arg, who are you? Mom, Tifa, my town, give it back. I had so much respect for you. I admired you. AWOL says, TikTok is easy. You need to follow people who are bigger than you in the section that you're debating about and do a lot of stitching. What is stitching? Cloud? That's what happened. Says Tifa. Really? I didn't know that. That does suck. Yeah, I don't know, man. TikTok, like anytime I listen to people's TikTok, I'm like, dude, I hate this. It's so like, oh my God. I'm just like, oh, I can't. My brain can't handle it. I don't know. Is there like normal TikToks where people like aren't like it's got to be like the biggest dopamine rush, like all the time, constantly just blaring at you? Like I can't do it, dude. Hey, Cloud, if you're feeling sick. Oh, yeah. I probably should have read that faster. Oops. Yeah, this is me. I never made it as a member of Soldier. I even left my hometown telling everyone that I was going to join, but I was so embarrassed that I didn't want to see anybody. Bobo says, which is heavily avoided if they can on their debates. Huh. That's wild. I didn't even know that. That's wild. AWOL says, okay, first, have you ever thought of critiquing a debate from someone on your own side? On my own side? No, I have not. Would you like to see that? I would just like end up agreeing the whole time. Like I would just be like, I would have to like, I don't know. I don't know. You kept your promise. AWOL says, you have the advantage that's unlike most reaction channels. You actually have open debates too. I do. I try to anyway. Anybody that wants to call in and have a debate, we can have a discussion about it. Just like you. What is that? What is he carrying? What is that? Cloud. Kill Sephiroth. Okay. Will do. Will do. Oh, sick. Let's do it. I think more people would admit you aren't biased if you do it. Like critique somebody. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. There's no amount of being impartial that's ever like that is ever going to change people's mind as to whether or not you're biased. People will claim that you're biased simply for the fact that you're saying things that they disagree with. AWOL says, well, just like Alpha Eagle videos where you try to refute it, but perhaps you should find other small YouTubers in the same lane as you critique their videos that are against your political views. You know what? Well, maybe that's not arguing my political views, because there is this one trans streamer that I'm just like, bruh, you have horrible positions. Her name's themarychu. She showed up for a moment. I didn't mention that she was in chat, but I saw it. They consistently argue against like trans affirming stuff, even though they themselves are trans. It's fucking wild. Person is like very, it's strange. It's like an Uncle Ruckus for trans people. They've got slightly more subscribers than me. I'm actually kind of curious. How many subscribers do they have? I think last time I saw them, they were at 1,300. Yeah, they're 4.58K subscribers. Yeah. They've gotten bigger, at least. One step at a time, I say. One step at a time. Let's see. You don't have to be impartial. You're putting your views against theirs. Also, you're wrong on whole debates. Don't change minds. Yeah, that's very true. They don't. They super don't change minds. That was a realization that I had years ago. And it was just like, yeah, it just doesn't. Like, Cloud. Is Cloud returned back to normal? Tifa. Oh, Cloud, it's really you, isn't it? Yeah, Tifa, we finally meet again. You stupid jerk. You had us all worried sick. Krrg. Cloud, are you all right? Voice. There. Bobro says, then why do you do debates? Is it not to change minds? I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to just be brutally honest with you. It's fun. I have fun arguing with people. I don't know why. I get this weird dopamine rush to argue with people. I know that's going to just sound really unsatisfying, but unironically, I like arguing. And I don't know. I have always argued. My whole life has been arguing. And to this day, I don't know why. And even after, like, when things get heated, I mean, there's like a point where it's like, okay, it's not as enjoyable, but it's still weirdly, I don't know. It's weird. There's something wrong with me, something wrong with my brain where I just enjoy, I don't know, just getting into discussions and arguing. I try to turn, I do what I can to turn it off. Like it just IRL, just FYI. Like, I don't like coming at somebody with that much aggro, I guess. We're in the live stream, aren't we? Everyone's waiting. Let's go back, Cloud, back to everybody. Yeah, I guess so. Come on, Tiffy, let's go. This is a long cinematic. Let me just start you off by saying that. Like, what the hell is, like, how long is this whole thing? Did I get everything back? Can I get... Hey, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, First.
What's up, AWOL?
Nothing much, man. I just wanted to tell you sound defeated.
Why?
The whole debates don't change minds thing. It's opposite of what you're trying to do.
Is it what I'm trying to do?
I would assume so. I think you would
I mean,
want
if people are
more
willing to
have
like
their point of
listen
view.
to it, but the problem is that when you come at somebody with, I guess, like trying to disprove them energy, they just kind of like dig their feet in. And I mean, psychologically, that is what happens. Like you
I
come
understand
at,
that.
so like, it doesn't like logically, it would not change their minds no matter what you did. Like if you approach them with the debate energy, it's just not going to, but I don't know, dude. I like the energy of it. I like arguing. I like it. I don't know. I like it.
I get that. I do too. But look, I think that you're not seeing the big picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to change someone's mind completely. All you have to do is change certain points of view they have.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's not a total thing here. I think that's what you're missing.
I think if you go like I don't go in with the expectation that I'm going to change minds. I mean, maybe after a long period of time of discussion that it does change minds. Sure. In which case I love it. I just don't think like a debate is going to change minds. Like it just, if anything, people just dig their heels in.
Okay, look, you've gone through a lot of political parties before, right?
Yep.
I know that you say that most of that comes from what you've read, but you never saw anything that someone said that sparked a thought in your mind that made you think differently about something?
Yes.
Okay, well, that can happen in any debate you have, if you make good points.
I suppose so, but the problem isn't like making good points. Again, if you get them on the defensive, they will be physically incapable of hearing a good point and encapsulating it. They look at it as an attack on themselves.
Well, okay, I think you're seeing this too limited because you're talking about your opponent. You're not including the entire audience.
But even the entire audience, I mean, heck, modern day debate, they sat there and they started asking people how they felt prior in the debate. And then after the fact in their debate cons, and people don't change their mind. They find no movement at all.
Don't fudge the numbers. Now, there were some people who changed their minds, though, a little bit, right? By their polls.
Very little. Very little.
Again, you're arguing the wrong point, because I said it doesn't matter. You can have an audience of 100 people. If you only get 2 more people to think along the lines you want, you succeeded.
I guess, but that's such a low success rate.
Okay, well, gradual growth is still growth, right?
Huh?
Gradual growth is still growth.
I guess, but the guy is just tiny.
Yeah, you see, you sound defeated right now. You sound really weak, yo.
What do you mean? I'm just telling you what I think.
This is me. I'm calling in. I'm giving you a pep talk. This stream has been pathetic. You got to do better.
What do you mean? The stream is fine. There's nothing wrong with the stream.
Did you look at your viewership? It fell off of.
There was a bunch, and then it slowed down. It's okay. It will be all right. Don't worry. I'm not worried.
It will be all right if you don't do it anymore.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. You just didn't like the single topic.
Well, I mean, it was okay for maybe the first couple of calls, but after it came to a point where no one wanted to talk about it, it defeats the purpose.
Fair enough. It's okay. It's fine. I just decided to give it a shot. That's all. Just try it out. See how, try a new hat. See what we get. That's all.
I'm glad you tried.
Okay.
So the thing about critiquing other YouTubers of about the same popularity as you have, the lady you were talking about, if you truly disagree with her views, why not critique one of her videos? Because if you think that she's detrimental to her community,
you should see my new the newest video that's going to be coming out. It's a video of me critiquing Matt Walsh in his video.
Okay, I actually look forward to seeing that.
That's on Monday, 12 p.m. Matt Walsh sucks. Fuck that guy. That guy sucks.
I don't like Matt Walsh anyway, so I will watch it, probably slightly unbiased.
Okay. He's a douchebag. I hate him. He's an awful human being. I'm just like, why are you, like, he just argues like race baiting, like just like anti, like it like wanting to push back against like, anything that's like, if it's not like exclusively pro-white, he's just like a fucking asshole. Fucking
I can agree with some of that. For me personally, I just think that he debates on things that he isn't really knowledgeable sometimes.
Yeah.
Not that he's completely wrong on everything, but still, no one's completely right either way.
Themarychu Live saying Amender's shit is popping. I don't know what this guy is talking about. I mean, right now it's pretty dead, but it's okay. It doesn't bother me.
Shut up, you sycophant.
What? That was the person that I was talking about that I disagreed with. That's Themarychu. I do not agree with Themarychu.
Oh, really? So they're actually giving props to the channel.
I don't know if they're giving me props.
Or are they being sarcastic?
Yeah, I think they're fucking with me.
Take it that they're being sarcastic and watch their video and critique it. I'm just trying to help your engagement.
Yeah. I didn't like the way that they approached the trans topic, and I think it's very like Uncle Ruckus-y, if you know what I mean by that.
I know what you mean, and I think that goes to both sides too. There are quite a lot of Black Republicans always get the title of you know what, and there are a lot of Black Democrats who get that same title regardless.
All right. What do I do next?
All right, I just thought you did your pep talk because, like, I don't know what you're doing, but fix it. You need to play Project Zomboid. You need to play
Stop playing.
3.
All right, Themarychu says we can talk again. You're free to call in, or if you want to call me on Discord.
Oh, I'll definitely get off the line if y'all want to debate.
All right. Well, I don't know if it's a debate. It could just be a discussion.
Well, a discussion then. That's fine. It might liven this up.
Okay, sure.
All right. Have a good night first.
Crashburn216 says, could you give me your thoughts on gender affirming care? Yes, I believe that gender affirming care should be available to everybody. I think we should go in favor of what is medically efficacious currently in the United States. What is currently medically efficacious when dealing with things like gender dysphoria or gender incongruence is gender affirming care. And right now there's currently laws on the books being pushed out. Yeah, just call me, themarychu. You could do Discord. We'll do Discord. Just add me. I'm First Amender, 1ST Amender. The number 1ST Amender. Assuming I didn't block you. Did I block you? Let me check to see if I ever blocked you. I might have blocked you. Let me look. Blocked. Okay. Let me just make sure. I only have 80 accounts blocked. Let's see. Search. Themarychu. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Here. Okay. I unblocked you. Yeah. Bobro says, why would you block her? I got really upset. And she told me to fuck off. And then I was like, yeah, fuck this person. And I got the hell away from them. All right. So here we go. Nah, I can see. Yeah, you can see me because I unblocked you. All right, let's call. All right, here we go. Calling. All right. There we go. I started the call. They're not here. Let me change my microphone as well. I'm calling. Where the heck are you? This is why people claim you are emotional. Well, yeah, I'm emotional. What do you want?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How you doing, themarychu?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What did you want to talk about?
I was interested. Hang on, sorry. Is it super loud or is it just me?
No, you sound fine. Why? Am I too loud?
Okay. Or? No, it was super loud for me.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's good to talk to you again, man. I'm glad you're still like streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
I was interested. There was a couple of things, but like I was interested in like the Uncle Ruckus kind of thing.
Yes.
If you could explain that a little bit, that'd be cool.
I think like your rhetoric is resulting in kind of like, I guess what it's doing is that there are trans people that will be having different experiences from you. And if they're not having that experience that you're trying to explain, then they're like on the wrong side or whatever. And it's like one thing that I've noticed is the people that were pushing your videos it was unironic. Like I'm just going to tell you, it was just like people that were just anti-trans. I mean, like, look, check this out. Look, this trans person agrees with me. And then I like look at the videos and I'm like, and you were arguing. I remember earlier you were saying that there wasn't anything biologically inherent in being trans, but there are numerous studies that showed that. And I showed you those studies and you said, well, I don't know. I have to look into these studies further, but did you ever look into those studies?
Like trans brains and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't super sold on that kind of thing. For one thing, it's not used for anything. Like wpath doesn't tell anyone to get their brain scanned. You know, it seems like the trans community would be quite resistant to it because it's like, well, if you can prove that you get male and female brains and that does actually cause transgenderism, then you'd be able to scan someone's brain and say, you're not trans.
Well, and they don't want that, about, you know? Male or female brains. It's just simply saying, okay, well, there are male typical and female typical brain morphologies. Yeah. That's true.
So you could still potentially like check someone's brain to see if there's in any way resembles like a woman's or a man's then.
Well, so there's numerous characteristics that cause somebody to feel trans. And so it's not as simple as just looking at it from like a brain scan and their determinism. You have to go down into, well, what is their internal feeling of their gender. With that being said, though, they found out people who self-identified as being trans, I think it was about 98% were found to possess these differences in brain morphologies, and this is pre-hormone therapy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with brains is like we understand like a fraction of brains compared to like other parts of the body, right? Like
So,
we don't really know why that is. Like the brain kind of morphs all the time anyway. It's very plastic and changes based on all kinds of different things. So it's all quite like chicken and the egg. Like you have to go into like how they live their lives and stuff.
mm-hmm. Well, so I just posted to you, I just sent you the a figure that's very, I think it's very good, where you can observe specific measurements of the cortical volume surface area of the human brain. And we're able to exhibit specific differentiation that existed between trans people and their cisgendered counterparts. And you can observe the color differentiation to their brain morphologies. And this is, I believe it was, what was the sample size for this? It's pretty large. It was 803 non-hormonally treated transgender men, transgender women, cisgender men, and cisgender women.
Okay, I'll have to look at that. I didn't want to get like super into studies today, if that's cool.
That's fair.
Like, so you mentioned again about like what was it? The Uncle Ruckus thing. So the other thing apart from our interactions was like transphobes, like sharing my stuff.
Yes.
See, I'm not really very fussed by that. I'm more fussed whether I'm like correct or not. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Like I don't really care too much who agrees with me. And it's like a broad range of people. There'll be people that probably are like unironically transphobic that like my stuff, but that's not the only group of people. I don't think it's even the main group of people.
Okay.
But like I care more if I'm right than who agrees with me ultimately.
Okay.
So like, I don't know why that's like why I'm like an Uncle Ruckus then. I don't know. It's quite a strong term, I guess.
I mean, I got to look at your individual. It's been a while since I've last heard you talk.
That's fine. Yeah.
But there's been a lot of stuff that I remember last time I had looked. I believe it was, number one, you wanted to deny the kind of like the biological determinism that does exist. And then number two, it's like not every trans person feels a specific way. Like, for example, some people really do want to be affirmed in their pronouns. Yeah, you seem to be like, well, that's just bullshit. Like, get over it. And it's like, I mean,
it's actually very stressful for a lot of trans women to like insist on pronouns and have them respected. Because if you don't pass, then you're constantly going to get called the other thing.
Yes.
I think it makes sense. Unless you're like super well passing, that you probably just shouldn't care as much and just let people kind of call you whatever.
But not everybody feels that way.
It's always, well, I understand that, but instead it's like you have to deal with the headache of like correcting people or feeling like shit, or you could like change your perspective, and it's hard to do in just like a click of a finger. But that's the kind of stuff I present to some extent, I guess. Like changing your perspective a bit, offering an alternative.
So like
to most
me,
people's
like
doctrine.
Like with myself, and if somebody is going out of their way to use pronouns as a cudgel to disrespect you, that's where it's like, for me, it's like that's a problem. If you're, say, for example,
a dick,
Yeah, I mean, if you're, say, for example, like somebody is just honestly making a mistake, and just because you look a specific way, they honestly, they say, okay, man, woman, whatever, then that's fine. Like, I get it. Like it sometimes it's hard and you have to like actively avoid it. Even I have difficulty with that. There's just some people that are trans in my life that, they really don't pass at all, and they don't sound, that way. And so my brain just automatically goes to that, and I'm super pro trans. But if somebody is using it specifically, like, oh, I'm going to be really disrespectful to you, and being trans, then it's moments like that where I'm like, hey, maybe not go out of your way being actively disrespectful.
Well, the way I see it with stuff like that, because I've dealt with people like that, I'm trans myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, well, them doing that only has power over you if you let it bother them. Like, if you're completely unfazed, like someone's deliberately calling me a he, trying to offend me, and I'm just kind of like, okay, sure. Then that kind of takes out all the venom of it, it kind of defeats it.
I guess, but it's like, if somebody, like, imagine you're at a party and then you're just like hanging out. Somebody comes up to you and they're just like, oh, you're a man. Like, you're not a real woman. Like, super disrespectful, right? Super aggro. Like, you're just there to hang out.
Yeah.
Like, you think that's would that be okay in your eyes? Or it's like, hey, just shrug that off. Like,
well, it wouldn't be okay, like someone like actually going at me. But I mean, if you're at a party and someone starts going at you, people are going to notice anyway. So it's like, well, I mean, I feel like this problem's going to take care of itself. Because like, if I'm around friends or whatever, they're not going to be okay with someone just getting in my face,
But here's the thing, right? Like, if you don't have your friends or whatever, if they're not around, you're not supposed to just take that, right? You're supposed to stand up to that.
They're getting in my face, it doesn't really matter what they're saying at that point. If they're like being like aggressive towards me.
Yeah. Well,
but it's like the aggression, isn't it? Like, it could be anything.
Yeah. So that's a lot more, that sounds a lot more reasonable, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of, it's easier. Like, I deal with a lot of transphobic people and it's like, well, I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm a man. If you say I'm a man, I'm a man. Like, it's just, they can't really say anything after that.
Wait, so you're trans and you're saying, like, if they're actively trying to disrespect you, calling you a man, you're going to say, oh, you're right, I'm a man.
Well, yeah, I already say it anyway. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm a man. So what? What else you got,
Why?
It's like, who fucking cares? They're dickheads. They're going to be a dickhead whatever I do. So it's like, I might as well not give them the satisfaction.
So, like, that's like a really... Not everybody has that feeling, though, themarychu.
But I think it should be more common.
But how do you control, like, how somebody feels about a situation and be like, oh, hey, you just got to suck it up. You should just like take being harassed by...
I mean, everyone has to pick their battles to an extent. It depends on the harassment, right? If someone's just calling you a he randomly,
why not just
okay.
frame? So why not just like frame society in such a way where you don't harass trans people for who they are?
We shouldn't harass anyone anyway. Like, it should be discouraged, of course.
Okay, but you're actively saying it's okay that you should just take it.
Well, I'm not saying just take it. I mean, you deal with it the way that you deal with it. Sometimes just kind of, okay, whatever you say is like the best way to do it.
Let me get this straight. Hold on. I just want to make sure, right? Because you said that somebody is actively disrespecting you, calling you a man.
Uh-huh.
And then your response is, okay, well then call them a man. Or you call yourself a man. Like, you're self-disparaging yourself.
No, I'm not. Then the second, a man.
Okay, and then the second thing is that not only are you doing that to yourself, but then you're actively saying to other trans people, hey, you should think like me.
I'm not saying, well, maybe to an extent I am saying I think you should think like me. And I'm presenting my case with some of my videos. It depends which one you're talking about, obviously. I think that's fine.
This is why I call you this is why I'm giving you the Uncle Ruckus thing, where I'm saying, like, it's like, see, here's the thing, right? If I say, for example, white people were uncomfortable sharing the same bathroom with black people.
Mm-hmm.
And most of society was that way. And my argument is, fuck those people. Get over it. You need to accept other people that are not like you and affirm them as being just like you. When it comes to trans people wanting to exist, part of their existence, their very dignity, is their gender. And so if somebody is actively going out of their way to be disrespectful, I don't think it's reasonable to say, oh, just suck it up. Just call yourself the opposite gender of what you are.
But it doesn't have to be specifically calling yourself the opposite gender. But we don't have to treat everything like, oh, it's a hate crime, or you're, getting offended, or this kind of shit. That doesn't really work. Like, so in that instance, that's why I act that way. Because they can't do anything about it. And most of these people just come here expecting to, like, piss someone off.
So I am not arguing that you have to make everything into like a big giant battle or a war. But I'm saying if somebody is actively going out of their way of misgendering you and being disrespectful, you don't lean into that. You push back against it. The same reason why if somebody is being actively disrespectful to a black person for wanting to use the bathroom back then, that you push back against that. You don't say, oh, okay, you're right. Sorry, massa. Let me get out of your way. Like, that's basically what you're kind of arguing.
I just don't see those things as the same. Like, I don't know, man. I don't really get race and like trans comparisons. I don't think they work.
So, a person's gender identity, that is their who they are as a person, right?
Not really. That's how they label themselves based on how they feel. There's no part of the brain where we're like, this is the gender identity and it functions exactly the way that lots of people describe it as functioning. It's like a label that you put on how you feel. And that's fine.
Well,
but it's not
last
like
time I checked, gender identity is a huge proportion of a person's who they are, especially if they're trans.
But like gender identity, when used in tandem with like being trans, gender identity really just refers to like the incongruence and like the gender dysphoria.
Gender
it's just another way of saying it. And
gender is just is an internal sense of your sex, right? That's the predicate of gender.
Well, that makes it sound like if you don't have the same gender identity as your sex, then you're delusional. I don't think trans people are delusional.
What?
Lots of us know our sex and don't think that we're something other than that.
Hold on. No. Sex and gender are different, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So when you're saying, when I'm saying gender, I'm saying it's an internal sense of your sex.
Yeah,
right?
but anyone can have an internal sense
itself.
of anything. I can have an internal sense of like race and think that I'm black, but I'm
except
not.
The problem is a person's internal sense of their sex is often dictated by their hormones and specific brain morphologies, and those it can be determined.
I don't think we have enough data to say that. I'm sorry.
We do, though. There's a lot of studies on this. I just exhibited one in front of you. There are dozens of studies indicating a biological imperative.
I don't know. Like, listen, I'd have to look through. It's always the same. It's like, well, you have to read all this different stuff.
But you've said this to me several months ago, and you haven't read it.
Yeah, and the brain stuff. I have read the brain stuff. It's like very unfalsifiable. So then why do you deny? It's very chicken in the egg.
How is it unfalsifiable? I'm saying
you seem to think that if I read it, I'll agree with you.
Well, I would think that if you read it and take it and acknowledge it and encapsulate it, you probably would have a different view on the biological deterministic aspect behind it. No, there's not always homework. There's I
feel like I should be calling every week to get the next paper that I can do. When do I get to the point where it's like, actually, no, I guess I see what you're saying.
You have to acknowledge that there's a biological aspect to a person being trans.
Well, we're like biological beings, sure. I mean, like,
yes.
I don't know what I'm accepting when I say that.
Well, we're getting lost in the weeds. I feel like
I did actually want to ask about something else, to be honest.
All right.
I was interested in the conversation, and I only caught some of it. It was like an hour or two ago. Kind of talking about like gynocomastia.
Yes.
And that being like gender affirming care.
Yes.
Because it kind of came across like I'm trying to remember exactly how it went, but like he kind of calls in and says that he doesn't think it should be allowed for kids. And it's like, well, what about gynocomastia? Like the position that you're taking is not actually about gynecomastia. It's about hormones and puberty blockers and stuff. But you use like, it's almost like a Mott and Bailey kind of thing, right?
No. So the reason why I brought up gynecomastia is because when I talk to a person who is anti-gender affirming care towards minors, is they say, well, okay, I'm against gender affirming care because of they're sitting there giving drugs and chemically castrating children. And I said, okay, what about cases of gynecomastia, where we apply the very same exact drug in order to deal with gynecomastia? And so they don't actually, first of all, they don't even know what gynecomastia is. I have to explain it to them. It's where a boy grows breasts.
That's fine. Yeah. I know
very uncomfortable. And so they end up getting instances of top surgery, as well as providing hormone blockers for estrogen. So situations like that, it's perfectly acceptable to apply hormone blockers in order to affirm the gender of a cisgendered individual, but not if they're transgender.
Well, I think the confusion is you don't affirm the gender of like a cis person. I just don't think that happens.
That's literally what that is. If you're a cisgendered person,
but that assumes everyone has a gender identity.
You're a boy who identifies as a boy, you're cisgendered, but you are growing breasts. That is opposite from your gender. What is happening externally is not what is happening internally, causing you to feel dysphoric about your body. And so what you do is that you have gender affirming care, affirming your cisgendered self.
But you're just calling it gender affirming care. That's just like a framing.
That's not what I'm calling it. That's what it is.
I disagree, but like more importantly,
is gynecomastia is treating. Do you believe? Okay, if you Google, is treating gynecomastia, is it gender affirming care?
I don't much care. I disagree. Whatever
with
it is,
the basis behind this.
It's gender affirming care if it's for It's gender affirming care if it's for affirming someone's gender. Like, is a guy actually getting gynecomastia because, or getting a mastectomy because his tits make him feel like a girl, or is he just not like them? Does he frame it that way?
Well, I would imagine
transgenderism requires quite a specific framing of like your gender and your sex.
So
I don't think cisgender people do it the same way.
Okay, so this is a fundamental. I just want to point out there was a comment here that was made saying, I'm a male, not a cis male. Man boobs come from fat and it is not associated with gender dysphoria. Again, if you just Google what gynecomastia is a hormonal deficiency that results in you growing breasts as a boy during puberty. And it is also prevalent in later stages of your life. A lot of times, men will lose testosterone as they get bigger and often end up having more estrogen, which causes them to grow breasts later on in life. This is also the case during puberty, that you have certain endocrinological conditions which result in not fat as in man boobs, but literal breasts. You are just growing breasts. It's not you being fat or any of that. So
that part I get.
Okay, so what is happening externally is not matching what is internal. You are having you feel internally that you are a man, born a man. You're perfectly okay with that, and you have genitals that of a man. That would make you cisgendered. But if your body is turning into something because you have excess estrogen or a lack of testosterone during puberty and you're growing breasts, then what is happening externally does not match internally. And so what you get is gender affirming healthcare to ensure that you have normal chest tissue, not breasts.
So why don't fat men ever get gender affirming mastectomies?
Some do.
But that wouldn't be gender affirming at that point, because it's normal if you're fat to have breasts.
I mean, it kind of is. Again, like we're not talking about a person being fat and then growing a normal amount of breast tissue. We're talking about a hormonal difference that causes the fat placement overwhelmingly to be in the breasts, which is
I understand
atypical.
that.
So
only
that's
in that
gender affirming care.
I'm asking if it's gender affirming care either way. If a fat man gets a mastectomy, is that still gender affirming care, even though that actually makes him atypical of his gender?
I don't know what you're asking exactly, but so
a guy with gynocomastia who's a normal weight,
listen,
gets gender affirming care if he has his breast taken off, right?
Gender affirming care is simply an aim to align your individual physical gender expression with an intrinsic gender identity. Everybody has a gender identity. It either matches or mismatches from their body.
I think that's true.
If it mismatches, what?
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's true? Okay.
I know a lot of people that just don't see it that way. It's a belief system.
It is
we don't
not
actually
a belief
know
system.
that any of this exists. It's just how people feel. But it's how trans people feel. It's not how like most cis people feel. We're taking trans and like applying it to everyone. It just doesn't really work that
Prevalence
way.
of gender affirming care and surgical procedures among minors and adults in the United States. Gender affirming healthcare aims to align an individual's physical gender expression with their intrinsic gender identity. An example of breast reduction for cisgendered male with gynocomastia. Recently, there have been an increased legislative efforts to restricting gender affirming healthcare specifically for transgender, gender diverse people. Proponents of these efforts expressed concerns that gender diverse minors may be too commonly using gender-affirming surgical procedures. Given stringent clinical standards for gender-affirming care, use of gender-affirming surgical procedures by TGD minors is expected to be low. However, there is limited national data. While one study provided national estimates, did not capture minors under the age of 12 years. It did not exclude
is this the one where most
procedures
of
with clinical...
Is this the one where most of this healthcare was mastectomies for cis boys? Is that what they're going to come out with?
No. So once again,
okay,
you're saying that having breast reduction surgery, that is not gender affirming care, but it is. It literally is that. You said it's not that. It is that.
I disagree with this.
So
I disagree with this.
Okay, so are you an endocrinologist?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it matters.
It's like subjective. It depends.
Your opinion is not as valid as somebody who's studied in the field, right? I can sit here and critique. No,
that's called an appeal to authority.
No, it is an appeal to authority. Is that you use somebody? You use authority that is unrelated. There is what is called a relevant appeal to authority, which is not fallacious. It is not a fallacy to appeal to experts in the field. And I'll tell you exactly why. Appealing to a doctor regarding a cardiologist regarding your heart condition does not render all of their thoughts on your heart to be completely invalid simply because they all of a sudden got a doctorate degree in cardiology. There is what is referred to as a relevant appeal to authority. So again, if I feel that if you are not a trained expert regarding endocrinology, who are you to critique or disagree with what an endocrinologist is telling you what it is? This is what I mean, is like you're kind of going full into, I'm an Uncle Ruckus for trans people.
This isn't Uncle Ruckus. I just have an opinion. Like it's actually transphobic. Experts someone who's trans, an Uncle Ruckus.
So the experts disagree with you.
I don't care. I disagree with them too.
All right,
probably plenty of experts.
Then I'm going to go in the realm of the science and the evidence.
I bet there are experts
and
out there.
You're going to go in the realm of your opinion and your feelings.
Experts on both sides, bro. There's experts on both sides.
Where is your side on this? Where do you see an expert? No, where do you see an expert saying that top surgery is not gender affirming care? Where did you get
when
that?
It's on cis boys specifically? If it's on like a trans
that's
man,
a part of gender affirming care. Where do you show me the expert that says that? You said there's both sides, right?
I don't care about other people. It's
no, you said both sides, but there is no other side, is there? There's only one side on this topic, right? Specifically regarding endocrinological fields. You're getting cooked in this discussion. What is happening?
I'm trying to explain, and you've been like going off about experts. I don't care about experts right now. That's not what I want to talk about.
All right.
Like, to me personally, we're talking.
Well, not everybody has your experience, and experts agree that it is in fact gender affirming care. So providing treatment for gynecomastia is a part of gender affirming care.
Yeah, because it affirms someone's gender identity, but not everyone feels that way. Not everyone has that experience of life. So it's only gender affirming care if they frame it that way. It's like completely subjective.
You say it's not gender affirming care because you feel like it's not, and that's all you have.
I just explained. It's about what the person who's getting the surgery feels. If you're getting a mastectomy as a trans man, then it's gender affirming care because of how you feel about your gender and how this would personally help you with that.
All right. So you said
plenty of these guys getting plenty of these cis guys getting mastectomies.
So
they're not thinking that way. So how is it gender affirming care?
So if regarding a fat person, I would agree, but it's probably not gender affirming care in that instance. That's fine.
Or a skinny guy if he's.
But it is true that in order, but for sure, gynecomastia 100%. Getting top surgery for gynecomastia 100% is gender affirming care. That is a part of gender affirming care. Well, yeah, the experts agree with me. Like, I don't know, your thought is like my feelings, and it just that's not the reality.
I think you're like not listening or something. Surely it depends on the person receiving the care's like feelings around their gender as to whether it's gender affirming.
I have no idea what that. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. So I got vaginoplasty because I'm trans. The reason I got it is to appear more like a female. So that like is gender affirming care because that's helping me gender myself more as a female.
Okay.
If a boy gets like a mastectomy because he doesn't like having tits, because he doesn't like these things sticking out and people make fun of him for it.
Why would he not like that?
Well, because he's got like abnormal growths on himself.
But why?
It's not necessarily because he feels
why
like
is he not okay with having these abnormal growths on himself?
Well, that's the whole point. If he doesn't like it,
could it be because it doesn't match how he feels internally?
Well, that depends on how he feels internally. It might not be about matching. It might just
hold on. We have already predicated that they're cisgendered.
He might not even mind. It might be
they're cisgendered and then they have gynecomastia, then how they feel internally doesn't match what is happening externally.
Well, no, not really. They know what they are and stuff. It's just they have a specific thing about them that is like more reminiscent of the other sex.
Like,
a bit like when
there
women
are
get
lots
PCOS.
of people, they get super uncomfortable when it's like their fat is going to their chest and their butt and thighs, and they're a guy. There are people like that, and it's often because of a hormonal imbalance in their body that causes them to be that way.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they have like gender dysphoria.
In order to affirm, well, they are being dysphoric, but not in the sense that their gender doesn't match their sex. Their gender is matched with their sex, but the problem is that their body is turning into something that they don't want it to be.
Is it gender affirming care to give a woman with PCOS, like HRT, to help them with that?
PCOS. What is PCOS?
Polycystic ovarian something syndrome. PCOS. So they have more testosterone in their body because they have like these cysts on their ovaries.
Just give me a moment.
Sometimes they get like deeper voices. They get like facial hair.
Polycystic ovarian syndrome is a common hormonal condition that affects women of reproductive age. It usually starts during adolescence, but symptoms may fluctuate over time. PCOS can cause hormonal imbalances, irregular periods, excess androgen levels, and cysts in the ovaries. Irregular periods, usually with the lack of ovulation, can make it difficult to become pregnant. PCOS is a leading cause of infertility. PCOS is a chronic condition, cannot be cured. However, some symptoms can be improved through lifestyle changes, medications, and fertility treatments. The cause of PCOS is unknown, but women with a family history of type 2 diabetes are at higher risk. Symptoms: Symptoms of polycystic ovary syndrome can differ from person to person. Symptoms may change over time and often occur without a clear trigger. Possible symptoms include heavy, long, intermittent, unpredictable or absent periods, infertility, acne or oily skin, excessive hair on the face or body, male pattern baldness, hair thinning, weight gain, especially around the belly. Okay, yeah, so they have an increased amount of testosterone and likely... Okay, fair enough. All right, so what was your question regarding PCOS?
Yeah, is that gender affirming care?
Yeah.
See, I think it is for some people, but not others. I think it depends on like how you feel, because it's all a human framing at the end of the day. What we have is like things that happen that are abnormal, and we treat it. And some of them feel a certain way about their gender because of it,
Well,
but not all of
imagine,
them
like,
do.
male pattern
So I think,
baldness and acne, oily skin.
yeah, you know what I'm
facial
saying,
hair.
though, right?
Yes.
So some people are just like treating symptoms, and they might not even think about it in terms of their gender, and then other people might. So I think it really depends on the person receiving it. I think whether something is gender affirming care or not depends on the individual. And I think it's
I don't know very
kind of
many
meaningless,
women
honestly.
that like to have
just a
facial
label.
hair, right?
Well, yeah, but like
if
are
they
they doing
started
it
growing a
because of their
beard and
gender?
mustache and they have a 5 o'clock shadow, they'd probably be like, my body is not matching how I feel internally. How do I fix this? And in this situation, it would be testosterone suppressants. What?
Is it gender affirming care for a trans man to get a leg lengthening?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I find gender affirming care as like a framing. It is very arbitrary, and I think it just depends on the person. Like, you're telling people how they feel about their gender. You actually are bothered by this because of your gender. Well, what if they don't? What if they don't feel that way? What if they feel a different way about having like man tits and they want them gone?
Let me ask you this. Is there any gender affirming care for cis people in your mind?
I don't think so, no. I think you wouldn't be cis if you felt that way.
Wow.
I think most people just don't feel that way in general. It's something that trans people...
So the idea of like gender affirming care for
do.
cis people is just total nonsense.
Well, I mean, technically you could get something and it count as gender affirming care. I just don't know why it matters. I don't know why it matters that we try and lump in as many things with trans stuff as possible, because that's the actual goal here. Is to legitimize it by saying, well, all these other things are. But what you're actually defending is the trans healthcare. It's the puberty blockers and like the HRT. And usually it comes up around minors because that's what most people actually have a problem with and not adults.
So here under the Hastings Bioethicist Center, the Hastings Center for Bioethics, talking about gender affirming care specifically for cisgendered people. The term gender affirming care is almost always applied to treatment for transgender people, but an article of the current issue of the Hastings Center report argues that there are such care predominant among cisgendered people whose gender identity matches with their sex assigned at birth.
Yeah, this is just to legitimize the stuff you really care about, which is puberty blockers and HRT.
No, what I care about is having a society that accepts people for who they are and allows them to live the life that they want to, because I believe that this satisfies more people than to not do so. And living in a satisfying society is a better society than one that is an unsatisfying society.
If you're telling your boy child that they must be trans because they're playing it with dolls at the age of 5 or whatever, how is that like better for them?
Nope,
how is that them being able to
that is a discussion of the child to ultimately decide whether or not that they feel internally in that direction. I do not argue that just because a child is playing with dolls, that all of a sudden they're trans. That's not my argument, nor would I ever, nor does anybody imply that argument. It's a total straw man of my position.
Do you know who Diane Ehrensaft
people
is?
think that way, but here's the thing.
She talks about like pre-verbal cues and
maybe
stuff.
Some people think that way, but I argue in favor of of the what is it called? The Jesus. I don't know why I'm blanking on this. Not JAMA. I was going to say I argue on the basis of wpath standards.
Yeah, I hate wpath.
Why?
Have you read the wpath files?
What wpath files?
There's a leak.
Files.
There's a bunch of leaks called the wpath files. There was some really strange conversations in there. It was like forum posts and like discussions between wpath members, like actual like people that are treating like young people for gender dysphoria.
All right, let's see here.
There's some like really strange stuff in there.
Let's see.
They were discussing how to treat people with like DID, as if you should transition a kid that has DID at all. You know.
Let's see here. wpath files.
I mean, it doesn't have to be like now. You can look through
No.
it. Like
We're going to do it now.
Like
we're going to do it right now. Right now. I like to learn things, and so that's and it's not like I'm going to look at it later. Let's look at it now. Press release, JDA Worldwide Environmental Progress. Newly leaked files from within the leading global transgender healthcare body have revealed that the clinicians who shape how gender medicine is regulated and practiced around the world consistently violate medical ethics and informed consent. The files, which were leaked within the World Professional Organization of Transgender Health, were published today by the US-based think tank Environmental Progress. wpath is considering the leading global scientific and medical authority on gender medicine, and in recent decades, its standards of care have shaped the guidance, policies, and practices of governments, medical associations, public health systems, and private clinics across the world. However, the wpath files reveal that the organization does not meet the standards of evidence-based medicine, and members are frequently discussing improvising treatments as they go along. Members are fully aware that children and adolescents cannot comprehend the lifelong consequences of gender-affirming care, and in some cases, due to the poor health literacy, neither can their parents. The wpath files show that what is called gender medicine is neither science nor medicine, said Michael Schellenberger, president and founder of the Environmental Progress. The experiments are not randomized, double-blinded, or controlled. It is not medicine, since the first rule is to do no harm, and that is the requires of informed consent. So, just off the gate right here, the rule of do no harm, this has not been a rule for a very, very, very long time. The reason why is because there is always an amount of harm that does happen with any amount of medicine. And so the term of the do no, I'm already like, this big giant red flag. I'll look into it further. Let's see here. So the raw files,
all of this stuff isn't actually that interesting. What's interesting is the stuff that they leaked. There's this like long report and then a bunch of leaks, and you get to read for yourself like some of these conversations. That's what's actually interesting. I actually skipped all the editorial stuff, to be honest with you. I was more interested in just looking at the stuff that they uncovered. And some of it is like shocking. It's not like
surgical and hormonal experiments on adolescents and vulnerable adults by Maya Hughes. I'm actually kind of curious. Who is Environmental Progress?
But yeah, what you want to do is look at the actual files that they publish.
Glad to. Give me a moment. Let's see here. Why did who is Michael Schellenberger? Oh, he founded Environmental Progress. So the founder, he first endowed professor of University of Austin, serving as CBR chair of politics, censorship, and free speech. Schellenberger is a prominent heterodox thinker on topics including climate change and homelessness. Schellenberger also founded an online newsletter, Public, which is the second largest news Substack. Schellenberger has been active in critiquing the environmental movement, offering alternative views on climate threats and policies. He contends that while global warming is a concern, it is not the quote-unquote end of the world, and advocates the use of genetically modified organisms, industrial agriculture, fracking.
None of this has anything to do with why I mentioned this, by the way.
I mean, I'm already like red flagging the shit out of environmental progress.
Of course you are. You're looking for reasons to not trust him.
I mean, I'll look at the files, but
you don't look.
Given the fact that I'm sitting here pulling up, this is sounding like that it is a propaganda piece that is designed to push against wpath.
That's why what I'm saying. Yeah, of course it is. Fucking, of course it is. That's why I'm saying to look at the actual like leaks themselves.
I mean, I'd be glad to look at it. I'm not against looking at.
I just care about what they're saying themselves.
Leaked files.
Yeah, I just care about what they're saying themselves.
I'd be glad to look at it. I'd be glad to look at it. But
this guy doesn't fucking matter in that way.
So, I mean, is wpath no longer a leading body on transgender health?
It is, but well, it depends where you are. In the UK, it's not. In like Sweden or Finland or US nowadays, it's not.
All right.
In some countries, it does kind of.
The UK is already known for specifically trying to suppress trans people and making laws specifically to discriminate against trans people.
Bro, I live here. It's fine. I don't get any shit. It hasn't affected my life, all this like Supreme Court shit. No one can really express how it is actually affecting their life.
So there's no discrimination towards transgender people.
I'm not saying there's no discrimination.
Okay, so there's
discrimination towards loads of people.
wpath is well, I mean, I'd be glad to take a look at the leaks. I have a feeling that it's probably a giant fucking load of bullshit, but I'll take a look at it.
Actual things that they were saying. They're like talking about things.
I mean, like I said, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, how to treat like kids with DID, like getting the consent of every single alter in turn. This is like a fucking physician saying this shit. It's crazy.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I could probably find one person saying a crazy thing in any organization.
The red line for one of them.
I'll have to take a look at it though.
The level of mental illness that one of them was prepared to accept was up to actually having hallucinations in his like consulting room. That was what it took for him to say, no, maybe I shouldn't transition this person.
Well, again, I will have to take a look at it. I'll be glad to look at it.
It's worth doing so.
I mean, the current
don't worry about the bullshit. Don't worry about the propaganda.
The current standards as of right here is the current what I have right here in the current standards of care. I have observed that it is very clearly evidence-based standards, and you're saying that I hate the wpath. I have to read specifically what you're referring to. Be more than happy to do so. We can go over it.
Yeah.
I'm not hiding from any amount of evidence.
wpath standards of care includes a section on eunuchs.
Okay, and?
Like, that's crazy. Who the fuck is a eunuch? Who is going around being, I'm a eunuch?
I mean, I'm sure that there would be eunuchs.
Hold
on. Don't you agree that wouldn't there be some societies that still have eunuchs?
Well, what's that got to do with trans?
Or people
that
have
identify as anything else? They just want to get their
that would be an endocrinological issue because they don't have the gonads necessary in order to be the man that they want to be. So yeah, there would be a section on people that don't have balls, or maybe, for example, they could be referring to
people who don't have balls, people getting removed.
Well, it could, but are you sure that's what they're referring to? Because I'm sure that there wouldn't be a difference between the reason why someone has their balls removed if it was a choice at all, or somebody born without balls.
It's not about people being born without balls. That's like DSDs. That's intersex.
I'd be glad to review this wpath leak, but you have not quelled my concerns that you sound like an Uncle Ruckus of trans people.
Well, I think that's transphobic for you to say.
Okay.
Because you're telling me that I should have certain opinions, or I'm an Uncle Ruckus.
I am not.
You wouldn't say that to white people. You wouldn't say that to gay people.
You can have whatever opinion that you have, and I will have my opinion. And I think
I'm trans.
You're coming off as an Uncle Ruckus of trans people.
But I'm the authority out of the two of us on transphobia.
Now that is an actual appeal to authority. That is a real appeal to authority.
Yeah, that's what you were doing earlier.
No,
It's
it's
the same
not.
shit.
If you look at what a non-fallacious appeal to
But I'm
authority is.
trans.
Holy
Why
shit,
are you
dude.
telling me how transphobia works?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
I've experienced tons of transphobia. I worked in a Weatherspoons pub for over a year, full of like gammon types over like the Brexit referendum.
I think we have exhausted this conversation.
No. Do you not understand what I'm saying here? Like, how is
I know what you're saying, and I think once again that you are the Uncle Ruckus of trans people. I believe that.
You're just using this as an excuse to like hand wave everything I'm saying.
So when I said that I'd be more than happy to look at these leaked files, I haven't looked at it. So granted, I did not. That somehow I'm not willing to engage.
Well, that bit's fine, but like,
so I am willing to engage, but
you didn't really show how like gender affirming care.
Like, why are you? First of all, like, I didn't even know that this existed until now. Great,
yeah, well,
I'll take a look at what they're saying.
That's fine. Well, that's fine. That's not the issue.
I mean, again, it just this is
You're
my
calling me
opinion
Uncle
towards
Ruckus, like
yeah,
I'm
because
the one
I
that
think
knows
you
about
are.
transphobia.
I think you are. I do.
But you've never experienced transphobia.
I have never
you don't know
experienced
what it's like.
transphobia.
You don't know what it's like being a trans person and having any different fucking.
How do you know that?
Any different like opinions.
How do you know that?
And getting,
How do you know if I'm
shat
trans
all
or
over
not?
for it? Because you're not trans.
You don't think I'm trans?
No, I don't think you're trans. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is stolen
It's
power.
nice talking to you, Mary.
No. I don't think you're trans. You're not a trans man.
Oh boy. Good talk, Mary. That was wild. I think I might make a video on that. All right. Grief Foundation says, imagine having this strong of an opinion on trans issues and knowing so little about it. Dude, keep black people's name out of your mouth. Jesus, why are there just so many fucking pieces of garbage? Fuck off. I'll take a look at the wpath, these wpath leaks or whatever, but I'm a little concerned as to environmental progress and what exactly it does. Maya Hughes. What? All right, let's take a look here. Maya Hughes, the writer of the wpath leak. Prominent thinker specializing in pediatric gender medicine, psychiatric epidemics, social contagion, and the intersex of trans rights and women's rights. And the author of an investigative report based on leak internal communications. Hughes' insights have made her a sought-after speaker featuring in podcasts such as Heretics, Gender, A Wider Lens, Conversations with Peter Boghossian. GGM says, Mender, are sex and gender separate? If so, can an adult human female be a trans woman? Sex and gender are separate things. An adult human female would not be a trans woman. They would, at best, would be able to transition to a trans man because they are already a woman. So you don't transition to woman. Trans woman, you just would be woman. Mary Chu says, no hard feelings. Appreciate the chat. I may make a video on you, the Mary Chu. I may make a video on you. Let me take a look here. wpath leak. World Professional Organization for Transgender Health enjoys the reputation of being the leading scientific medical organization devoted to transgender healthcare. wpath is globally recognized. You know, let's see here. Hold on, real quick, just for fun. Let's see. Hang tight. Let's see. All right. All right, so critics, especially Environmental Progress, the group that released the files publicly, highlights several themes that they see in the documents. Clinicians expressing doubt about informed consent. Some wpath members discuss that many minors or vulnerable adults are not fully understand the long-term consequences of puberty blockers, hormones, or surgeries. Okay. Acknowledgements of risks and uncertainty. Private conversations touch on potential side effects, from issues with fertility and sexual function to serious health concerns that clinicians privately recognize but may not emphasize publicly. Let's take a look here. Discussion of complex or unconventional cases. Exchanges cover topics like treating patients with conditions such as dissociative identity disorder or considering unusual surgical procedures, which critics say underscores a lack of standardized practice. Let me take a look here. Unheard. The fuck are these where are these locations coming from? We'll take a look at each of these claims. Improvisation of the lack of evidence-based data. The leaked materials describe Environmental Progress as showing as treatments are often not supported by strong clinical trials and providers are improvising. Okay, where? How? wpath files reveal improvising. Where do they get the term improvising? Improvising? Let me see if I can find it. Doctors improvising and experimenting. This is page 25 of the leak. Let's take a look here. wpath advocates for an unregulated experiment to be conducted on minors who are experimenting on gender-related distress. As already shown, there is no reliable evidence to support the safety and efficacy of puberty suppression for trans-identified adolescents. That's not true. That's just not true. This is not true. There's so many studies that provide against that. However, there is further evidence that flies in the wpath members engage in improvisation and experimentation rather than rigorous science. For example, in this discussion, threads concerning the debilitative reproduction organ pain experienced by both male and female patients due to hormone therapy, the advice is consistently anecdotal and little more than guesswork. In this thread about the young natal female who had required emergency room care for pelvic inflammatory disease after 3 years on testosterone, the New York nurse told the group that the estrogen cream appears to have stopped working, and the patient has persistent yellow discharge. Has anyone had luck with the estrace tablets versus cream? The nurse asked, simply in lieu of consulting scientific literature. The replies contain vague anecdotal recommendations that topical creams can help a few patients, and a couple of trans-identified native females tell remedies that have helped relieve their symptoms. Hold on. Hold the phone. Currently, in the United States, wpath standards have often been pushed aside or not used. So you're telling me that there's an instance where there's a New York nurse not going by standards of care, which the wpath does provide, and instead goes for whatever she feels like doing. It just seems like a nurse that doesn't know what they're doing. A Michigan family physician tells the forum of success she had treating 2 natal females with antispasmodic drug to relieve their painful organisms, specifying that the drug should be taken 30 to 60 minutes before orgasm. However, anecdotes are not science, and no one in the forum provided links to actual scientific literature providing evidence-based recommendations for managing painful iatrogenic symptoms. The reason that there is no reliable science to consult. That's not true. Where are you getting that? That is not true. That statement, I already know that this is a fucking load of horse shit. Here. We'll pull it up. I'll show you. Let me look. We're looking. PID is not caused by HRT or puberty blockers. It's not even the right condition caused by testosterone. It's vaginal atrophy. This isn't even the correct condition. Do they think psychology is bunk? Psychology is literally anecdotes. So, no. So psychology is not, I mean, it's patient data. Let's see here. I need Amender to double down. So this is going good so far. PID is not caused by HRT or puberty blockers. So let me see here. Holy shit. What the fuck? It's just wrong. All right. So, Void Critter is 100% correct here. And by the way, just so you're aware, this is an AI app. It is called consensus.ai or consensus.app, which basically what it does is that you ask it a scientific question and then it can provide you studies, and it only references studies. It does not, under any circumstance, reference random articles or anything like that. These are actual scientific papers, actual journals. So I asked, is there a clinical standard of care for pelvic inflammatory disease regarding testosterone? Right? Because that's what the paper was talking about. That's what the leaked, where is it? Leaked wpath files. Where is it? Where the fuck is this? Yes. Young natal female, PID, and they're referring to the usage of testosterone. Topical creams helping with patients. And they're saying that there is no care. There is no standard of care. No, current PID standards of care do not include testosterone in diagnosis for treatment. What is the standard of care? Clinical guidelines and reviews consistently define pelvic inflammatory disease as infectious polymicrobial disorder that the upper female genital tract treated with empiric broad-spectrum antibiotics, not hormonal therapy. So what the fuck are they talking about? What the fuck is this wpath leak talking about? And by the way, right, the people that are pulling up the quote unquote wpath leak are climate change deniers. So they're sitting there casting doubt into the overall scientific consensus. Bro, this wpath leak, if you think I am now convinced that the wpath leak, as far as I'm concerned, is a giant load of horse shit. This reeks of garbage. Reeks of total garbage. Where are they getting this information? However, anecdotes are not science, and no one in the forum provide link to actual scientific literature providing evidence-based recommendations for managing painful iatrogenic symptoms. The reason for this is there is no reliable science to consult. Well, then what the fuck is this? Is this all just bullshit? Look, pelvic inflammatory disease, pelvic inflammatory disease, pelvic inflammatory disease, pelvic inflammatory disease. Fucking 2021 study, 2020 study, 2020 study, 2011 study, 2023. What the fuck are they talking about? Bro, wpath, dude, this wpath leak fucking cooked. Cooked. Total fucking nonsense. Literal garbage. Created by climate science denying motherfuckers that want to get rid of fucking basic. I'm curious, where's the funding coming from for this quote unquote environmental progress? I want to see it. I want to know where the fucking money is coming from. I want to know. Let's figure out where the fucking money is coming from. Who funds environmental progress group? All right. They got a bunch here. Let's look at all of them. Elizabeth Lafayette Fund. Who is this? Elizabeth and Patrick Nash Foundation. Please visit our news site. Elizabeth and Patrick Nash Foundation. What is this? The works of Elizabeth and Nash. Okay, Elizabeth Foundation is established in 2003 to honor the memory and continue the work of Elizabeth Nash, who lost her battle with CF at the age of 32. During a short Elizabeth of molecular biology with a university PhD. CFRI also played clarinet. New name, Elizabeth. Program, remember. Elizabeth Nash Foundation. So it's just one girl? But where's the money? History. Elizabeth Nash was renamed to... Where is the money coming from, though? Who is the Elizabeth and Patrick Nash Foundation? Where is the money coming from? Donor supported, nonprofit, run charity. Elizabeth and Patrick Nash battled. Volunteer group. Anne and James Nash. Sister-in-law. Right, CF. Cystic fibrosis? All right, let's see what else we can get. That was the nurse with wpath. They had all been included in the actual leaks. Okay, number one, I have no idea what the fuck that nurse is talking about. That has absolutely nothing to do with that treatment. We just pulled it up. And then the wpath leaks, apparently, saying that there is no evidence of care regarding these things. It's total garbage. Total garbage. Total garbage. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is like a legit thing. It reeks of fucking bullshit. Look at the next one. Let's see. Reeks of bullshit, bro. Snyder Foundation. Who is the Snyder Foundation? All right. Snyder Foundation. Following purpose: religious, educational, charitable, scientific, literary, testing for public safety, fostering national and amateur sports competition, as long as it doesn't provide athletic facilities or equipment, or prevention of cruelty to children or animals. So, hold on a second. What is this? Snyder Family Foundation. What is this? Like, bro, what the fuck are these websites? Philanthropic organization based in Chicago, which assets total most recent fiscal year. Foundation does not have publicly available website and does not specify particular subject areas of focus. Is funding of projects of various cities across the U.S. states. Who funds it? The foundation is managed by a board of directors, including Ruth Snyder, Nancy Budge, Paul Snyder, Andrew Snyder. Who is the Snyder family? Snyder family. Let me get some music while we're looking up this stuff. Dashboard. Music. Where the music at? Hold on. Music. We're going to research this stuff live. Chat. Playlists. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218 if you want to call in. But I am also going to research some of this stuff because it's freaking wild to me. You know, honestly, we could actually just pull up the tax disclosure. Okay, let's see here. $1.6 million in contributions. Where the fuck are they getting that? Building prosperity for all on a bedrock of truth and compassion to ensure a future where the humanity, nature, and freedom can flourish. So, do you find it concerning with this group? The fact that they appear to also be climate change deniers. And it makes me go, how much you want to bet that this has to do with some sort of shell company? Movement building? Videos, research, or movement building, y'all. Bruh. Conferences, talks, meetings with specialists. I swear to God, dude. Holy shit, dude. We got people going out of their fucking way. Going out of their fucking way to disparage trans people. And they even got an actual trans person to reference these fucking files, bro. And be like, hey, what about this? And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, chat. All right. Other income detail. Other income. Civilization works. Looking at if I can see anything here. Okay. Prairie Winkler Family Foundation. James Susan Schwartz Foundation. Mountain Fun. Harry White. All right, let me see if I can speed this up. Hang tight. Hang tight, chat. Hang tight. Let's see. GGM says this is the amender we need. Let's see. Damn. Privately endowed philanthropic entities funded by a family's wealth directed towards charitable giving. God, how much I would pay to figure out where are these funds coming from? Who's paying for them? And if you think, right, because anytime you see like an anti-climate change thing, anytime you see that, hands down, it's a shell company. Hands fucking down every single time. It's fucking Koch brothers. It's Exxon. It's one of those motherfuckers. And it's insane how often it is that they try to, let's take a look here. So. Why we fear nuclear? The fuck is this? Why do you fear nuclear? Global overview. Also, what the fuck is this website where it makes it... Whatever, it's fine. Energy in the environment. Let's look it up. Why do we need nuclear? Isn't clean energy on the rise? But isn't clean energy increasing absolute terms? Why do we need nuclear? Only nuclear power can lift all humans out of poverty without cooking the planet or keeping cities like Delhi and Beijing caked in deadly particulate matter. Coal and fossil fuels can lift people out of poverty, but at high environmental costs. Solar and wind are too diffuse and not reliable enough to power factories and cities. Where the fuck did you get that? And thus cannot lift people out of poverty nor reduce emissions. What the fuck are you talking about? Isn't clean energy on the rise? It is on the rise. Also, the fact is that fossil fuels, the part that they don't like to tell you is the fact that fossil fuels have been subsidized like crazy. There's so many subsidies towards fossil fuels. And solar and wind are catching up very quickly without the subsidies. And a lot of oil people say, well, but solar and wind, it should be able to compete like in the market. I'm like, no, motherfucker. Maybe stop subsidizing oil. Duh. Holy crap. Holy crap. But isn't clean energy increasing in absolute terms? But energy from fossil fuels is increasing faster. That's also not true. Bro, what the fuck is this fucking website, bro? Where are they getting this information? They fell for the fucking grift, bro. Environmental progress, my ass. It's just wild. mental illness. Dude, fuck this group, bro. Fuck this group. Fuck this group. All right. I'll read your this little paper, but holy crap. All right. Here, I'll keep reading from the wpath leak. World Professional Association for Transgender Health enjoys a reputation. Okay, wpath is globally recognized as being the forefront of gender medicine. That's correct. However, throughout this report, we will show that the opposite is true. Newly released files from wpath's internal messaging forum, as well as leaked internal panel discussion, demonstrate that the world-leading transgender healthcare group is neither scientific nor advocating for medical care. These internal communications reveal that wpath advocates for many arbitrary medical practices, including hormonal and surgical experimentation on minors and vulnerable adults. Mind you, right, their quote-unquote examples that they brought up appeared to not even be related to the actual care that is even being provided, which means that they are likely cherry-picking data without any understanding of what exactly they're looking at. Its approach to medicine is consumer-driven and pseudoscientific, and its members appear to be engaged in political activism, not science. Unlike, by the way, this group, Environmental Progress. They're certainly, the climate deniers. Okay, bro. Yeah. 10 out of 10. A spicy meatball. While there is a place for medicine for risky experiments, these can only be justified if there is a reliable, objective diagnosis. No other treatment options are available, and if the outcome of the patient group is dire. Yeah, once again, wpath standards provide that. However, contrary to wpath's claims, gender medicine does not fall into that category. Again, wrong. There's tons of empirical basis behind gender medicine. The entire field of endocrinology, like what the fuck is this? The psychiatric condition of gender dysphoria is not a fatal illness, and the best available studies show that in the case of minors with watching, waiting, and compassionate support, most people either grow out of it or learn to manage their distress in way less detrimental to their health. That's a part of wpath standards. Did you know that, chat? If a person is not gender dysphoric, they don't give you drugs. Why? Because there's no reason to give you drugs. So what they do is a psychological evaluation to determine whether or not that you need HRT or hormone blockers, for that matter. This sentence is wrong. It's just wrong. That is very concerning. As such, this report will provide the sex trait modification procedures on minors with people with mental health disorders known as gender-affirming care. Wait, where is there a sex trait modification procedure? Like, that's not even the correct terminology. This experiment causes harm without justification, and its victims are some of society's most vulnerable people. Mind you, at the same time, be in favor of circumcision, I'm sure. I'm sure. Their injuries are painful and life-altering. Yeah, why is the regret rate so low then? If it's so horrible and terrible and wpath arguing these things, why are regret rates as low as they are? wpath affiliated healthcare providers advocate for the destruction of healthy reproductive systems and amputations of healthy breasts and the surgical removal of healthy genital. No, they don't. Holy crap. The surgical removal of healthy genitals in the first and only line of treatment for minors of mentally ill people with gender dysphoria, eschewing any attempt to reconcile the patient with his or her birth sex. Dude, this all on its own should be huge red flag to you. Yeah, man. The wpath leak is a load of fucking horse shit. Coming from some random fucking shadow money. If you think there's not like a religious organization behind this shit, there is. There is. I promise you. I don't have to put 2 and 2 together to figure that shit out. Themarychu Live says, okay, but the leaks are raw info. Yeah, again, not. I'm looking at your fucking leak. I'm looking at exactly what you were talking about. And they're saying, quote unquote, raw info, but like what is being referenced isn't even standards of care or practice. And they sit there and say, there's nothing, there's no evidence when there's tons of fucking evidence. Holy shit. This is fucking propaganda. You're sitting there, you're reading editorial. What do you mean? No, this is the wpath files. Oh my fucking God. I don't know what specific portion of this paper that you want me to read. This is apparently an editorial, not the leaks. Gender affirming wpath members discuss transition surgery for a 14-year-old. 14-year-old trans female wants gender affirming surgery. Hello, my dear colleagues. Colleges? I would like to know how to proceed on a 14-year-old trans female who started transition since she was 4. She wants to have gender affirming surgery, male to female, and her parents are supporting her decision, but I've never done this on such a young patient. What are your recommendations for this case? As background, I've performed about 20 vaginoplasties in patients under 18 over the past 17 years. I'm currently battling my hospital for the ability to continue to do so in certain cases where I feel it is sound medical practice based on the situation in the patient. I've never been sued. None of those patients have regretted their decision that I am aware of. Not all of these vaginoplasties had perfect outcomes. The majority of them did fantastic. The ones who had trouble usually had trouble following the dilation schedule and had vaginal stricture. Patients over 18 can have the same dilation difficulties, even when patients had difficulties when they did not regret surgery. That said, I feel that we need to be together on this topic as a professional society, so my advice is tread lightly here. I know the hospitals are more commonly banning under 18 surgeries, and I hear desperate stories in my patients from many of my peers have queried. The ability to get surgery in the U.S. before 18 is very limited because the hospitals are preventing it, and aggressive attacks from the right have had a chilling effect on surgeons' willingness. I think we need a strong message that gender surgery should not be lumped together with each specific surgery we have its own discussion. For example, a track shave is not the same as a vaginoplasty. I think we need to reject the argument that consent is impossible in a minor. My hospital performs all kinds of surgeries for minors without issue. They are singling these out because it is politically convenient. I think we should strive for consensus regarding what a consent should look like in each of these surgeries. Specific to vaginoplasty, I have better success with dilation when the patient is at late 16 or 17. I would discourage vaginoplasty surgery prior to that. In dealing with my hospital, I offer to limit under 18 surgery to 17. There's a practical reason for this. Many of the bad outcomes are a direct result of rushing to get surgery before heading off to college or university. There's too many stressors in college that limit patients' ability to dilate for well-prepared patients. I feel the ideal time to US is surgery the summer before the last year of high school. I've had many other surgeries echo this. I also welcome appointments for sole purpose of fact-finding. I think that would be great for your 14-year-old to hear about the surgery and what recovery is like about the hair removal if you require that. Conversations about surgery can be helpful at younger ages so that parents and children can get their questions answered and navigate surgeries and hormones as they relate to surgeries. Panoscrotal hypoplasma is also an important topic to discuss early. Good luck and challenging case for you, and good to seek out information from others. Marcy says, I would not do it. Tissue is too immature. Dilation routine too critical. Age 16 is the youngest I've ever done, though feel sometime before the end of high school. Does it make some sense? And that they are under and watch parents in home they grew up in. Currently our standard is 18, though do agree the number is arbitrary. Decision should be individual based on maturity. What is wrong with this discussion? It seems perfectly reasonable. We at GRS Montreal would not undertake a surgery at 14. Genital surgery is delayed until the patient reaches 18. wpath discuss members. Okay, so like we read this one. This seems perfectly reasonable. They're talking about surgery on minors. There are special case instances, I'll grant you that. Very, very, very special cases. But again, once again, wpath standards are specific to 18, and it looks like the wpath standards said exactly that and suggested that. I don't see the problem. Anyway, man, we have been streaming for 7 hours. Look at the failure rate for phalloplasties on the stream as soon as possible. Also, look at how they construct a fake phallus, please. I've observed that. It's not a pretty picture. Again, I feel that these discussions are something that should happen between what are the risk factors and what is involved in what can be expected, right? Effectively. Let me park my ship here, and I'm going to save. All right, so here's the thing, chat. I've been streaming for about almost 7 hours, and I want to continue, but I'm going to be honest. I'm hungry. I need to get some food in me, and then I'm going to just, I don't know, vibe, I guess, the rest of the night. I hope you guys like this discussion. I hope you guys enjoyed. I mean, I like learning things and learning new things as I go along. Maybe I think what I should probably do is when I am actively researching, maybe just, you know, spend stream time researching. It's probably not a bad idea. By the way, if you are not subscribed to my channel, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount really does count a lot. We are on the road to... That is a loud song. We are on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Let's see here. Look up. Let's educate it. Yeah, again, I have looked this up. I know what a phalloplasty is. Yeah, they use the skin of the arm and they end up with a wound for a little while. It also has a high complication rate. I don't typically, again, this is a risk factor that needs to be engaged with the patient. Vagina, let's see. Anyway, GGM says a little while. Yeah, I mean, again, and to be honest, like the pictures are very graphic. Like I don't really want to share that. I'm going to be honest with you. That's again, it's up to individuals to decide if they want to go through with that. It's definitely a very complicated. Oh my God. Jesus. Anyway. GGM says the fake penis rots off the body 50% of the time. You're arguing regret is low. How the fuck do these coincide? Because I didn't say anything regarding phalloplasty or bottom surgery in general. I'm saying gender affirming care. Anyway, I gotta go. Have a good day.